Welcome to our 25th Satsang here at the Kriya Yoga School. I'm joined by our beautiful Kriya Yogis here at our Kriya Yoga School and Yoginis, Veronica, Brian, and Paul. Welcome to our 25th Satsang. Feel free to share from your heart, from your soul, whatever you feel like talking about. Welcome.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. So where were we? So I can start off with some experiences I had this week. Yeah, normally I take Wednesday and Sunday off of yoga, but this Sunday they were having like an event, a sound bath. Oh, I put a picture up. You could see my toes sticking out, but so I went. I thought it was just like a normal sound bath type, meditation. But when I got there, like they had these two chairs set up in the middle of the room, and they were doing like this drum healing ceremony they were gonna do. And so how it worked was, and the facilitator, him and my yoga instructor is the other one. So there's two people, they have drums, but he told the story about how he got this from like some Indian named Pathfinder. Actually, I thought, wow, that's a cool name, Pathfinder. I'd like to be called Pathfinder. But so yeah, he learned about this ceremony. But so two people will sit in those chairs, and you can either receive or try to get rid of something that's bothering you. Um, so the two people both have to be either giving or receiving, because what happens is the two facilitators are like walking around you with the drum, like right next to your head. It's like a handheld drum. They like beat the drum on either side, all around your body in front. And so you state your intention. I want to, get rid of this, or I'd like to receive. Like one person wanted to have more faith, just anything you wanted to get rid of or gain. So depending on whether you get rid of it or gain it, the rest of the people that are in the group, there was about 11 or 12 of us. The rest of them are walking around in a circle around you, and they're focusing also their prayers and intention on whatever you said to try to help you with that. They're basically praying along with you. And each of those people has like a rattle, they're shaking it. And so if you're getting rid of something, they're walking counterclockwise. If you're trying to receive, that's why the both people that are doing it at the same time have to, be coordinated. One can't be getting rid of and the other receiving. So I had to find somebody that also wanted to get rid of something. So I found a partner, and yeah, so it was an interesting ceremony, very kind of emotional. I did like tear up a little bit. Um, and what caused me to tear up was, I was thinking about what I wanted to get rid of, but then I started to have gratitude, thinking about all these people are, working, trying to help me, and I was like feeling a lot of gratitude for that. So that kind of made a few little tears well up there. But so that was pretty. And then after that, they had the regular sound bath. The guy's like an expert. He plays like the flute and these giant cymbals and stuff, and it just sounds otherworldly. He can just make those things sound so weird. And then at the same time, the other girl is doing the bowls. They're different sizes. And so yeah, it was great. And during that time, we're all just laying on the ground, like in like a um, savasana style type. So that was pretty nice experience.
Oh, it
Yeah,
sounds beautiful.
these rituals, they really help cleanse you and purify you, and it's amazing how powerful they are. Like when I first started doing Kriya yoga, I was like, this Yagna fire isn't going to do anything. Then I started opening myself up to it wholeheartedly, and I was like, wow, this is really powerful. This is really purifying and cleansing and helps uplift me. And Brian said something that was profound in one of the Satsangs. He said when he started praying for other people, it helped uplift him even more in the yagna. So that's the way I look for it. When you start helping other people and pray for other people's well-being, it helps you even more. So once you uplift other people, you uplift yourself. And when you see yourself in them, like you see God in everywhere and everything, and you see them as part of God too, and you help them uplift, then it's a true blessing. All these rituals. So I, instead of going into any ritual with like judgment, I go out with like an open mind, and I just surrender myself to the ritual. Let's see where this takes me. And it usually takes me to a profound dynamic place, so I'm always happy about that. So yeah, I like all these rituals. It's amazing how powerful and dynamic it is once you surrender yourself to whatever ritual or whatever spiritual practice is going on.
Yeah, I think it cuts through the illusion of separation because
True.
you know, they're doing something for you, you're doing something for them, and it's a circular communion. We're all sharing together, you're all helping each other in harmony and unison, and that is kind of like that's kind of like representative of the greater reality. You know, is that everything is all connected, everything all has their place, everything is actually helping another part of another thing. And so I think that that cultivates, you know, that interconnection to that grand, to the like the, you know, the grand scope of the, you know, the source energy connection. And then when you do things like that, you're a little bit out of your comfort zone, and that gets rid of the ego as well, I think. You know, so I think that's like very valuable if you can go to different ceremonies, and what we already do with the Yagnifier on here. Um, yeah, I think that's great.
Well, I'll tell you the worst one that happened to me, because you said, like, putting yourself out there, or you feeling uncomfortable, and yeah, I
Yeah.
did feel a little uncomfortable. I was like, because I was thinking about the one that really made me feel uncomfortable. I was like, oh no, it's gonna be another one of these, and I didn't know it. But
Mhm.
it was a tantric ceremony of eyeball gazing, and
Mm.
there was a lot of people that came, because it's not my normal, like, people that come to the studio on these events. It could be people from all over the place that I don't even know. And so you had to pick a partner, or you were walking around and then they said stop, and whoever you were near, I can't remember, but you have to just like stare into this person's eyes, a stranger that you don't know, and you're not able to say anything either. You can't just like be there talking, but you're just staring into each other's eyes, and like, I can't remember what she's doing, playing something or whatever, but she's basically timing it, and it seemed to last forever, and it's just like, it's very, very uncomfortable. And then afterwards, you had to say something about that person, like what you felt about them. So that made it even worse. Like, I'm thinking to myself during this time, like, what am I gonna say? And like, yeah, just wondering, like, what am I seeing in those eyes? So that was pretty intense. So I wouldn't like do it again.
Yeah, I'll
And
tell you a funny story. When I went to the Kumbh Mela, right? This is gatherings of millions of yogis and all spiritual, enlightened beings in India, right? So when we went there, my guru and his friend, who was another guru, we did this practice where we looked in each other's eyes and told each other we loved them. I love you, right? And it kind of breaks that ego barrier where you see yourself in everybody. So another yogi or a sadhu I never met, I had to look him in the eye with pure bhava and tell him I love him. And it really opened my eyes to see that I am him and he is me. So there's no separation. He is me in a parallel universe or a different reincarnation. So when you can say you love you wholeheartedly to anybody, it really breaks down the barriers. So yeah, that was a profound teaching from my guru, to find somebody you've never seen, look them dead in the eye and say, I love you wholeheartedly. and they say the same thing back. And it's a transmission of energy, like a Shakti path, back and forth. The love is flowing back and forth, back and forth. And then you go down the line and tell another guy, he tells you, and it really helped uplift us together. Like, I really felt that guy was my brother. I didn't even see him ever again, but I really felt that that person was me and I was him. And it broke down the love kind of barrier, you know, like, why am I holding on to this stuff? Like, I only have these 5 love beans in my hand. And, you know, that's another time my guru told me, like, love is unlimited. We give love wholeheartedly to everybody. We don't hold our love for anybody. We love him. But Baba, I never met this guy before. It doesn't matter. Love him wholeheartedly. Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. Go down the line. Love, 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 love. I love you, love you, love you. And I really got good at it, like almost like a Tritak kind of technique or Kriya, because I used it as a way to kind of an opportunity to practice my Tritak. Just let go of all ego attachments or judgment or whatever I had, and just wholeheartedly say I love you. So I would look them dead in the eye and look right at their soul and say I love you. And that was really profound, because that really helped me to uplift me. Like, all these obstacles and resistance and blockages I'm holding on to pertaining to love are just junk. Give love wholeheartedly with no expectations, and you can never go wrong.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
do it right now. I love you wholeheartedly, Veda Guru Dev. I love you
wholeheartedly, Paul. I love you wholeheartedly, Brian. I love you wholeheartedly, Veronica.
Yeah, I was gonna try to go on to them. I love
Okay, you go next.
Okay.
Let me finish. Finish my round. I love you wholeheartedly, Veronica. I love you wholeheartedly, Brian.
What about me?
Oh, I
Yeah.
already started with you, but I'll do it again.
Say it again.
I can't give you too much love, right? I love you wholeheartedly, Veda Guru Dev.
Jai Babaji. See? When you go, you think it's going to be hard to do this practice, but when you break down those obstacles and barriers and resistance, it's not hard. It comes naturally when you just surrender yourself to the practice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
see.
gonna say,
I'm like,
okay. You want to go, Veronica?
yeah. Oh my God. I love you wholeheartedly, Brian. I love you wholeheartedly, Paul. I love you wholeheartedly, Veda Guru Dev. Whoa.
All right, well, I guess that leaves me.
Yeah.
Here we go. I love you wholeheartedly, Veronica. I love you wholeheartedly, Paul. I love you wholeheartedly, Veda Guru Dev.
Jai. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah, I was gonna
Probably
say, when
harder.
you open your heart to God, you just naturally can feel God in other people. You know, so
True.
when you're not, maybe connecting to God as much, then it's gonna be very awkward because you're seeing yourself as separate. Like, I'm staring into this random person's eyes, and who knows what they're thinking about me, and then your ego can just go off on a tangent. But if you already feel God in you, then you're going to project that, and then you're going to see God in them naturally. So I feel that's what breaks the barrier, right? Of that is you're seeing through that illusion of separation. So
True.
I think I would like to look at a stranger's eyes, or have them look at stranger look into my eyes, because they don't have any preconceived ideas about who I am. I think it might be more authentic. So, because people
yeah,
already have a story about who you are that know you.
yeah, and I think the conditioning of society and what is acceptable and what is not, we can't do that, right? If you stare at someone, it's like a bad thing. If you try to look into someone's eyes, even if it's your partner, maybe they're uncomfortable, all right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a good practice because everyone knows what is expected already. and then it can like break the barrier, you know. No one's gonna be upset like you're staring at me. Why are you staring at me? You know, and then you know the eyes are the soul to the window, or the window to the soul.
Yeah.
And so like that can really, when you can look into someone's eyes and not have any ego chatter or anything, I think that really would break it. So I think that's, yeah, that would be a great practice. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. When I did it, I really enjoyed it, and it gave me a connection to other spiritual traditions or enlightened beings that I didn't think I had a connection to. So I basically saw myself in everybody, and me. They saw me in everybody. And one of the yogis told told my guru in Hindi, he was like, "This guy's looking deep into my soul," and I was like, "Absolutely." I'm looking right at your soul. he, he was like, "Where'd
Like,
this
what
guy come from? This is the unique guy. This is not a backpacker coming to India to find enlightenment. This is a guy, I can't explain it." He was like, "Yeah, Ved Guru Dev's a interesting guy."
like, what do you see?
I mean, when I look at somebody's soul, I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at it, right? Like I'm removing all the veil and the curtains and blocking the soul, and I'm just looking directly at it. Like I'm just sunbathing in the brightness of your soul. Let's say it like that. Like, yeah, like when you're looking at the sun, you're not really looking for anything. You're just enjoying the glow, the radiance of the sun. So that's what I'm looking at when I'm looking at somebody's soul. I'm just enjoying the purity and the happiness and the bliss of the soul.
Yeah, it's like a state you can get into. Um, it's hard to explain, but it's like the best way, Veda Gurudev, I've heard you say is what your guru said, is go back to zero.
Hmm.
Mm.
And that's, yeah, that's the best way I can understand it, is because when you go back to zero, you don't have any expectations, and everything is done, everything is fulfilled. You're not projecting into the future, and you're not connecting to memory of the past. You're just in that Ananda bliss, basically, right? And then you like in that state, it's just a feeling. It's not a thought. It's not anything. So that's why you can't describe it, right? So when you get in that state, in that aura, in that energetic feeling, I feel that that is your higher self, and that's where the magic is. So I could see like if you're in that state, the only thing you could see is the deepest part of someone, because that's what you're projecting, or that's what you know your aura is saying. So I think like yeah, we always, if we don't see them as a separate person, and we just we connect our energy to the infinite, then it's like we're all just like bathing in the infinite energy together in harmony. And so it becomes more profound than just we're doing this exercise, you know, to to break down my ego or whatever. If you're in this state of like harmony and ecstasy and bliss, you're not thinking about your ego. The ego is not in your mind at all. So like you can just connect like directly. It's like a direct connection. So I've not like the main way I've experienced that is with you and the satsang. I haven't really experienced that with other people because there's too many barriers, and I haven't been able to do a sort of a practice like what you're talking about, Paul. So, but maybe in the future I can challenge myself with that. So
Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah. I think if more people did this, it would be like we'd be more connected with each other. It might be like peace on earth. Like I see
mm,
you and you see me. We're all the same. No reason to hate anybody.
yeah.
Yeah, so my other interesting thing this week is I was at the last live stream with Liz Cross, and I did
Mm.
ask another question. Did anybody watch it?
I did not.
I watched it.
So,
I think I watched it. That's the one where she said somebody wanted to ask a question about Babaji, right?
uh,
It was like a week ago.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, so my question this time was about my spiritual. I want to know one, like if I was just like Veda Guru Dev. I think that was one of his first on the first live stream. You asked something similar, but I wanted to know like if I was an old soul. I wanted to know if I would be graduating Earth School. Um, and so she looked into my past lives and she said I had about 200 to 300 human lifetimes, she said. And then she said I had umpteen other lifetimes as, animals and various, plants, animals, whatever. Um, and, including those, it was like 30,000, but there was like around 300 human lifetimes. And she said I was like a level 2 soul. That's not even that advanced. I was like, oh man, level 2. I'm Betty Guru Dev's like way up there. I was hoping like I was like more advanced. I'm like thinking, I feel like I'm pretty advanced, compared to the other
I
people I see on the
I
street.
think I'm level 0.
Yeah.
Goose egg. But go
No,
ahead, Paul.
you were on the fast track. But yeah, so that kind of disappointed me a little, but I was just like, nah, it's all right, like it is what we make of it here. So if I had to come back, like I'd like to know if the worst is over, like wars and stuff. Like this life, I've had a lot of I've had a lot of trauma in my life, but nothing like going to a war and like having somebody shooting at you. That would just be terrifying. Um, but she did say that I had been in lots of wars, in the first reading. But yeah, she also said I was a bird a lot, and which that resonated with me because like I'm a bird watcher. I got the book. I can identify various birds by their sound, and I've got all these bird, like right here on my bed. It's like a giant eagle. But yeah, so I totally resonated with that, and just having like a motorcycle and like or just top down on the car. It's like a feeling, as close as I can to like the freedom of a bird. So I resonated with that, and so I also asked what like my guides or my higher self what advice it would give me to help me on my path. She's like, oh, let me look into a past life, and she's like, you're bored. And the way she said it was just like all of a sudden that like just struck her, and she's like, you're bored. And I was like, oh my God, she hit the nail on the head, because I do suffer with boredom. And then in the previous one, she said I was restless. And I think the two of those go hand in hand. You get bored and then you're restless because you're looking for something to do. So I was like, I mean, she just knew me. Um, at least that's the way it felt. But she said I was indecisive and that I needed to have confidence in like the decisions I made. And that could relate back to the first one too, when she said I was like a runner and I was running away from situations, probably because I didn't have confidence in that decision that I made or something. So yeah, that's pretty much how that went, and it was pretty good, and I felt it was accurate.
I have a question about souls, but I don't know if you even have an answer for it. It's just like a feeling. Like I feel like maybe younger souls have more free will than older souls. That maybe older souls, they have more of a life purpose. There's more of a plan set for them. That I think maybe younger souls have more leeway. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Well, I would say younger souls are more they're not aware yet. They're not realized, like they're more attached to like money and fame and like these kind of lower frequencies. When you're an older soul, you kind of grow up from that. You kind of learn from that already. So that doesn't have as much draw to you as before. New souls are attached to money. They don't care who they need to step on to get money. But older souls are like, nah, that ain't the way. I've already been down that road, been there, done that a million times, and that ain't the way to uplift yourself or grow and become a new become an older soul or ascend or have spiritual growth. So
Yeah.
that's what I would say. I would say that in my case also, you know, like it and when you're an older soul, it doesn't feel right. Like when you get money or certain situations doesn't feel right. And it's probably your other dormant past incarnations telling you like we've already been there. This ain't the way. This ain't the way. So like when I go to like concerts or I meet people in the music industry, it just feels dirty to me. Like I don't like this. This doesn't feel good. It's like almost like watching a horror movie. Like ugh, I don't like this movie. It's
Yeah.
terrible. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, like
like
if you're
it's almost like my soul telling me like this doesn't serve you anymore. So like newer souls that would serve them. They would feel happy about that. But older souls are like this ain't my place no more. Kind of. I mean, I would say in my case, it could be different for other people.
What I
I
would
think
say about
again,
right.
that,
I was
um,
just gonna say, oh, go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
that kind of relates to the post I just made, like the from the Holy Science, the warrior caste, and that's where you've gained a certain level of enlightenment, and you're like really seeking and looking for the guru. But he explained how there were different levels. So below that is like the servant level. They're still just like in the work thing, and they're not really turned to God. And there's a level even below that that's even worse, like just total your basic most body related stuff or whatnot. And then I don't remember if there was one above warrior. Do you know if there is Vetaguru Dev?
I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, but
He's at zero, so
I'm at zero.
He's
I don't
like,
I don't have
doesn't
no
want that
levels.
ego.
About I don't know. This is like 6 months ago. Somebody asked me in the Satsang, "What level am I at?" And I started laughing. I said, "I'm at level 0. I'm going to 0." You know, like they were trying to imply like if you're this yogi or whatever, master, whatever, what level you at? Said I'm not at no level. 0. I like when the Sita say in their book, they said I want to be a sailboat sailing out into the sunset, and once I get into the sunset, nobody says my name. Like, there's very little written about the Cetas. They didn't want anybody to talk about them. They didn't want to be on any kind of level. They just wanted to be kind of invisible almost. So that's kind of the way I look at it too. Like, I don't want to be on any kind of level. I want to go back to 0, like Brian said.
that's what I was gonna say to you before, Paul, like when you're talking about if someone says this is your advancement level or you're focused on advancement level, probably paradoxically, the less you're focused on your advancement level, the higher your advancement level,
hmm
you know? Like the less you care about, because like what does that mean? Like if you're defining it as a level, that sort of lowers your level just by defining it, you know? Like
hmm
Mm,
because you're putting an ego identity of this is my separate self. I am a level 2 separate self. I am a level 3 separate self. And then the further you go up as a different form of separate self, it's almost like you get less evolved because now you're thinking more highly of yourself. right? Oh, now I'm a warrior class. Now I'm 5, now I'm 6, now I'm 7. But now you're like so grand, you're like this huge ego, you know? So it's like
True.
it's kind of like paradoxical. Like you would think like the higher the level, the more advanced, but maybe the higher the level, the more you're thinking about yourself, the more prideful you are, the more
Right.
you're putting energy into an identity, you know, because if you're just level 1, okay, well, I'm not advanced, but that might actually be closer to where you want to go than if you say you're advanced, right?
True.
Because if you say you're advanced, there's ego in that, you know, like yeah, at least if you're, biased and you're too prideful, you know. So I would say like just cut through that and don't care about the levels. Like that's just
Yeah, it doesn't
for,
matter.
ego sort of wanting to establish itself as something that someone can talk about. But if you're seeing everyone as you already, then there's nothing to show off about. There's nothing to prove to yourself, you know? Like if you just and then you were talking about before about having the boredom and the restlessness.
Hmm.
And I too have like the restlessness a lot, and then I fluctuated between those two poles as well. Um, and basically it's like a side effect of the same thing in my experience. It's like you're not quite in my experience you're not quite um surrendering to the divine energy, because and I've had to learn how to do that, and some of that does mean, being busy in terms of focusing my intent on something and being very clear about what I'm doing, and that focus helps to cultivate that energy. But also just reaching out to God and things like that. That really more than anything has helped clear the path for that. But I feel like when someone says they're bored, that means they don't accept the present reality. They don't accept
Mm.
to be here now and
Hmm.
to bathe in the grace of God. Because if you are bathing in the grace of God, you don't have any sort of negative ego. You're not going to feel bored in any way because you're going to be showered with like this divine bliss. So if you're
Mm.
feeling this divine bliss, how can you be bored? It's like that feeling is like the feeling of complete fulfillment and harmony because you're like bathing in the essence of your higher self. So if you feel bored, that means like there's some level of resistance that you're not breaking through. And yeah, and I went through that too. And I just say like, just reach out to God, like, can please get me past, please take whatever's holding me back from getting to the true source of you, and just like give it to God, and then eventually that form of your ego will dissolve, and then you're just gonna naturally feel that that sort of ecstasy, that bliss, that whatever you want to call it. And then I think that will get rid of the boredom, and then also, if you're accepting, there's not much to be anxious about either. If you're in that state, but you have to, I guess, figure out what practices you have to do to get to that realization, because I think it's different for everyone. And, for me, I get too focused on something and like a sort of like a workaholic, and I can't stop. And that's also not a conscious way to go about it. So it's just like the dance and trying to get a balance between activity and inactivity, and like embracing that energy while you're doing both. So
Yeah, I did have a problem with anxiety as well.
yeah.
So
But yeah, whenever I felt anxiety most recently, I'm just like, I know what the source is, right? The source is I don't accept this God energy, basically. So I would just say, God, please take this anxiety. Like, please let me let it go, something like that. And then that takes the ball out of the court of your ego, because if your ego feels like he has to do everything, then it like makes you more anxious because you're like, oh, now I got to figure out different strategies to not be anxious. Well, this is making me more anxious. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's like, this is too much. I already can't handle it. Now I have another layer and another layer, So if you just say, okay, whatever, give it to God, like the monkey said, let go and let God. It's like that's like, for me anyways, that's like the way to go, because it takes the onus off of you as an ego, as a separate entity. It's just, you're just admitting to yourself, like, in my ego, I am limited and I cannot do much, and so I give it to God because God has all the power to do it all for me, basically. And then that kind of like lifts the pressure and weight off of your shoulders. Like, oh, I can relax. God's gonna take care of it. He'll take care of me. He's watching over me, and I don't need to like overanalyze this, and it's gonna work out. So I just need to trust God, basically. So yeah,
I'd like to have a T-shirt with the monkey on it, pointing up and saying "Let go and let God."
We should make
yeah,
that.
yeah,
We should,
Yeah,
yeah,
that'd be cool.
once the
yeah.
school gets monetized.
You can get a print-on-demand shop or something.
Hold on a second. I need to make a call. 1 second.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll
No
I'll come
problem.
back in 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, let go and let God. And at the same time, God like empowers you, because it's like, if
Hello?
you trust in God, it's
Yeah. I
working in the background, right, to guide you, kind
No,
of like
they're all closed.
magnifying your intuition, kind of like you feel more like, because if you don't have that, you're like lost in the spiraling ego, and that can take you down different paths. But if you have like that God presence, your intuition is increased. So like it'll like stop you from going too far, Like you'll
Mm,
start doing something like, that's actually not, I'm gonna come back. And that's like really helpful, because you can get in a lot of trouble if you're too ingrained in the ego sort of energy. And that can like get you very really lost and off the path. But if you have an intuition, it's like you can't travel too far away from God, you know? It's like the more you accept it in, the more you understand that feeling and the truth, like the ultimate reality truth, and then you can't get too far off. That's my experience. Like I'll catch myself quicker, if I get into ego. Like, oh, wait a second, that's not right. Okay, go back to zero. Wait a second. No, no, I'm thinking too much about this. I go back to zero. And then every time I go back to zero, it's like a cleansing, it's like a feeling of I have nothing to accomplish. I'm already, fulfilled. I'm already, connected to my higher self and all beings and the universe. And then all problems just magically go away. It's like the Ananda Bliss meditation.
mhm,
It's like, no, in this space, I have no problems. I am not identified as a form, a human, an animal, a past life, a future life. I'm just it. I am, And so when you get to that like I am state, then all the problems are gone. And it's like carrying that and keep cultivating that, so it becomes more of your normal consciousness that you have. So which is not easy, but yeah, I think it's like what to focus on. So because like, yeah, for me, if I focus on like I want to project that I'm going to increase my yogi level to like this level, like maybe I will next year I can levitate something.
and then you'll be
Then like I
happy.
feel, yeah, yeah. It's like what you're saying to yourself is like, I am not whole, I am not complete until I can levitate. And then you're probably never going to be happy, because that might never happen. So it's just like, love yourself as yourself, is in this current state that you are right now, and like let go of all the other stuff, and then you're just, yeah, you're naturally, you know, elevated. You're naturally like, I don't know, I can't even say like advanced, because it seems like ego, but you're just naturally in the state of oneness. So
Yeah, we had this meditation class, and they went around asking us like what did we hope to achieve by, you know, learning how to meditate? And, you know, I like to make them try to laugh. So, you know, I said that. I said, I want to learn how to levitate, you know, and I got a chuckle out of that. But I tried the levitation asana pose that you showed us. I think that should be an asana. I try. That is not easy because your legs are very heavy, and like if you try to just balancing on your arms, you try to lift your legs up, you got to really have a good core there. So that would be a good one for class.
Yeah, maybe once we finish the 18 asanas, which we're pretty close now. This week is 15. If you request the levitation asana, I will show it to you. I don't know what you're going to do with that, but it's a good party trick to show to your friends when you go to a Christmas party, you know?
Speaking of levitation, I'm curious about like you kind of hinted at that you had seen something like that, and I would kind of like a description of like, you know, it's very interesting when you describe, you know, these what the surroundings were and what all happened. So can you describe what you saw?
Yeah, I
Or how
basically
it came
saw
about, where
some.
you were, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I was in the Himalayan mountains, and to be honest, like, this CD of levitation is not on demand. It's kind of like you're so deep in samadhi that it just happens. And most of the time, the person isn't even aware. They're in a deep state of samadhi. So they would levitate, let's say a couple inches off the floor or a foot, but they wouldn't even know that that happened, you know? So somebody would tell them later, like, "Oh, you were floating," but
Wow.
they were just in such a deep state of samadhi, and like they call it the breathless state of communion with God. So they're not, nothing can shake them. So they, not even levitation. They're not gonna come out of that samadhi for levitation. They call it like trying to hold water in your hand. So it's so hard to get to that state. Once you get to that state, levitation, end of the world, war, whatever craziness and chaos is going on, it can't break you out of that state. So they wouldn't even be aware that they levitated. But it's basically like a CD that shows you you're on the right track, but you don't really get attached to it. You just keep moving. So they really didn't even care about it. It happened, but they weren't attached to it. So like when I would see these type of stuffs, my guru would see it also, and he would just tell me, keep moving, you know? Like, don't get attached to any of these shapes, these colors, these mystical things. That's not the end goal. The end goal is to, you know, get as far down the spiritual path as you can. Try to maintain a state of permanent samadhi, right? Like integrate samadhi into everything you do. So these little magic tricks or these things that happen, they're not attached to it at all. They wouldn't even talk about it. Like if I didn't see it, they never brought it up. Like it was not like at the campfire. Did you see me levitate? They wouldn't even talk about it. It's just something that happened, and they just kept moving. That was never the end goal to them. And it's almost like how can I say this? It's like a trick for your ego. Like, oh, look, you're floating, attached to that. Don't worry about this samadhi, or don't worry about this enlightenment. Worry about levitating. Look, you're a super guru. You know, so it's almost like an ego play that they want you to go down to. But if you keep walking straight and don't pay attention to it, it really doesn't have any meaning. And that's kind of was my guru's lesson to me. Like when you see like shapes or when you see different colors and all these mystical things, don't get attached to it. That's not the end goal. Just keep walking down the path as far as you can. I mean, it's a cool story around the campfire for later, but it doesn't really help you in your spiritual evolution in the present moment. So that's basically what I would say.
And if that person levitating started thinking, "Oh, I'm levitating," they'd probably stop levitating
True. That's it. It's
because
over. So that
because they're fixating. Yeah.
they say when you get into these CDs, don't get attached to it because it will be over. Like if he opened his eyes and realized he was levitating, he would just fall to the ground. So it's almost like a test to see if you attach to it. Like, oh, look at you, you know. And if you look at yourself, then it's over, right? So they, like I said, they call it holding water in your hand. You're like, you know what I'm saying? You're trying not to fixate on the water in your hand, and that's the best way you could hold water in your hand by not focusing on the water in your hand, just going about your regular day without focusing on it. So that's true. Like even when I started on the path of Kriya Yoga, they were like, if you see Babaji, don't open your eyes. So that was hard for me because I was like, and your kundalini and everything is going on, and it's like a crazy chaos, and you're like, oh, what's going on? I'm dying here. You know, so you 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 can't get fixated on any of this stuff because it'll be over, and it's hoping you get fixated on it so you could come down. But if you don't realize you're levitating, it doesn't have no effect. So the ego is always trying to pull you into that ego play. Like, look at you, you're a supreme yogi, you're levitating, or look at you, look what you could do, you're better than everybody. So that kind of opens the door for the ego. So even levitation, you don't want to open the door for your ego. You're like, cool. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that, but you know, it's cool. You know, thank you God, good confirmation. But I know if I go outside and try to show somebody, it ain't gonna work because I have the wrong intention, you know. So that's why, you know, and it's almost like a, how could I put this? Like a inner circle secret to Kriya yogis. Like, yeah, we could do this, but it's not for you to do anything. It's not for you to stroke your ego. It's just for you to see what the possibilities are. But you know, like that's not the main goal. It's not the main focus. The main focus is becoming one with God, the union with God, you know, the oneness. So, like, realizing your higher self, you know, like trying to be the best person you can, doing the inner work. So, these are like little confirmations or signposts or breadcrumbs on the path. But yeah, these yogis, they didn't, first of all, I don't think they realized they were levitating. No one told them they were levitating. So if a tree falls in the woods and no one heard it, did it really fall? You know, I knew they were levitating, but I wasn't going to tell them about it. So like, you know, it was this good confirmation to see what the possibilities are when you attune to your higher self. Let's say it like
And
that.
you could say that actually they weren't levitating. That's just what you're seeing with your illusionary ego.
True. Maybe my ego wanted to see them levitating, so it gave me that perception of seeing them
But I mean,
levitate.
if you're in samadhi, or you're seeing everything as one, you're not seeing levitation. You know, like but if you're just, you know, whatever, you're walking along, you're projecting, this is me, I am separate, I am a yogi, I am here in the Himalayan mountains, I'm very important, and oh, look at this amazing yogi, he's levitating. These are all ego these are all ego perceptions. And so if you get
True.
beyond that, be like, actually nothing happened. Actually, it's all one, and everything we're doing, every action we're taking, it's all an illusion. And so if you get fixated on that, it's like uh you're just saying to yourself, I want to be an ego. I want to see something as separate. Because like if you like Veda Guru Dev can speak more on this than me, but even in the states that I have been before, the highest like energetic states of like pre-samadhi or whatever you want to call it, the last thing I would care about is if I'm floating.
True.
Because I am feeling the divine ecstasy of God, and I have no care in the world about what people
Mm,
are thinking of me, or if I'm floating, or if I have special powers. Nothing matters because those are all ego manifestations of, I am this identity, and this is why I'm special. And the reason you're special is because you are everything. That's the only reason you're special, is that you are connected to the oneness of all. Anything that is a identity of separation is not special. It's just an illusion. So once you like have that realization, you're not going to care about this stuff. It's just like yeah, like Vader Dev said, like a party trick or something. It's a low vibrational energy. And yeah, those people, those yogis, as soon as they probably would fixate it, it would be done. It would be over, because
true.
the reason that they're unlocking these seemingly impossible miracles is because they are projecting the oneness of God. They are not projecting an ego
Mm,
separation identity of ego self. And so when you when you're channeling the all, anything is possible because that's what you're channeling. You're channeling all possibilities, all energies. And so then just random things like that will happen. Like Shri M, like manifesting some, whatever it was called, some gem or something in his hands. Like he was open to all possibilities. So of course that can happen. And you're not going to be fixated or attached to what happens. And if you are, you're not channeling the all, right? You're channeling the projection of, I want this to happen. And then that energy is quite low. So yeah, that's what I'd say. Like focus on the incredible, unexplainable feeling of that divine bliss of God, and then you're not going to be focused on this other stuff, and just anything is possible when you do that. And but it comes from that. First, you have to have that incredible channeling and acceptance of the all, and then anything can happen from that stage. But if you start from a state of projection of ego, then nothing's going to happen probably. And it's just going to be like a nice story or a theoretical sort of concept that you might talk to your friends about. But it's not going to be an experience that is, connection with the divine, presence of God. So.
yeah, well put, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not like I do ask a lot about, various mystical things, but I'm not attached to it. I look at it the same way. I like to hear like what David Wilcock, about all that stuff, the show as we call it. Like watching the show, and I like campfire stories, and I do like it. It's inspiring, and it just lets me know, like, as Vedaguru said, what is possible. So that's why I'm interested in those types of things, and I just think it's an interesting topic, But not that I would care to levitate. I mean, I would take it the same way, that it should be taken. So I enjoy the show.
Just watch the show. But yeah, that's well put by Brian. If you sunbathe in the oneness of God, of divinity, then all this is kind of popcorn and kind of candy to you. And that's not really the main goal. It's like you're not even really attached to it. Like before the Kriya Yoga School, I realized like when I do asanas or I do any yogic practice, no one sees it. So it really humbled my ego because like the ego had no food. Like I'm not trying to prove I'm a good hatha yogi to anybody because no one sees it, you know? So it's only recently that people have saw my sadhana, my yogic practice. Before, no one ever saw it. So the ego didn't have a, a, a chance to go down that rabbit hole because if I levitated while I was doing my sadhana, no one saw it. So they were like, "Oh, look, you levitated. Yeah, it doesn't matter. No one saw it." And that's not while I'm doing this. It's this tree falling in the forest that no one hears, if you know what I'm saying. And I'm not. I didn't even think about it 2 seconds later. I didn't. I just like, oh, look at that. Interesting. Like Brian said earlier. Look at that. There's a monkey in my yard. He's pointing to God. Interesting. Where'd he go? Who knows? All right, let's go about our day. I didn't try to get in my car, drive around, look for him. I was just like, there he is. He's gone. Look at that.
Yeah, and when you were doing your asanas, nobody was around. You were just doing it because you liked doing it. It made you feel good. So
Right. I wasn't trying to prove anything or show that I'm this yogic superhero. I was just doing it, going through my sadhana, like trying to do my inner work, be the best yogi I could be. And if what people thought about it really didn't matter. Like I didn't
yeah.
care. I just did it because it uplifted me. It made me feel good.
Yeah, I think like what you were saying about like when you were at the concert is like, I don't belong here. This doesn't feel good. And people want to know what their sole purpose is, whatever. But I think you have to like listen to yourself and like, does this feel right? Does this feel good? Because I don't know. An example for me, like 2 years ago, I worked really hard for this job and I got it and I was making 6 figures. And then after 6 months, I felt like my soul was imploding. I felt like I was a prison guard having to have uncomfortable conversations with people. And now I quit it and I told my husband, it's like, now it's your turn to make the money. I'm tired of being the breadwinner. And I don't know, my ego was like, oh my God, why did I do that? I'm making so much less money, but then I'm so much happier. So it's like you kind of have to listen to, I don't know, you have to listen to yourself. But there are times that I'm like, I wish I had that money, but I was miserable. So I don't know, maybe that's the key. You just have to listen to what lights your soul on fire. But I don't know, I'm just trying to navigate this. And I don't know, figuring out what I'm supposed to do, because before it was all about food and now I'm starting to get back to my art. So I'm thinking maybe that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I mean, maybe that's everybody needs to figure out what their sole purpose is. It's just trying to go through all those emotions and feelings. So, and yeah, we're just all a work in progress.
Yeah, like I said before, we're always a house in progress, never finished. So there's always some inner work to do. There's always something, to do. But I would say, I mean, my advice is you're 80% of the way home just by being aware of what the game is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So most of these people aren't aware. So they're gonna keep, in my opinion, coming back and repeating the same cycle. But if you could pivot and change course and be like, not like in my case, that's not the way. I've been there, done that. So I already know where that leads to. And I could just do as much inner work as you can, because if what Chad says is true and you get a memory wipe, I want to go as far as I can so I can pick up where I left off. So I look at Babaji gave me a gift more than gold with Kriya Yoga, and I'm going to go as far as I can and see where it leads me, and try to go as far as I can. And if I ascend by the end of this life, that would be great. But if I don't, I'll come back and try to find my way back again. Over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think on a practical level, whatever job helps you embrace God the most and feel God through your life is the right one for you. And that's what
Yeah.
I'm working through as well. And that's like my intention to God, that whatever I do, it will be done with a godly intent, and that it will be done to not just for money, but I mean, the money is just in the background. It's just, the main thing is that, I'm feeling completely filled with my energy expression and how I'm, helping people or whatever in my new focus. and a lot of people don't have that direct connection through their work with God. And so I think that is a problem with all of society, because if we had everyone in the place that they should be, like, we had cooks that absolutely wanted to be cooks and love to do it, then the food would be better quality. We'd be more concerned about, negative, bad, toxic chemicals in foods. We wouldn't allow that. We wouldn't stand for that, as one
Mm-hmm.
example. We would have musicians that create like beautiful music, godly music, uplifting music. So like I think that's the answer for everyone, no matter what like your ability is. You just flow God through it and try to figure out, what the best focus is for you to do that. So, yeah, for you, it's probably like art and yeah, probably cooking too. Yeah, but maybe there's other things. And maybe with you stepping back a bit, maybe you can figure out more about yourself, like other
Yeah.
hobbies, or, be open to all possibilities of other things you could do as well. So,
Yeah, I feel like I can breathe, but I don't know. The money just gave me more freedom, but then it didn't because I just felt like I was suffocating too. But
yeah, I think it's always limited, when you get money, because I was like that before too. I was getting more money in like a managerial sort of X-ray position, but it was like, yeah, same what you said. It was just like destroying my soul. Like, are we gonna be in business next week? Okay, I gotta go to this meeting. I don't know what's gonna happen, and so you're like constantly like that negative energy is carried with you even after you go home and even on the weekends, and
hmm
even if you try to take a vacation, it's still there. It's like the ego is like, oh, remember this, and and you're just like, oh, leave me alone. And so you're not like free for real, even if you have money to take a vacation, your ego is going to be right there on your lap, like not allowing you to be free on your vacation. So yeah, if you want real freedom and no, so like if you get freedom from money, it's very limited. You can't break past any barriers, but if you get freedom from God, it's
mm,
completely unlimited. And so I think like that's the point, is like maybe you're not making as much money in the beginning, but since you are allowing God in you, you are allowing the energy of Lakshmi and abundance. And as long as you have that energy of abundance, you're always going to have whatever you need, in the moment. Whether that means it doesn't matter if it's money or if it's emotional security or whatever, you're going to have that if you allow it to like channel through God. So, and I think money will follow that. That's how manifestation happens, right? It
yeah,
doesn't just happen like I'm gonna day trade and hopefully I get lucky. And
yeah,
it it happens by, like a long-term commitment to God and like channeling and uplifting other people and giving back and, just that like unconditional love. Because if you give freely to other people, that means you have the consciousness of abundance, and if that's in you, you're going to attract, good things to you, like whatever you need to like survive, and you're not gonna like track excess, like people who like want to keep making more and more, but the money that they're not using it for the right reasons. Like, oh, now I'm going to buy a boat. Now I'm going to buy a mansion. Now I'm going to buy another mansion. Now, like, they're not,
yeah,
they're stuck in excess now. So it's like,
Mm.
if you just like let God flow through your life, you're not going to be in excess and you're not going to be limited either. You're not going to have too little and you're not going to have too much. You're going to have like exact amount of what you need that is appropriate for you to fulfill you like in this life. Because if you have too much, that also can be a big ego distraction, because it's like, look at all the things I have, look how important I am. Like,
yeah,
I have this huge house, and then it's like more things to attach to. So I think like if we flow through God, we can have like a natural amount of what is appropriate for our soul, like in this life, to continue our soul mission and not get distracted with just the feeling of living in this world, because a lot of people are just, they can't get out of that. It's just, I'm here to make money and I'm here to have a family and I'm here to blah blah blah, but they can't get out of that focus to reach their higher self. So that's also a problem. So I think, yeah, I hope with myself everything will naturally take care of itself, and I'll be at the right level. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I know
Yeah,
my
when I moved,
sister. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. When I moved into this house, that's what I took the chance to like get rid of a lot of stuff, because I wanted to like minimalize. And yeah, it's very like liberating just not to have much stuff. I mean, I do still have a lot of stuff, but not as much as I did have. And I like the, traveling light thing. I do usually just bring like one little backpack with me if I can. I want to avoid the, baggage claim if possible, and just have, where I just bring it onto the plane with me. But yeah, travel light. And it's easier too if you have less stuff. Like my daughter, oh my God, she's got into the materialism phase, and she's got so many clothes. I'm like, Gabby, why do you need like so, like I have like 1 or 2 weeks worth of clothes, and then it works very nicely. I don't have like a ton of laundry. But with her, I mean, my God, the the room's always full of her stuff, and I'm like, but yeah,
Yeah.
materialism not good.
Well, I said
Yeah,
I don't want to be a consumer. I want to be a creator. But most people
yeah,
are.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, a lot of people are leechers. They're like the worst form. It's like, give me what you got. I'm gonna suck it
Yeah.
all out of you. Like that's the consciousness that's out there, basically. So the opposite of that is I'm giving, all my energy freely. I'm selling the farm. I'm full of abundance and divine,
True.
infinite, unconditional love. Like that's the opposite of the leeching energy. So yeah,
Yeah, a lot of these people they call energy vampires, trying to
yeah,
suck your energy out of you and steal it. Especially when you have pure, higher vibrational energy. It's like a tasty cake to them. They love it, so they're
yeah.
trying to suck on your your energy.
Yeah, because they
Energy
can't produce it
vampires.
themselves. Like they don't see God in
Hmm.
themselves, so they can't produce it. So now they got to suck other
True.
people's
Yeah.
energy.
Take.
Yeah, like, but if they could just see God in themselves, then they wouldn't feel that. They wouldn't have that consciousness, and then they would give freely as well. And I think what Vedaguru Dev said when he answered your question, Veronica, about the old and the young soul, that made me think about young, like you can't judge it maybe from a macro level because who knows, like maybe someone has 5 very profound lives, and though that would
Mm.
be worth more in weight than like 100 lives where you just do the same thing. So I don't think we can measure it in a number of lives or, something like
Yeah.
that.
True.
Like by definition, I don't think we can define it like that because every life you have free will, and every life, who knows what you're going to do with that free
Yeah.
will. Um, but um, but in general, I would say it makes sense that maybe what like Howdy Mikowski and some other people are talking about NPCs. Maybe these are the people who are young souls who had just passed over from being like in the animalistic world of instinct and material pleasures. And so that maybe that's why they're more they haven't cultivated or developed that deeper connection. But I don't know, at the same time, another thing tells me, well, if they're closer to animals, maybe they're closer to God because
That's
they're
yeah.
they're more in tune with their instinct. So maybe a younger soul is less conditioned and more connected to God, and an older soul is more conditioned and less connected to God.
Yeah. They're
So
like a
like you can
baby.
see it, yeah, exactly. So you can see it like in both ways.
Mm.
So I can't say what is
Yeah.
what. I don't. I have no idea. My brain is mush on that because both seem equally possible. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
I know, funny story. My sister called me yesterday and she's like, I had a dream. These are the winning lottery tickets. You live in California, you need to buy them. So I bought them today. And I was thinking, well, it could take care of all of my financial needs, but I have to do something good with this money. So I was thinking I'll help the Kriya Yoga school. But I don't know, money, I don't want to be attached to money, but it sure would make my life easier, give me more freedom. So I just need to like find a balance But I don't know. My sister's like, for sure, these are the winning numbers. And it's easy to go, I don't know, feel like, oh, yes, it's going to happen. But I don't know. It's fun to fantasize about it.
While you were on the
Yeah.
phone,
Yeah.
Better Guru Dev, we were talking about a T-shirt with the monkey on it pointing up and saying "Let go and let God," and we were gonna, we can have that on the school store, saving up for an ashram.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Let go and let God, I'd rather the monkey be on the t-shirt than me. His message was more important than mine.
So you know how we always talk about filling up our Kriya yoga cups? I just ordered a cup with my the Babaji picture on it, and I just got it, and they gave me the wrong cup. It says "World's Best Dad."
Oh my God!
So,
Well, Babaji could be the world's best father too, so maybe it says Babaji's joke too. His trick.
Maybe that if we have Kriya yoga cups, that could be when we get the YouTube channel gets monetized. That could be something we sell, Kriya yoga cups. So, or world's best dad, Babaji.
Yeah, the world's best father. Yeah, that's a good idea. But I think our message is pure here, and we don't need to monetize it too much,
No.
Like, if we build it, they will come. That was kind of the message from Babaji. So, hopefully next year we find those empty Kriya Yoga cups to fill. But if not, still moving, no matter what happens.
Yeah, I like the message of free healing, because I was thinking like even like my artwork, that's like free healing, because that like makes people feel good. It can bring, what can we all bring that helps people? I think we all have something to offer.
So. Yeah, maybe anybody who's watching this, get us to 50 subscribers so we can live stream on there.
Yeah, I just signed up because I saw it. I was watching class and you'd mentioned it in class, and I meant to do it already, but I had forgotten about it. But I have subscribed now. What are we up to?
It was like 15 or 16 people.
And I also recommended it to one of my friends. Yeah, we can, recommend our, if you have any good friends that like watch chat or anything, to say, hey, sign up to this channel also.
Yeah.
I think starting tomorrow, I'll start uploading those 9x16 pictures that Brian sent me. So that way start getting us some subscribers. Yeah, so, and then starting the new year, we have enough photos to last us the whole year without making any new, so we're good. Thank you, Brian, for all your hard work on those beautiful pictures. So, yeah, hopefully when people see those pictures, they'll enjoy them and like it and click on it. And they want, sign up for the Kriya Yoga School, free 7-day trial. No pressure, If it resonates with you, come on by. We would love to have you. If it doesn't, it's all good too. Just join the free Satsang.
Yeah.
And this weekend, yeah, that's a way better energy. Because I noticed, like, I was talking to my brother, and he said this word, I forget what it's called, grind something. I forget. I don't know what it's called. But anyway, the energy out there in the business world is like, sign up for $1, then 2 days later, they'll charge you $50. So they're always got these, you see with StreamYard and all these, they always got these, put your credit card in and upsells. Yeah, they're always trying to upsell you. So I want to go the opposite direction. I don't want to upsell anybody. Just if this message resonates with you, come on by. You know, that's it. You know,
Yeah.
if it doesn't,
Like
it's
the
all it's not. Go ahead.
like the general the marketing strategy is like, okay, let's find the pain points. Why you feel bad? And
Yeah.
True.
let's utilize those pain points. Let's take advantage of why you feel bad and really try to trigger you in our ad of, oh man, I feel bad. I feel limited. I feel, I need this, So basically they're targeting your ego.
Mhm.
But I think what we want to do is
True.
target someone's higher self. And maybe
Right.
someone will see that and be like, oh yeah, I kind of resonate with that, and it's free to join. Maybe I'll just check it out. And then, when they, experience it, maybe they experience something profound, and then that's what keeps them. So I think that's a more godly sort of way to, divine way to do like marketing. It's not a forceful energy. It's like, we just want to inspire you. And if someone is inspired, that can lead them, to this, because many people are out there like genuinely trying to find direction in their life from different things. And maybe this is like the spark that they needed of like inspiration. And so I feel like the energy of that is so much different. And even like, I told you yesterday, I clicked on like the Kriya Yoga link, and then it had like I think what Chad made of the guy talking about you don't need to fly anywhere or whatever. And just the energy of that was sort of like what you're talking about like in the grind, like, oh,
Yeah.
how you have this pain here. You think you have to spend all this money, but no, you just spend this money with us. And the energy is
I didn't
kind
like.
of in
Yeah.
that.
I think we should change the voice on that. I don't like
Yeah,
it.
the voice is also like business, and it's like this is not a
Yeah.
business focus. And if you think it's a business focus, you
Yeah.
don't understand Kriya Yoga or any sort of traditional sort of yoga, because it's not about that, So yeah,
So I
Yeah.
have a
Eventually,
question
I
for
got
you.
to change it. Yeah. Go ahead.
So how? Okay. So just more people start following the path of Kriya Yoga. How does the world look to you? How do you envision it? How do you think it would change the world if more people got on the path of Kriya Yoga? I mean, how do you envision it? How would it look to you?
I mean, it'd be a more harmonious, peaceful world. You wouldn't hurting somebody to get some money wouldn't resonate with you. You would just live in peace and harmony and be wake up with a smile on your face and be happy. So I think it could uplift the world, but it's a war zone out there, like there are a lot of people attached to materialism, and it's their own job to wake up and come to the realization that that doesn't serve them anymore. So just Kriya Yoga could help a lot of people, but they have to come to that realization. All I could do is put it in front of them, and they make the decision whether that's for them or not. So it could uplift the world, but the world has to be ready to be uplifted. If you're attached to the lower frequency vibrations, then you're not ready for the higher frequency vibrations. You have to
Yeah.
overcome the lower chakras to reach the higher chakras, if you know what I'm saying. It's no lightning path like, boom, heart chakra now. You kind of got to go up, you got to cross those mountains of the lower. So they have to want to make the effort. And Kriya Yoga has to resonate with you. Like, I'm biased. I resonate with Kriya Yoga a lot, but I don't want to cram it down somebody's throat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It has
They
to be
have to
gentle.
want to make the effort, right? I'd rather be smooth and soothing than harsh. So it's true. Like you want to speak to somebody's higher self. You don't want to speak to their ego. And when we started the school, I started watching videos, and they always said that you got to highlight the pain points. That's how you sell your school. Pain points, pain points. And I was like, I don't care about no pain points. I care about uplifting the higher self, So like
right.
that's I agree with Brian. That was and now it's more freeing because I don't have like that money-based ego attachment. Like it's more like, yeah, that resonates with me. Higher self. We speak to people's higher self. We're not trying to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge or sell you something you don't need just so I could buy a new boat or car or whatever. We're trying to make you the best person you can be and uplift your higher self. So that is the best payment. But
And I think we shouldn't hold our breath in the world changing into a Kriya Yoga paradise.
true.
We should just do the work.
Yeah.
Because if
Yeah,
that
I think I
happened,
have
I
to.
think it wouldn't even be this world. It would be like, we would
Yeah.
like move up a certain conscious level. Maybe we'd move to a lower, mid form of the astral plane or something. But I have no idea. But I think we just deal with, like Veda Gurudev says, it's a war zone, and I don't expect that to change. But I do have focus in myself, to change, and that's all we can really change, right? And like
Yeah.
just be like a beacon of light to the world. And then, a lot of people aren't going to choose, even if you have the perfect message, they're not going to choose you because you're targeting their ego, right? And they're like, no, I want to stay in this ego. So, and that's fine. So I think we shouldn't look at, external, because then we're probably never going to be happy
Yeah.
because,
I'm just gonna
yeah,
focus on improving myself, and maybe that would inspire people. So
yeah.
True.
And so like, and I think when you like refine yourself to have that energy, probably the people you connect with is much less, but the ones you do connect with is much more profound. Right. So it's not about pleasing, the world or trying to want the world to come to your level or whatever. It's just like, yeah, refining your energy so you connect with the highest form, that you're a beacon of light, and just to have no expectations and let it flow. Yeah. So because a lot of people, they're concerned about how they look in society and their reputation, and I gotta make everyone happy and blah blah blah. But if you just like wanna tell the truth and want to be free and want to be connected to God, then it's much more simple. And yeah, for me anyways.
yeah, I know
Along
it's
the
hard in this.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say along the lines of the raising of the consciousness and stuff. And I know you're aware of like the yugas, Beta Guru Dev. So, from my understanding, like our position in the galaxy is also like causing like our consciousness to like it's like a more energetic position closer to the central sun, and that is what is like also in the ages of light and darkness, the dark ages. Imagine like how horrible it was to live, and like like I feel we are on a progression of evolution. So do you think the our position in the galaxy, just like winter and summer, we're closer to the sun at one point, do you think that is also helping to increase our consciousness?
I mean, if you really wanted to increase your consciousness, I would just do the inner work. The position of the sun or the moon or anything is kind of almost like candy. It's something you really can't control. So I would just, what did my guru used to say? He said, no matter what yuga it is, we still do the inner work. So, like, it doesn't matter what season or what position the sun is in. You just do the inner work and let the snowflake fall where it's supposed to fall. Like, once you start attaching to external stuff as as a guide for you, then it kind of misguides you. You kind of guide yourself. You kind of save yourself. You do the inner work. You do the practices that uplift you, and you kind of just watch the world on a stage as it plays out. Like, okay, it's winter. Cool. Do the same work. It's summer. I do the same work. The sun is this far away from the earth. I do the same work. The moon is this way. I do the same work. So no matter what happens, your samadhi or your sadhana becomes unshakable because you kind of you're not guided by external things. You guided by your soul, your internal. So that's kind of what I would say.
I think a analogy is like you're fixating on the different structures of your jail cell. Like, oh, this one's a little bit
mm.
wider. I could like have more space to do activities in this one. Oh, this one's more comfortable. This one has a sofa in it, so like I can stretch out more. Like I can do more in this jail cell. And so like instead of
Yeah.
focusing on the walls and the furniture and everything in your jail cell, how about you just focus on getting out of it?
I understand
Yeah,
what you're
just
saying, but my
uh, uh,
question is, you've got
Oh,
these,
come on.
um,
Get
you
out of
got
it.
this Swami Sri Yukteswar who's highly respected. Why are they teaching us all this stuff about the yugas? Like, what's the point then if we're not even to think about that as being a possible influence or whatever?
I
I'm
think they're all
interested
trying to
in,
inspire you though. They're
yeah.
trying to inspire you to the work, you know?
Mhm.
yeah. So like it's a good way to, how could I say, like no matter what the yuga is, it doesn't shape who you are. You're in control. You're not in control of any yuga. So it's almost like watching the movie. Like you can't control the movie's ending. It happens the way it happens. The same way with the yuga. So if you attach yourself to the yuga, then you're gonna be guided by the yuga. So you kind of want to say, I look at yugas the same way I watch Chad's video. Like sun over there, sun over here, two suns. Cool, okay. So like you kind of, how could I say, you're not really attached to the story. You're attached to doing your inner work. And as long as you do your inner work, these things are kind of campfire stories. Like what you get is really, it kind of doesn't matter, in my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong. Also,
But if you read those books and all you're focusing on is the yoga and stuff like that, then you're not getting out what you should be because they're trying to inspire you. You know, they're trying to make you look at a higher thing. And for some people, like it's like this information is necessary to some point just because maybe it gives your ego some sort of grounding of where you are and what you're doing. And maybe if you didn't have any grounding, maybe it's hard to figure out what you should be doing. But at some point, you need to drop the intellectual, mental ideology of place and circumstance and stuff like that. At some point, at some level, you get a threshold where none of it matters. So it's like you can learn about the history of the world, but your final lesson is to let it go, let everything go, let everything
mm.
you learned go, and just feel like that. That's the lesson that you get, because at that point, nothing matters. If you are enlightened and you feel the love of God and you feel connected to all things, none of it matters anymore. So I think these are just like getting you comfortable to receive the higher message, and the higher message is the one that's important.
So Curtis has a good thought. He says at the temple they taught that Earth is one of the easiest planets to become spiritually enlightened and escape samsara on, even easier than a higher evolved heavenly planets, apparently.
Yeah, probably true. Like, I mean, in my case, I would say I was sent here to do the work. It's a war zone on this planet, but if you could overcome, I think, you know, my guru used to say, in a cave and in the forest, no one's doing the real work because it's easy to not be distracted because there are no distractions there. But if you could master meditation in the city of New Delhi and with all the chaos and traffic, then you've achieved mastery. Or in New York in Times Square or wherever. So it's a good opportunity to face your samskaras and your vasanas head on. like in this earth plane, you know, like, okay, this is where I'm at. This is what it is. Let's get to work, you know, like these are the mountains I need to climb. I'm ready to climb some mountains, you know. These are the samskaras, the vasanas, the karma, the ego I need to burn. Burn it up, you know. Yeah, there you go in the fire. Burn it up.
Yeah.
Burn it up, you know? Like you're kind of processing the negative energy into positive light energy, you know, like you're kind of uplifting yourself. You're kind of making space for more light in your body and taking out the darkness and replacing it with light, you know, and more divinity and your higher self. So I would look at your samskaras and your vasanas as like an opportunity to be the best yogi you could be. But they say every day is a test as a yogi, so like every day I wake up like I know it's coming. Let's see what they got for me today. There's going to be some obstacles to overcome. I just put a smile on my face. Let's get to work, you know. Some days are better than other days, you know. Just keep on going. Like Patanjali says in the Yoga Sutras, the line to God is not a straight line, it's a zigzag. You fall off the path, dust yourself off. Man, that was crazy. Okay, let's keep moving. keep moving, and see where it takes you.
Yeah, and that is I think a lot of people, and me including, we see duality as a negative thing. But actually, it's a beautiful thing because the duality, and especially how the duality plays out in this world, where one day it could seem like you're living a different life because it's so much different. You know, you could have like an absolutely horrible day. The next day you could have a profound day. It could be a perfect day. And you could have people in some place of the world it not recognizable from another place of the world. You know, it's just a complete opposite polarity of energy and everything. And so I feel that duality, that is the beauty of the duality because it helps you have different perspectives and it helps you see deeper that they're all false, right? But if you only are taught one thing or you're doing one thing and you have one conditioning, it doesn't leave much space for God to come into through that dogma, you know, because you're not open-minded. You know, you're not focused on the present moment. You're focused on, you know, your very strict conditioning. So I feel like this world, especially in its current manifestation, is very helpful for us to rid all forms of conditioning if we really have that intention. So I think that's the beauty of the duality that plays out here.
True. Well said, Brian.
I don't know if you saw the comment, but Vanessa's here too. Hi,
Namaste,
Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Vanessa,
And yesterday or the day before, Curtis joined our school. So
Nice.
thank you, Curtis, for being a member of the Kriya Yoga School.
right on.
So every Saturday we do a live class, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we would click on the StreamYard link and we could see your beautiful face on the screen. Or if you want to stay, not come on the screen, just click on the YouTube link.
Yeah, I was watching it on my way to sadhana that day. I just had the phone, you know, there, and just I was able to hear yoga while I drove to more yoga. Yoga on top of yoga.
Yoga.
You live and breathe yoga, Paul.
Yoga all day.
Not as much as Veda Guru Dev.
Oh, way more than me. I'm still attached to the world of somewhat, you know. I still have my daily activity.
So does I just saw this. Does saying Om Namah Shivaya open up all your chakras? Is that something if you chant it'll open up everything? Like,
Depends who you ask. Om Namah Shivaya is more a direct phone line to Shiva, you know. So it's more like a pure consciousness awareness than like a chakra awareness. Let's say it like that. So I would say the bija mantras we have in our school are way more powerful than Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya is kind of like a general mula mantra to Shiva that everybody says. These more bija mantras for the chakras are more specialized and more powerful, opening up like the sound syllables to open up your chakras. So you in India, depending where you're at, they have different deities, but when you pass somebody in the street, they would say Om Namah Shivaya, and you go Om Namah Shivaya. So it's almost like a universal kind of greeting, like Shiva is the greatest, like Shiva is the highest, something like that. So as far as opening up your chakras, I mean, maybe it's better than nothing, but I would say the bija mantras and the element mantras and the deity mantras that we have are super powerful, like in my opinion. But it could work, I don't want to
Yeah, I still do
judge
the
any.
deities. I still do the deities for the elements, and I'll do like one pass with the deities because I feel like I'm asking the deities, can you please help me to clear this elemental energy? And so I'm connecting to Prithvi and Vayu. I'm connected to Agni
Mm,
and all these different elementals, and I feel like there's some connection there, and I feel like some clearing. And then after I do that, I just do the bija, and yeah, it seems pretty pretty powerful and pretty. I think the focus is specific on that particular chakra. That's why it's more powerful. So like Om
yeah.
Namah Shivaya is like the general energy for all, but it's not as specific to each chakra. So I think when you have each specific focus on each chakra, like we do with the bijas, it's more powerful, for that, yeah, to cultivate um, specifically that God energy to the chakras. Yeah, so
Could
Um,
you open up all the chakras by doing asanas? And what if somebody opened up all their chakras and they weren't ready for it? How could you deal with that energy? I don't know.
Um. Yeah. Well, the asanas kind of work in conjunction with the chakras. So like that's why like when we do the asanas in our class, I say like focus on the heart chakra. Different asanas focus the you focus your awareness on different parts. You open up your heart chakra and the full wheel pose. You open up your sacral chakra in the serpent pose. Like the shoulder stand, you open up your throat chakra, your visuddhi. So like they kind of work in in conjunction with the chakras. So like you're opening up them, and you kind of, when you get in a relaxed, comfortable state doing these asanas, you kind of start adding techniques. Like you would use K-Cherry Mudra, right? And they kind of open themselves up. Let's say it like that. When you're relaxed and in a comfortable state, they kind of open themselves up. It gives them a chance to express themselves, right? So it's almost like when you're doing the full wheel pose or the half wheel pose, your heart chakra cannot not be open. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's chance to shine, if you know what I'm saying. So that's why I would say it. But do they open up? Do the asanas open up the chakras? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I would say so. It all kind of stacks on top of each other, right? So once you breathe into it, you open your Susimna Nadi, then everything kind of takes care of itself. So when I do asanas, I kind of surrender to the asana, and it takes me where it needs to take me. So I kind of get out of my way when I'm doing asanas.
I think
I'd
the
like to
problem you're referencing, Veronica, is like when people are only doing yoga and they're just superficially
Yeah,
doing it, but then they wake up Kundalini or something. So
yeah.
in my experience, you can. It seems like when you do the asanas, they do open up the chakras, but pretty much just the lower chakras. In my experience, like the sacral chakra, I definitely feel it opening up when I do this, honest, but I don't feel higher chakras much from that. But if you open up the lower chakras, that's going to flow more energy to the higher chakras. So I think that's where the maybe the mental or emotional crisis could come for that person if they're not ready for that. If they're focusing on yoga as a superficial thing, but then that's very powerfully opening up lower chakras to feed into higher chakras. And in those higher chakras, they have a lot of ego and a lot of attachment and a lot of things that they're not ready to let go of yet. So I think that's probably what happens with some of these people is when they're just too superficially doing it, and then they don't realize that, oh, yoga is actually a divine a thing. It's not just a physical exercise that we're getting, and then they can't. And then sometimes they're not ready for that. And then also, if they're not doing the practices like we're doing, like they're not doing the bija mantras to clear out the chakras, then there's also going to be a lot of interaction with your energy body that's going to probably trigger your ego. So I feel like that they're not clearing properly when they just go about that. They're just clearing the lower chakras. So, in my opinion.
I wanted to ask you, Brian, when you're doing your bija mantra, are you just focusing on the color, or are you thinking, what are you thinking as you focus on each different chakra and saying the seed sound?
Yeah, I'm focusing on the element, and the color just comes along with that. I don't focus on the color itself, but it just goes along with the element, right? So, um, yeah, I guess so. So I do like Prithvi, the goddess of earth, and I just focus on the earth. Like the mountain meditation is a good focus for that one. So yeah, I'll focus on earth or a mountain or something like that when I focus on Prithvi. Um, and then the next one is water, Varuna, and then I'll focus on like the ocean or something, and that has kind of like a blue color or something. But I'll just focus on the element, right? And then I'll focus on Agni, and then I'll focus on the fire, and then I'll focus on the heart, which is more like the wind, right? So I'll focus on the freeing energy of the wind and basically a thought energy or whatever you want to call that, the wind energy. And then yeah, the throat consciousness of expression. I'll focus on that, and then yeah, that's like the elemental gods where I would stop there, and then I would go back to do the bijas, and then it just kind of sticks with me, the element. I'm just imagining the element as I do the bijas, like up and down. So, and then when I get to the third eye, I'm not imagining anything because it's just I don't know. It's like it's like everything is formed there. That's why the elements only go to a certain level, right? And when I get up to the third eye and the crown, then I'm not thinking anything. It's just like, if you had to think anything, I guess it'd be just white light. It'd be, nothing in particular. So, yeah.
Yeah, when I get to third eye, I do try to envision the indigo color, and I think about third eye, but um, I also think of the sound, and I think that's like is I am, and I think of the I am presence of
Yeah.
the higher self. So
Yeah. Yeah. When I do those top ones, I lose my, I guess, like lower focuses, and it's kind of like I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Sometimes I like forget, am I doing bijas or what am I doing now? Because I'm too engraved in the energy. And so sometimes my ego's like, oh, what are you doing? Why did you stop? You're supposed to keep
Mhm.
doing the bijas. And I'm just like, in
You feel
meditation,
too good.
Yeah, so sometimes it just like uplifts you so much, you like go into that state. And yeah, I think for my experience, it's like just embrace that, you don't have to like follow the routine exactly every time, if it like pushes you up to that state, just like feel like embrace that feeling and just keep going. So, but yeah, that's sometimes an obstacle. My ego kind of sometimes like drags me back down. Like, no, don't feel that. You need to do it correct, something like that. And which is ironic because that's the state you want to get at. That's what you're trying to get at in meditation, right? Is that ultimate, pre-samadhi or whatever you want to call it. So,
I've actually like caught myself like um I stopped. I like completely stop. I'm doing the bija and like a stray thought will like come into my head, and I'll start following it, and then
Yeah.
I'll be like, oh my God, I've completely stopped, and then I have to start over. But
Yeah,
I'll,
that's the other type of stop. Yeah, man. Yeah, happens to everyone. Yeah, me too. I'll just have to, okay, that's when you have to get the routine. Like that's when you have to come back to the routine, right?
yeah,
So if you're above it, then you just let it flow. But if you're like below it, then you have to come back, right? Like, okay, I need to keep going in this routine. Yeah, so I think it's yeah, depending on if you're above it or below it. Yeah.
Namaste, Curtis. Welcome to the
Namaste.
Kriya Yoga School.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah, no problem. Our pleasure. Thank you for becoming a member of the Kriya Yoga School.
Absolutely.
So
Glad
do,
to be here.
if you have any questions, feel free. We'd love to hear anything you have to say.
I've got a question for Curtis.
Okay.
I think it was explained to me that you had come from like the Hare Krishnas or something. Is that correct?
So I've been on a bit of a spiritual evolutionary path for the past 2 years, and I was really just scratching the surface on Vedanta in general. And I didn't really know that I actually ended up preferring Advaita Vedanta, as my experience of reality had just suited that worldview more. But I did live at the Krishna temple in Atlanta for about 6 weeks and I learned a lot. It really does teach you God consciousness, especially when you're out on the street chanting. It just allows you to really detach and focus on bhakti in a way that it's just so easy. Um, but yeah, I did that, and it's just I don't believe that we're separate from God. And that particular Gadaya Vaishnavism is, I think it's either Vishista Advaita, which is qualified dualism, or just straight up Dvaita. They didn't really talk about it in terms of that, but it just ended up not being for me, so I left on good terms.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious about your experience, and that was
Yeah.
very interesting.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, I think you can take what you learned there and implement it in your own
Absolutely.
style naturally, which is how it should be done, like not dogmatic, and all of that. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's really
Yes.
all we can do. And I've been in different focuses too, where it wasn't working, and even if I couldn't take much of it, it's an experience. And
Mm,
even if nothing worked out, you know what not to do, right? So
right.
so yeah, you just keep moving. And yeah, so I was fortunate enough to find this focus. And yeah, I like Vedic Dev in the school here because it's really free and open. It's not dogmatic. You can think however you want to think, and
Yeah.
just implement it in your own style. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it's under the Kriya Yoga bracket. It's not like Tantra or something, but other than that, it's pretty open to your interpretation and yeah, how you want to implement it. So,
Yeah. They didn't really go too deep on before I joined the actual like daily practices, but they don't even really believe in using the body at all for the mind. They don't believe in just doing straight up meditations. It's basically a lot of japa. Obviously, we did, I think, a
Mm.
little over 16,000. It was 16 rounds of the Hare Krishna
mm,
mantra, and every day. But that's not really just straight up meditation where you're trying to reach the God within yourself. That's not the same thing. So they don't believe in doing that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
that's interesting
Yeah,
because
everyone
like,
has their own path, I believe.
yeah,
So
for sure.
Oh,
But I mean, because I've been, before I was chanting a lot in various mantras. Oh, hello.
Hi,
hello,
Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue.
Oh, it's
No, that's all good. I was just so Curtis was talking about how they were just continually chanting Hare Krishna, right? So, and I was just gonna compare about how I mean, that's like a very important part of bhakti, right? But I like, this focus because, Veda Guru Dev is not saying you must, you must chant Krishna, you must,
Yeah.
you need to only chant Babaji. Whatever, it's open and free, and whatever you resonate with is what you do, and however long you want to do it is what you do, and whatever. But that was an important step for me because I was in chanting in general. Uh, and I'm connected to like Ganesha and Lakshmi and some others, but that was an important step for me because it released the part of ego that is too derived in my mental philosophy, basically. Because I feel like your mental philosophy can really diminish your spirituality if you take it too seriously. And you're thinking too much about how you're doing it, how you're expressing, how you're connecting to God instead of actually connecting to God. And so
This is one of the
when
things
you
I've
just
been it's really
yeah,
discernment.
yeah, yeah, for sure. When you don't think about it, you have a gut reaction. Usually that gut
Mhm.
reaction is usually correct, right? When the first thing we guess on a test is usually right. If we second guess ourselves, it's often not correct, right? So like that's the thing. Like when you have a direct connection, we're just continually chanting and chanting and chanting. That's what you get. That's what you cultivate. In my experience, if you're able to surrender to it and let go, because there's no mental energy going into that. It's all just bhakti. It's all just intention of I want to connect to God. I want to connect to God, and that's why it's so powerful. Yeah, so I feel like that sort of like dispelled or was like a was like a remedy for my excessive thinking and focus on mental philosophy. So which is good at some level, but at some level you have to let it go because it limits you and it keeps you in the sort of isolation consciousness. So
Nice.
Yeah, and here at the Kriya Yoga School, we don't talk about the techniques. We're Kriya, which means action. We're action yogis. We show you the techniques, and if they resonate with you, put them in your toolbox. If not, it's okay. But these are the techniques we do. In our classroom, we have all kinds of asanas, pranayamas, meditations, bhakti, everything you should need. But if they resonate with you, put them in your toolbox. If not, find out what resonates the best with you. That's what I say. So we don't have like a one size fits all. I don't know where you are in your spiritual path, so figure out which ones work best for you and uplift you, and those would be the best techniques. So,
Awesome. Yeah,
and
definitely.
if
I
you
haven't I've been busy at work lately, but yeah, I haven't started the beginner module yet, but I've been planning on it tomorrow.
Yeah, you could start with the beginner module. I mean, this would be a 40-second class. So in each class is a PDF you could download. So you could just, if you want to kind of go through it fast without watching the whole hour class, you could just download the PDF, say, I like this technique. Let me go back and watch the class, or let me go to the next class. So we have numerous techniques, numerous satsangs, numerous yagnas. So hopefully something helps uplift you. And we have this satsang where you could talk to like-minded Kriya yogis and share your experience, because people in the daily life don't really understand the spiritual path. So it's good to talk to people who understand what you're going through, because they went through it themselves.
Hmm. I had a question about the fire ceremonies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is one of the things we could ask to burn off is like intrusive thoughts?
Absolutely. You could burn anything you want. There's no
Cool.
there's no limit. Like, we don't have no rules and no guidelines. Whatever you feel like burning, that's what we burn. So all our members here, they send in whatever they want. So that we don't have no guidelines of what you can and can't burn. burn everything you want. We encourage you to burn everything you want, so you don't carry it with you no more. So in every satsang, we say, do you want to change your request?
Awesome.
You could email me and change your request, or if you want to keep it the same, I'll keep burning it till it's gone. So some people have had the same request for months, and we just keep burning it till it's gone. Burn, burn, burn. So there's no rules. You could burn whatever you want. Whatever you email me, that's what I burn. So you just you send me your name, what city you live in, and if you want public or private. And if you want private, I won't say it out in the open because some people have private things they don't want shared with other people. I'll say it internally, and if you want burn public, I say it publicly. So it's up to you. There's no rules. Whatever you need burn, you could send me a whole Santa Claus list if you want, Curtis. I'll burn it all.
I can vouch for this because I've given you a doozy of things that are very long sometimes, and you do read them out loud.
Even when you left the school, I continued to burn your problems, Vanessa.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we burn them forever till it's all gone. So no matter how long or how many problems you have, give them to me. I burn them up. I write them on a paper and I burn them in the fire. And you could see examples of the Yagna fires in the classroom.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was my really in this beginning stage of like evolution. That's my biggest issue is just understanding discernment and not letting like my own mind get in my way. Really, discernment within my mind space is like the biggest thing, and not entertaining thoughts that arise during meditation, and really sharpening my mind.
Yeah, so one of the first techniques we taught in the Kriya Yoga School is called Sudi, which is basically detach, let go. So if a thought comes in your mind, you just detach and kind of let it go. And you do this before you focus on your meditation. They call it like a cleansing or purification. So when you meditate, you can have a dynamic meditation because you don't have that mental clatter, that monkey mind coming into your mind while you're meditating. You clear out you throw away all the trash before you get in meditation. So that's one of the simplest ways we get rid of it. But we also have like more advanced techniques like Patanjali's 9 emotional release techniques, which is basically, can I let it go? Am I willing to let it go? Am I able to let it go? So once you go down these questions from Patanjali, you begin to realize that none of these thoughts that are distracting you coming into your mind serve you in the present moment. So you just kind of keep detaching and letting go until it eventually dissolves. But I agree with you in the beginning, the discernment, the mental clatter, the monkey mind is pretty powerful.
Yeah, and I think
I
a
had
key
a
for me
question
is
about.
not getting discouraged about the thoughts,
Yeah,
because
true.
if you get discouraged about it, you're like, oh, I'm not doing very good. Like, oh, I keep having these thoughts. But actually, what we should focus on is the fact that you can see that the ego is trying to get you off track. The fact that you can see it already means you're probably beyond most people. And so just like embrace that, even if it's coming in and out all the time. Like embrace that, be like, I see you, and I detach and let go. I see you, and just like be determined and be focused in your intention, and like keep that intention strong, and just keep embracing it, and eventually you're going to break through it. Your willpower is very strong if it's focused very distinctly. But like you can go in a circle if you get discouraged, like, oh, how can I do that? I can't focus. I'm not a good yogi. I'm not a good meditator. I'm a blah, blah, blah. And then you keep going around, because that's happened to me many times. But eventually it's like, oh, that's the ego too talking. So, I'm also going to ignore that energy of guilt, of whatever. And so, yeah, when you're able to do that, then you can, detach more cleanly, and then a direct path, in meditation. Yeah, from my experience.
Yeah, the moments of confrontation with these negative aspects of your mind you're trying to get rid of, you don't want to waste them. I figured that out like early. You really want to just come in contact with it and integrate and evolve from it. Basically, turn your weaknesses into your strengths. Essentially, why it's really optimal to look at them like an opportunity in the adversity that is.
And if your mind's saying a lot, it probably means you're out of your comfort zone and you're hitting the right spot. Because your ego's like, oh, I need to distract him right now. Look this way, look this way. No, over here, over here, over here. And because your ego, the last thing it wants is to be dissolved, right? And so that's what's happening. Like when you're on the target, it's going to start, because if you're immense, your mind is focused on doing something, the ego is probably not going to have much space. But if you're not doing anything and you're only in meditation, then the ego has some more power to kind of, distract you. So that's what I would just focus on, like, oh, the ego is acting up. Oh, now I know I'm exactly where I should be. I'm directly focused on you, so just blast past it instead of getting caught up in it.
The biggest thing recently that I've been integrating is, and this just goes to show like how powerful this knowledge is. It lets you see beyond the illusion, and it like really, over time you integrate it and you really go beyond it. But I've been able to tell myself, like, when you have these desires, it's not your problem that you have this, like your ego is like, oh my God, we want this thing. You're not the body. It's your body may try to convince you that you want it. But I've been telling myself, like, this is not my problem to deal with. Like, you don't want this thing. It's not going to actually bring you any happiness. And that's really been a game changer recently.
Yeah. Your higher self already has everything. So
exactly.
When you connect to that, then you let go of some of these things that you don't really need, and then it's more, you just connect to what's essential, basically.
I saw a video from Tatwale Baba, and it was from the 70s, and it was a recording. It's like the only recording of when he was talking. And this absolutely blew my mind. This was like a year and a half ago when I saw it, but he was saying everything's impermanent. So we want eternal happiness, essentially. Like, we may not know like the true spiritual essence of what we should do in life, but we know we want to be happy. So we have all these attachments. We're like, oh, I have this car, I have this house. It's so awesome. I'm so happy. It's impermanent. So if you want something that's permanent happiness, it's impossible to get it from something that's impermanent. The only thing that he's saying the only thing that's permanent is consciousness itself, is omnipresent, Purusha. So like anchoring your like essence to that is the only thing that could ever possibly give you eternal happiness. So that just completely blew my mind. I was just like, wow, and it is within us. So integrating like your perception of reality that's seated within your Atman is like what we should be working to do, is what he was explaining in a simplistic way.
Yeah, absolutely. That was profound.
Sorry, who was that that said that?
Tatwale Baba. Yeah. And it's on YouTube. There's a few and his disciple is still alive and still but he lives at a cave, and
can you
was
put
like 80
in the chat?
Yeah, I totally will. He was like 80 years old, but he looked like 30. Like, yeah.
That's the yogi with the dreadlocks, right? Long hair, right?
I can't exit out of the thing. I'll link it on the SKOOL after this.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. Because it's great. There's a lot to it's like a 15-minute video.
That just helped me remember about the Ananda Bliss meditation that we do in the SKOOL. That was one of them that I first connected with. And basically you're going to, essentially I figured out you're going to your higher self, because you're going to that state of bliss where you're finding all your happiness, all your fulfillment, everything is met. in this space, in this meditation. And so if you can find that space in you, then there's no reason to, put energy in external, because it's, ultimately an illusion. It's all you anyways. So yeah, I think that's,
It's so hard to do
what
sometimes.
he's focused on. What's that?
I said it's so hard to do sometimes. You
Yeah,
get
definitely.
so caught up in stuff, and then you remind yourself, you're like, what am I doing? But it feels so real, and yeah, it's a tough one for me sometimes.
Yeah, and then your ego is kind of like, I don't know about this meditation thing. You don't really need to do that much, right?
Yeah.
And then when you go back to do it, you're like, oh yeah, that's why you don't mean to do it, because it's gonna kill you. So yeah.
So true.
Another thing that I recently found that was extremely impactful for me was the conversation between Nishiketa and the god of death Yama. I think from the Katha Upanishad, after Nishiketa was outside of his house for 3 days, and then Yama felt very bad, so he gave him 3 boons. And his third boon, he asked for, like, he didn't want to. I just saw like a reenactment of the conversation and everything, but he didn't want to answer it at first because he was asking him the secret of death, and then he kept asking. Basically, it's pretty cool. I suggest if you haven't read into that, it's really, really powerful.
So what's the answer?
Oh, it's super. I have to watch the video, but he's basically went on to explain all like the layers of how Atman is like powering our senses, and then you have the senses, and then the mind is greater than the senses, intellect is greater than the mind, Atman is greater than the intellect, the unmanifest is greater than Atman, and then Purusha is greater than the unmanifest. And went on to explain the glowing Brahman within us is called immortal, and it was super, super intense in the reenactment I saw. I'll link that video too. It's cool. But yeah, it was. I haven't read the actual part in the Upanishad, but I just saw the reenactment. I'm sure the actual part in the Upanishad is amazing.
So basically, it's connecting you back to Shiva, source energy, and going through all those different layers.
Essentially, yes. And that's his second boon. Before he asked that, Yama ended up calling the Nichiket Agni is this like fire within us, and he was so happy with his devotee that he named this fire after Nichiketa. And it's like the immortal. It's the fire that keeps us going, essentially. I think he was explaining.
Right on.
So Vanessa, how's the job hunt? Did you find work over there?
I do have a job that I'm going to start in January, and it's casual, but I wanted it to stay casual because it's a distance job. So I want to have a little bit more control of how often I go away for work. And I've applied very reluctantly back to the hospitals here. So we'll see. It's like,
what's the atmosphere in the hospitals? Are there any like outbreaks, or are they worried about that? Or is there a threat level or anything like that?
I did a month in a hospital as a travel nurse here just recently, and I don't miss it, honestly. I think our system is failing, in my opinion, and it's busy and people are overworked and tired, and so I don't think there's any change. And there are some people that are very scared of stuff. So it's a whole different world I don't recognize anymore. Like, I don't feel like I fit into it anymore, if that makes sense. Maybe it's because I've stepped away off the hamster wheel for so many years that I'm like, I don't want to go back to that sense of life where you're worked like a dog. And
yeah,
it's so I'm trying to balance it out. I'm trying to figure it out. But I did get a job. I guess that's the end thing. In a hospital. So I'm grateful for that.
We were just talking about that type of consciousness. Vinegar Dove, right? In the grind, right? You want to grind, keep
Oh,
going, keep
it's
going.
Right.
It's like,
I used to thrive off that, and I actually, when I was like, I used to love this, and I
Yeah.
thought I loved
Yeah,
it.
the adrenaline.
Yeah, and I'm like, I was in a constant state of high cortisol, and I like just finally kind of like I feel like I've been healing all year, and to go back to that for a month, I'm like, I need out of this. I can't do this mentally,
Yeah.
and which I'm like, where do I fit into the world anymore? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out still. So
mm,
Yeah, the same for me. Like when I used to DJ, I used to love the grind. Like get on the airplane, go there, go there, go there. People, hands in the air. Now I don't. I can't even recognize it. Like
yeah,
what was what was I doing? Like this is hell. You know. Like I I,
it,
I
yeah,
like a couple weeks ago, I went to like a month ago. I went to a big concert, and I just didn't. I couldn't relate. Like I was like, I'm out of place. Like this doesn't serve me anymore.
Yeah.
This music industry craziness, like it doesn't appeal. It doesn't serve me. Like I'm like, I
yeah.
know. I know my daughter wants me to be here, and I'm trying to support her, but like, this music's terrible. You know, like what am I doing here? I'm so out of place. You know, like where can I find this quiet spot to meditate? Oh man, I'm so
Oh,
confused. Let me get out of here. You know?
no, like I thrived off the busy of the emerge. I'm like, trauma,
Yeah.
bring it on. Let's just do this. And it's like,
Right.
and I'm like, it was so mentally exhausting. And the sick people, I mean, I know, I'm like, has it always been like this? I feel like it's the
Mm.
same, but I'm like, it's shocking. Which where I'm like, when I look back at myself from years ago, I'm like, I almost don't even recognize that person. But yeah, that was so me back then. So I'm like, yeah, it's an interesting realization. And I'm like, but I'm like, I feel like the world creates this fake chaos that doesn't have to be chaotic.
True.
They keep you busy in this chaos so that you can't be where I guess we're at now, sort of thing. So definitely went through lots of feelings that month, and I'm like, nope, I'm not playing your game anymore, kind of thing. And I don't know. So
Oh, I understand completely. Me too. It doesn't resonate with me anymore. It's like, what was I doing? You know?
yeah,
Who was
and,
that guy? You know? That's not me no more. Like,
like, who was that girl that
Yeah.
loved this?
yeah, right. I used to love this. I used to, it defined my soul. Now it's just some ghost story I see in the past. Like, ah, who
Yeah.
lived this life?
yeah. And I feel that part of our life is where we're acting out most of the baggage, right? Like when
Yeah,
we're younger, when we're fresh, we don't maybe have as much, but then as we go through our childhood, more and more and more and more baggage. So
Yeah.
who we are, after we get out of childhood and, after the college years and we're in the whatever, we're in our focus and work, I feel like that's when the baggage is just kind of just stuck there. And we're like,
Mhm.
okay, this is my life. This is the real world. This is what we do. But you're just getting further into the ego and you get stuck in that. And that happened to me too. I'm just getting further in it. And then one time I just like broke. I'm just like, I'm randomly going to take off and I'm going to go to the city. I'm going to get a massage and I'm going to go get a hypnosis randomly. And I'm going to go to this spiritual lady and I'm not going to give an
mm,
F. And I'm just going to drop everything and not care about any of this, this meeting or our business or whatever. And so like I did that, and that's actually when I happened to awaken my Kundalini. And it was like it was like a greater realization that you need to step out of this baggage. This baggage isn't you. We have parts in our life where it's like, oh, I can see this, this more divine part of myself, or this more spontaneous, free flowing, loving person. But then as you get older, okay, maybe some of that I can't feel it as much now. And so that when I kind of opened that Kundalini, it's kind of like I woke up again and I was like, oh, yeah, that's not real at all. What I was trying to be,
Mhm.
what I was stuck in is not real at all. And so that completely like changed my trajectory. because like with my free will, I just got sick of it, and I like allowed that, you know, real spiritual energy to come in, you know, like of my true self. And then like yeah, once I broke out of that, I never had a boss again after that.
Mm.
So
I know I have a hard
I
time with
just
bosses.
yeah, I just I could not
You're not the
fit
boss of me.
myself into that sort of construct anymore. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So I didn't know like what do I do, but I couldn't have a boss or fit into this you know, this focus. So yeah, that was my experience. But yeah, even if you get out of that, there's still other baggage that you get through. So that's why the doing
Mm.
these practices really helps with that too. So yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, my guru said, Vedguru Dev, you collected all this junk for over 40 years. Now throw it all away and go back to zero. So he was like, none of this serves you no more. Why are you carrying all this baggage? Just go back to zero when you were a child and you were happy, just playing in the sun. Those were the good days. You're carrying around a big rock that you don't need to be carrying around no more. Throw that rock off your back and go back to zero. That's why I always say, go back to zero. Sometimes he would walk past me, go back to zero, and just walk away. Go back to zero. Go back to zero. Go back to zero. You got all this junk you collected all these years. Throw it all away. Let's get back to zero.
That's what I've been doing these last 2 months here, is just purging and going. It's taken a long time because it's like I'm in my 40s and
Yeah.
I've had a lot of stuff. And I'm like, I have too much stuff. I don't need any of this stuff. This is too much stuff. And it feels so good. Everything I keep letting go of, like, I don't need this. I'm doing my travel stuff. I realize how little I really truly need. And
Mm.
things that and sentimental value of stuff has kind of diminished, and I don't know why, but that's been the last couple of years.
You don't have
And
attachments to it anymore.
yeah, and I'm like, it's weird. I'm like, I used to be so attached to certain little things, and I'm like, and now I'm like, I look at these things going, I don't even really remember the attachment. So something's disconnected,
That's
or
good.
my brain is messed up, or this is a good thing.
Yeah.
But it's a real
Have you
thing.
had like have you by chance had like flashbacks or something where you remember something you hadn't remembered for a long time as you're purging?
No, but I remember a lot of things just in general. I go through, I guess, maybe flashbacks. Like going back to the hospital, I had lots of flashbacks of my old life. And it was a bit disturbing, just things I'm like, just what a strange, weird life I lived before. And it was I mean, it served me well. It fed my family and paid for our house and stuff, right? But
Mhm.
that's where I met my husband and stuff. So it's kind of like, but just didn't even recognize it.
Mm.
But flashbacks, I wouldn't say so. But I do get caught up in my ego a lot lately, just because I'm trying to integrate myself back into society slowly. And then you kind of get wrapped up in people's stuff. And I feel like I
Mm.
can't people as well as I used to be able to people. And I used to thrive being surrounded with people. And now I have to really pick and choose who I hang out with. And I've never had to do that before. So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, that ego energy, the happiness you get from that is very like limited and inauthentic, right? Like how can I show off like how great I am? And
yeah,
oh, you're great too, and you're great too. Oh, okay, we're
Yeah.
all great. Look at all of our egos together. We're amazing.
yeah.
But then that only takes you like so high at some point you're like, nah, that's fake,
And it's
you know?
exhausting.
Yeah, it's exactly to keep up the game, you know? So like
Yeah.
that's like when you see yourself for real and you feel like the real godly sort of energy of happiness of
Mm,
uh Ananda, I guess you'd say, right? The Ananda bliss or whatever, like that's the real happiness. And so once you feel the real
True.
happiness, you don't want to go back to this fake game anymore.
I
It's like,
know.
oh, I was just, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So okay, it's that it's not me because I'm like that's exactly how I feel. Where I'm like
Yeah.
it's so much, and I feel like I only have so many hours in a day. And I only have so much energy, and I'm like, I still have to just pick and choose where I'm putting that energy. And I'm learning to say no better and not hanging out or doing things I don't really want to do. And I'm
Mm.
like, it's
Yeah.
okay. You can actually say no because you're an adult.
Yeah, you have to tell yourself sometimes, right? Yeah. But if it's exhausting, that's because it's leaching your energy, you know? It's like
Yeah.
you're taking that divine source and you're just like you're leaching it out of your body. Like, here, have it. Even though I don't want to give you this, I don't want to like channel my energy for this. I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep doing it. But like when you actually channel it in the right way, it just keeps circulating and you get more and more and more. You know,
Mhm.
it's like it keeps building off of it when you like feel that real happiness and that real godly bliss. It's like, oh, there, and then your ego stops to like have control over you, because first when I felt like this presence of God, I was like, I'm not worthy. What is this? Why are you connecting with me? I'm just this little soul who I didn't do anything. I'm not special. Something like that. Like that was my energy, you know.
Yeah.
But the more I got it, the more I was like, oh yeah, I'm part of this, and like embracing this, and this is like my higher self, and this is me. And then the energy is just like circulating more, and you're like accepting it, you know, like, oh yeah,
Mhm.
I am part of this, I am part of the collective consciousness, you know. And then that just keeps building and building and building. And yeah, for me, that's kind of how it happened. Had more, you know, times when I'm randomly crying and things like that. Just different like God inspirations of in myself that I'll feel. And yeah, it's really really cleansing. I can feel that like the weight off my shoulders is much less. Yeah. So
Yeah. The last few months, I've like, I guess I've been putting myself around people also that remind me to not take life so seriously, and
yeah,
trying to remember how to laugh and have fun, because I think
yeah,
everything was so serious and so depressing this year. I'm like, so it's been a good reminder just to let loose and remember why, like, have fun down here. Like, it doesn't all have to be so much. So that's been my, yeah. So yeah, no, that's been good. Can I share with you something I've never done, and I did it on Sunday on the full moon, was a cold plunge in our lake in
Mm.
cool.
Canada, and it was fucking
Oh man.
cold. And I
Mm.
walked right in, went up right up to my neck, and I was in there for
Mm.
2.5 minutes, and it was freezing outside. Like, there's snow and stuff, but it was pretty wild. I've never experienced anything like that in my life, and I never thought I could do that. So it was, and I kept telling myself, "No, you're going to be okay. You're okay, Vanessa. You're okay, Vanessa. You're going to be fine." I had kept saying that, and it was just like, yeah. Anyway, if you haven't done it, you should try it. The ice plunges.
Well, I'm proud of you, Vanessa.
Thank you.
When I went to the Himalayan mountains, I told a story before on the Satsang that when I got to Satupan Lake, which is the abode of Babaji, like this is like same elevation as Mount Everest base camp. So it was freezing cold, right?
Mhm.
So I'm easing into the lake like okay. Okay. And I felt this invisible kick on my chest. I'd say it was Babaji, and he just like, get in there. You've
Yeah.
been walking up this mountain. Just get
So,
in. And I just fell in over my head, and I was like, all right, I'm already in, Jai Babaji, And it just, once you surrendered to the coldness of it, it became enjoyable. After that day, I would swim in the lake. It was a great time. It was like summer in the Himalayan mountains. So I understand. Like you once you overcome your mind, just that initial 10 seconds of cold, then it's okay.
it's
But you got
okay.
to
You go through these weird stages, and the breathing really helps. Breathing was a
yeah,
huge thing, and
yeah, absolutely.
reminding myself, like, you're going to be okay, and telling you, like, you're not dying. It's cold. And then you start, like, it's warm, or it's, I don't know, and just, it's like, I almost felt like my mind was outside my body, trying to talk to my body and just
Yeah.
say, you're good, and you're safe, you're good, you're around people, and it was really just, it was cold. And then when you get out, it didn't even feel cold, because I mean,
Yeah, it was.
I was like, I feel like my body's on fire right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a mosquito got in here and it's been like molesting me for the last 3 days, you know? Have you ever had one of those? You're like sleeping
Yeah.
and you hear,
Oh yeah.
I finally got it. It's a smear on my bathroom mirror right
Good
now.
job.
Um, but that brings me to the question of like spirituality and like lower life forms. I know there's like some monks that sweep the insects away. They don't want to kill one, and like our eating habits as far as like eating animals, is it, is that ethically, correct? You know how they have
You
the
should have put it in a jar, actually, Paul, and taken it outside.
yeah.
Mhm.
I do
You're
that with like
liberating the
lobsters and
mosquito.
stuff.
You're
But,
not killing it. Okay.
but yeah, are
At the
any of you
temple, they would.
vegetarians, or like, what do you think about eating animals?
I mean, I would say don't be a food Nazi. Just do what's best for you. Like, there are a lot of, like Ayurveda and like, there are a lot of guidelines, but just do what uplifts you and makes your soul feel good. That's what I would say. They have what's called ahimsa in yoga, which is nonviolence. So these yogis try not to kill any sentinel being or any plant. So it just depends what resonates most with you. That's what I would say. Like, I wouldn't go by any other buddy's guidelines. I would create your own guidelines. If it makes you feel bad, then maybe you shouldn't have did it. But if it's okay for you and resonates with your soul, I would do it. So I wouldn't try to put any rules or restrictions because we're all on different levels on the spiritual path. So if eating meat makes you feel good, why not? Do what makes you feel good. Do what helps uplift your body the best. That would be the best practice. I always
I'll
say,
tell you
like,
like what got me really sad. Like I was on a bus and like I saw this, like this was in another country, a third world country, and they were transporting pigs, and they were all like in this cage, like with no room. And I know pigs are so intelligent, like a dog almost. And I was just like thinking about how horrible that was, like how
Oh,
they're
yeah.
treated and stuff. But yeah, so I think
But
like
if you focus on they're going to be liberated soon, it's better, you know, because I was in that vegan focus for a long time, and it's like it destroys your soul because you're too in this guilt sort of consciousness, and you can't get out of it,
mm,
you know. And it's not good for your soul. So if you're seeing it as it is it's just an experience, and for them, thankfully, it's a short experience, and they are soon to be liberated onto a new life. And it's the circle of life, and we're all connected. And if you focus on that, it's much more conducive, I think, and seeing that. But if you're focused on, oh, this is horrible, the world is horrible, everything's cruel, it really consumes you. And I speak from
Mhm.
experience for like being a vegan for like over 5 years. It was just, yeah, it really like hurt my, it like elevated my ego because if you're too focused on this energy, it's actually making your ego stronger. Like because you're saying this shouldn't be. How could
Yeah.
this be? How could God do this? How blah blah blah? And so you're blaming things and you're not just looking at yourself and like, yeah, I'm just gonna be a good person. That's all I can control. It's more about like judging other things outside of you, and then that can be addicting, you know. It's like this
Mhm.
shouldn't be how this is, this shouldn't be like this, it should be like this. And if you have to judge everything, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of energy that you're expelling to do that, and that it's almost completely consumed if your entire life is about that. So yeah, for that was my experience with that. It is bad, but you just have to look at like the positive. Like this is just the circle of life, you know. Many humans have horrible lives as well, but the duality is what teaches us. You know, if it's not in one life, it will teach us the next life, and we just build upon it. And, you know, just focus on the macro of why we're in this. You know, and it's all the best reasons of why we're here is to learn and transcend it, and we can't transcend it if we're attached to it. So yeah, that's the
Mhm.
thing. Like if you're going to detach from it, you need to accept it. You know, like this is just how it is. This is their way to move in this wheel of samsara right now, and this is my way. This is their way, and this is all of our ways. And that's really we're seeing us. We were once animals. We were once plants. We were once in their spot, and we transcended that, so they can too. We're just looking at a different part of the cycle, and so we have to accept all of the cycle as it is. We can't just accept one part if we're going to transcend it. Like I accept the animal level, the plant level, this consciousness level, this low consciousness human level, this higher consciousness human level, this deity level. Like you'd just accept everything, and that's how you, I think, can transcend it.
Good point.
And it's true, you can get stuck in those thoughts that become addicting, where you're trying to save or stop something. And I can relate to that just from my experience the last few years, being really caught up in stuff and just looking at the world and shock, and it does become almost a form of addiction, that basically you get so consumed in those areas that it does suck the life out of you, and it's only hurting you in the long run.
Yeah, it's just everyone. That's basically the only problem we ever have, is just some form of ego addiction. Like we see addictions as like, oh, you're an alcoholic, or you're addicted to this drug, but everyone has an addiction, pretty much.
It all in the end is a big dopamine addiction, and it could be anything, shopping or negative thoughts or OCD.
Yeah.
It's all quite amazing what our brains are capable of getting stuck into.
Yeah, and I feel like you have so much energy left. Like I've been working a lot, but I'm doing what I want to do. You know, I'm trying to create my own business, and I'm just like, God, please power me through this. I'm doing this to connect to you. I want to have a job where I connect with you all the time. I want to be able to feel that presence all throughout my life, and that's my intention. And so that energy is carrying me through. Like I was like, up to like 3:30 a.m. just going, and then got up like at 7 a.m. and going. And eventually I conked out like last night, but early. But it's like I have way more energy than I should, because I'm not wasting my energy on focusing on these lower things, like, oh, the world should be better, whatever. I'm just focusing on what I'm doing, and I'm just, everything else is a part of me anyway, so all I can do to affect the world is uplift
giving
myself.
you energy, then it's obviously on the right path of something that's good for you, if it doesn't drain you, and it's just
exactly.
you.
Veda Guru Dev, you say Babaji put a battery in your back. And I feel like that, like, exactly. It's like, how am I doing this? Like, I'm not that healthy. Why am I have so much energy? I have way more energy than my wife. She's way healthier than me. What's going on? Why? I don't get it. So it's unexplainable. Yeah.
Yeah, this Monday, Babaji put a battery in my back. I made 3 meditation classes. The Divine Mountain meditation, the Rainbow Bridge meditation, and the Ocean of Bliss meditation. I was just like, I'm going to put the camera up here. The hardest one was the Ocean of Bliss, because I try to emulate me floating on the ocean. But yeah, it didn't matter how many takes it took. I mean, I don't know, it took like 10 takes, but like, I just had that battery in my back, like, oh, it's Christmas? We're going to give the Kriya Yoga School members for Christmas 3 new meditations, and I just kept going at it. And so, yeah, they're in the classroom now, and they're in advanced, and I'll put the links in there. So, Merry Christmas, some cool meditations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So how has everybody else been? I haven't talked to you guys in a while.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we've been great, just moving on. Couple weeks ago, Chad left Kriya Yoga School, so keep moving,
Yeah.
Yeah, so my daughter's out of town on a trip, and I'm babysitting a dog. She does this dog sitting thing. There's an app called Rover, and So now I got the pleasure. She asked me if I could do it for her.
Oh,
Uh,
it's not even her dog.
no, she makes money like $30 a
I
day.
see.
Dog sit, but it's a cute little dog, so I don't mind doing it. But she's also going to give me the money. Um, she'll be back to do like the tail end of it, but she'll get split whatever days I did. So I'm
Oh,
done.
that's awesome.
But it's a cute little dog, and I'd like to have a dog, but there are a lot of responsibilities. So this is kind of like where I can have a little time with the dog too, because
Yeah,
they give a lot of love and stuff. So
they do. But
It's
no,
not-
there are a lot of responsibility. I only had a dog when I had children living at home because you're already in that mode of stuff. But now that I'm like, have no kids at home and I've got no pets, it's kind of, it's free.
So we were talking about thoughts. I don't know if sometimes I feel like something's listening to my thoughts. Is that because we're just all connected, or is that like source? And like we were talking about obtrusive thoughts, and like when I had a negative thought the other day, like I did all this, I helped this person out, and they didn't even say thank you, and then I like felt all this like vibration in my head. This is kind of like something was telling me to stop thinking that way. I don't know, is that like, I don't know, like I'm observing my thoughts, but is it normal to like feel like something's listening to you?
Yeah, kind of. Because Crystal Ball posted in our community a funny meme where it's like, I saw that and it was like Babaji, it's like always kind of watching. So if you kind of have that kind of perception, it's kind of funny because if Babaji's watching you, you might not eat that donut, or you might not get a pizza. So like, yeah, that's kind of okay, but I wouldn't attach to that even either. I would just keep going, like do your inner work and just whatever happens, let it guide you and just ride the wave as best as you can. And what was the second part of the question?
Like our thoughts are the only thing that's real. Is that like, are we all our thoughts are just all connected?
I mean, I don't know if I thought.
Or consciousness?
Yeah, consciousness, like what Curtis said, Perusia, like the self is what they would say. Brahma is the realest thing. The yogis would say, like your higher self is the realest thing. Everything else is kind of Maya delusion. So like, if you're focused on your inner self, your Perusia, yourself, or your soul, then that would be the only thing that's real. Like these thoughts, they kind of say they're like clouds passing around the mountain. But if you are the Perusia mountain, these thoughts don't affect you. Like whatever they are, like there's snow, their wind, there's sunshine on the mountain, but they don't affect the mountain. The mountain always stays stable, divinely anchored in the Perusia, like the higher self. So no matter what thoughts you have, you just kind of detach and let them go.
Yeah,
you don't acknowledge them. You don't let them affect you. You look at them kind of like clouds passing in the sky. And when you really self-observe yourself, you realize these thoughts don't really serve you in the present moment. Like in the beginning, I used to think like, oh, look what Kim Kardashian's wearing to the Grammys. And then I'll be like, how does that serve me? That's her. That's just trash. So detach, let go. Detach, let go. Oh, P. Diddy has 100 million bottles of baby oil. Why does he have so much baby oil? I don't know. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. Like, where's Joe Biden? Who knows?
Yeah,
what are these drones over New Jersey? What are they? They don't know. How can they not know? I don't know. Yeah. So you start like detaching, letting go. Like like. How can they not go? We pay them tax money, so they know. How did they don't know?
Yeah, it's getting easier. Like the negative thoughts, it's just like I can drop them easier.
Yeah, you just detach, let go. Doesn't serve me in the present moment. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. Detach, let go. You just get your popcorn and watch the movie. Like, look at those lights over New Jersey. Who knew? You know, like
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. How that's gonna help me do my inner work, but it's good popcorn for the movie. You know. You
Also,
know.
like, here's a weird question. Like, when we forget things, or like, where do those thoughts go? Where did things, like, when we forget something, where is it going? I don't know if that's even a question, but I don't know.
Well, no, that's a good question. Maybe it just
Where,
goes nowhere, or
yeah,
maybe
I
it's
don't know.
maybe it's not. I don't
Dissolve
know.
All our
into the
They just
thoughts,
dissolve.
everything is connected. I think our
or it was
thoughts, we
repressed,
Yeah.
are.
but whatever.
I don't know. That's why I feel like you can have the same thought as someone in the same room. You say the same thing at the same time, because I think we're all actually just that connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think when we're doing the practice, we are dissolving those things, and but I don't know, how can I say? Because when you're stuck in your ego, you might think you forgot something, but actually you didn't forget it. It's in your
Yeah.
subconscious somewhere, and you just
Mhm.
repressed it, right?
Mhm.
But
Mm.
when you're actually doing the work, you actually are dissolving it, and so maybe you might remember it, but you have no attachment to it, so you might just not think of it because it's
I
not
don't need it. I'm
necessary to
letting
think
it
of it.
go.
Yeah, exactly. So it might like pass by your mind, but you're not fixating on it. You're like, whatever, just keep moving. So I feel like that's my experience. And then what was I gonna say? You said like you're having like a separation, like I feel like
I,
someone's watching me, right?
yeah, I feel like
Or
I'm having these thoughts, but I feel like something's listening in on me. I don't know.
like
That sounds.
Santa Claus or something's out
I
there like
don't know.
judging you.
There are
He sees
Like,
you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake.
He,
So
he sees when you're naughty or nice.
yeah.
yeah, you don't want to be on the
I don't know
naughty
if anybody
list.
else feels like something's listening to them.
But I think that's
I think
that
something
just
is
means like
actually listening to
you're
us
seeing
sometimes.
beyond your I don't know. There's separation between your ego and other forms of your higher self or whatever you want to say with that. But I think when people are too enmeshed in ego, I think they don't even have two sides. They're just like I am that and I'm great, and their ego is so
Mm.
strong like there's not even two different sides because they're not thinking twice about anything because they're so in their ego. And then when you're a little bit out of that, you have two sides. But then when you're deep in meditation, you have no side, you have no thoughts. So I feel like
Yeah.
those are like the different levels that you go through, and I think most of us are probably at that level where we're like having two thoughts, and we feel like something's viewing us. But if you feel like something's viewing it, I feel like that's like your connection to your higher self, or your
Mm,
divinity, or your deity that you're connected to, or something like that. So I don't
yeah,
think that's a
maybe.
negative thing. Just like keep embracing that, and then like usually I think thoughts that are like not not definite and not confident and not absolute are like ego. They basically come from indecision, worry, anxiousness, things like that, fear. Like they all radiate from those emotions, right? So I
Yeah.
feel like most thoughts are are side effects of those negative emotions that we hold on to. But you can get divine inspiration that's like a thought, but it has a different energy about it. There's no indecision in it. It's just like you should do this. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm gonna do it. And there's like nothing else. But with like a normal ego thought, it's like, I don't know, maybe you should do this, but that might not be a bad idea. But maybe we should do this.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then it just keeps going in a circle. So that's like the different energy. And so like we connect with God and he's got to go through all these different layers, right? So that's why I feel like when we like connect with God and we have this divine inspiration, it's very definite and there's no question about it whatsoever. So when I feel like I'm getting a message from God, that's what I feel. I don't feel like any indecision. I don't feel I have no questioning of it. I just accept it. And it's profound. It's like a feeling more than a thought, I guess I would say. So
Hey, so
Yeah.
Curtis, where are you located, and do you do anything else over there, like go to a studio or taking any classes or anything?
Oh, I'm in Northwest Georgia in a
Oh,
little town called Hiram. And no, there's no real spiritual places. Like the temple was in Atlanta
hmm.
where I was, and that place was really cool because there's no other place like it to where you could just go live like that. So that was really cool. It just wasn't for me.
So what brought you to Georgia?
Oh, I'm from here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm from Florida originally, Miami.
Oh, nice.
It's not too
Nice,
far
nice.
from here.
Cool. My
So
sister
can I
lives in
ask, like,
Florida.
sorry, can I ask, like, why do you feel that wasn't for you, that focus of what you were learning in Atlanta? Like, what specifically was you didn't feel right about?
Well, I'll go over like the least important to like most important because it's like multiple. Um,
Sure.
I saw they were like the nicest guys there. Like they were the coolest dudes I ever met. I really didn't want to leave, but I just did not. I understood that it wasn't for me. Um, I saw like how devoted they were, and it was like unreal, especially when we're doing Bajan and they're just on the Radunga going nuts. Like it was really really intense, and it was amazing. Um, the sleep that they had us, we would go to sleep at 10, wake up at 3:45, and then you would get an hour nap at 11 o'clock, right? So that was that. You get like 7 hours if you're lucky, right? Sometimes you go to sleep at 11 because you have a lot of dishes to do or whatever. When you're a bhakta, you're doing a lot of dishes because you're not initiated yet. But you're doing Krishna's dishes though, so it's good. And it's good. It's good for bhakti. Very, very good. Just like you're cleaning Krishna's bathroom, cleaning Krishna's floor. Very good.
Yeah.
Very humbling. But yeah, where was I? Secondly, there was not they didn't want to be attractive, so they did not eat a lot of protein. And I'm a bigger dude. I used to play football, but there's just like barely any protein. All of these guys were more skinny, and they enjoyed it. They could handle it, and it's the best food ever. The best food ever. Better than my mom's food. I'm almost ashamed of saying it, but it's like the best food ever. And I cooked in the kitchen a little bit. Just not enough protein. So
What
after
was the
like a
food?
month,
What is the
we
food
didn't eat
consist of?
beans. It was like all the most amazing vegetarian, um, not vegan, vegetarian, like all the most amazing stuff. Sweets too. Like we ate enough. There just wasn't enough protein. And it's like I would eat a bunch of food and I would still feel like not full. And after a month, I just was like,
Like
"What's up?"
traditional Indian cuisine, right?
Yes, prasad. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I love
Yeah,
it.
all we eat is prasad, and that is offered to all we ate, not in anymore. All
Right.
we ate was prasad, which is offered first to Krishna, and it's
Sure.
purifying. But
Yeah.
yeah, just not enough protein, and it left me really, really lethargic.
Right.
But that combined with I don't believe we're separate from God, and I didn't know about the teachings of Advaita Vedanta. I didn't know the label behind it and what to
Right.
research. But I viewed reality this way through experience. But it was a necessary little growth process for me to go learn and go figure out, this isn't quite for me. But it taught me God consciousness, which is extremely important for bhakti, I believe. And it's helped me a ridiculous amount. The first Harinam we went on, which is where we go chant in public, and we have traditional instruments and all that, and a guy with a radunga, and he's got a mic, singing enough and everything, and they were amazing musicians. Like we had really really good singers and everything. But yeah, that first one made me just really realize like there's no real what we call like there's a spiritual world and then there's this world. I don't. It just kind of like there's not really a division between the two in reality. It's kind of an illusion.
Right.
That was the biggest
Yeah.
realization.
Right on.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
and I think it's just so basically it's like some of the dogmatic sort of conditioned thinking that they had didn't quite fit, right? And even
Yeah,
with
they don't.
sorry, I was just gonna say even with the food, like Indian genetics of an Indian person is much different than a Western a person. You know, from Europe, from USA, or you know, from any other countries, is much different than Asian genetics. And so
Yes.
the some of the things they teach, and I've just learned this with my own personal experience because I've, you know, been through like health challenges and stuff, and still am, and went to, you know, Ayurvedic practitioners. And it's only my recent realization that you can apply some general things about what they teach in these traditional Indian teachings, but the specific food choices do not always align with you. You know, they have the different body types. You know, they have kapha, they have vata, they have pitta, right? The fire energy.
Mm.
And so, you know, I went to different practitioners that said, okay, this is what you should be eating, whatever. And I just had my own realization within the past couple months of like, no, this is not right. You know, like it was not balancing to my body. You just said there, like you couldn't feel full, right? It just wasn't enough
Yeah.
protein. And I feel like we need to, and Paul asked about meat before too. I feel like we have to know our body, know ourselves, and
Mm.
embrace ourselves. And just because this tradition says you need to eat vegetarian, you need to do this, you need to know yourself more than you know a dogma. You know, the dogma maybe can give you some hints on what you should do, but like you're only going to know it through your own body. And
Mhm.
for me, since I have a health challenge, I pretty much was forced to know what works with my body, because if I find something that doesn't work with my body, it's very obvious and it's painful. It hurts. So
Yeah.
I have to like learn, you know, I have no choice but to learn. So
Mm.
that's been my realization, you know, like they want you to have like ghee or clarified butter. That gives me like acid reflux if I have that. That doesn't work.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
they don't want you to have much dairy because that limits the release of toxins, right? But for my condition of having like a form of IBS, if I don't have dairy, it actually makes my GI tract more inflamed, and dairy actually calms it down. And so like I had to like figure this out because they were like going really extreme with me. You have to do soups all the time. It's got to be everything's got to be hot. Like you know, we gotta increase this flow and everything. And so yeah, I had to realize my own balance, and I took some things from it, like you're saying, you know, take some things that can work for you, but overall, like you're gonna know with your own experience, you know, eventually like what's right. And yeah, through a lot of pain, I had to figure that out. Like, yeah, I just have to do what works for me. So, yeah.
An interesting thought that came to me was how different our diets would be if we had to kill our own food. Because I could not really kill a cow or a pig, I don't think. I think I can do a chicken and I can do fish, and that's what I primarily eat. So I
Yeah,
think it would be a
yeah.
different world if we had to kill our own food and, eat it. And
That aligns with what
really,
I'm eating though, yeah. Yeah, like I'm mainly like seafood, and fish works best with my body actually. Yeah, but I need that protein, but if I have that, it works pretty well. And you know, sometimes duck, sometimes chicken, rarely pig or beef or something, but sometimes. So yeah,
you know,
that aligns with me, and you know, that's kind of like the Japanese diet, and they're generally pretty healthy, right? You know, having seafood and fish a lot. So yeah. But,
and I tend to eat the smaller fish like mackerel and sardines. I like those. Also, I've heard like the larger fish that live a long lifetime collect a lot of mercury and stuff like that from,
yeah, that
from
could be.
pollution in
Yeah.
the ocean. So I like to eat the small fish.
Mm, yeah.
You
I
guys
mean,
are
in
just
general,
making me
like
really
you don't have
hungry
to
right now.
overindulge yourself if you do what's that? Sorry.
I see you're making me really hungry right now.
Oh, it's the same as last time, right?
I know.
Yeah.
We should make
That's
a
good. You have
potluck.
a healthy appetite. That means you're healthy. Yeah. So, yeah, that's one thing that I should say that was very good about Ayurveda when I did the Ayurvedic massage, and they did the Marma points that basically awaken your energy centers and stuff that connect to your physical body. I was all of a sudden like, whoa, I'm really hungry now. Like,
Mm.
what's going on? Like, I want to eat at all hours of the night and the day. I'm like hungry all the time. So like something needed to be like rebooted with my physical body. I don't know what, but like I didn't have any sort of appetite before. And then after that, I was like starving. So it's good to have a healthy appetite. Yeah, it's healthy.
Too bad we all didn't live a little closer. We could actually have a potluck. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Or you could just meet me and Vader Dev at the Sizzler. That'd be easier.
What?
Be like broken Antar. Wow.
This is the modern version of the comedian.
All you can eat salad bar.
Oh, so Veda,
Maybe
you
Veronica just
don't eat any
around.
meat when you go to the Sizzler?
No, but I wouldn't recommend that for everybody. That's just my personal preference.
But you do
So-
eat meat at your house sometimes? Or not?
No, not really, but I'm not like a food Nazi. Like when I was in India, it's disrespectful not to take food from people. So if someone offers me chicken, I'll eat it just as a sign of like prasad, like Curtis said, like respect, right? Like, and I always give to God first before I eat. In our school we have that food mantra where we bless our food, we give our food to God before we eat. So like, I do it in that prasad kind of tradition, but like, yeah, like when I was in India, if people offer you food and it's non-veg, you would eat it anyway, just as a sign of respect. Like, you don't want to say no. So
Right.
whatever they're offering, but my diet is mostly vegetarian, but I'm not a food Nazi either. Like if Brian bought me a steak at Sizzler, I think I would eat it. I'm an enjoyer, So
Yeah.
I when I was at Sizzler with Brian, I enjoyed myself to say the least. So so that's why.
I just
Go
have
ahead.
to step away. I got to make a phone call here, but if when I'm done and you guys are still here, I'll come back. So
Okay, yeah, we'll be here for a long time.
okay,
So
I might
take
see you
it. Take your time.
All right. Okay, nice seeing you guys.
Nice seeing
Yeah,
you.
good to see you too.
I was just gonna
So
say
I'm just
that,
curious.
just like we were talking about you need less, when you're more connected to this energy because you're not leeching energy, and I feel that would be that would also be the same thing with the diet, right? Like people who don't have their energy flowing properly, they're probably going to have more nutritional requirements, right?
Yeah.
They couldn't probably fast for 5 days and be fine. But if you're already circulating this energy in an efficient way and doing the practices and you have your chakras cleared and you don't have any, major like ego focuses that are leeching your energy, that's going to
True.
make it so you're more like independent and you're not your requirements for diet aren't as necessary. So like Veda Guru Dev, if you ate a steak, it wouldn't like change you much because your energy circulation's already good.
Yeah, it wouldn't
If you
affect.
had vegetarian, maybe another person, would maybe need more protein, but for you, you're already circulating the energy and you're already doing that, so you probably don't have as many requirements. So I feel like that's why you can't say to anyone like a diet that they should do, because only they can
Yeah.
know like the level that they're on and like
True.
what their requirements are. And I mean, like Curtis was saying, he knew like this doesn't fill me up. Like I don't feel like it's enough protein. And
Yeah.
in your own body, and only like what is appropriate for you. And so that's why we can't judge if someone's eating chicken or pork or whatever. For me individually, I can say that I probably only eat pork or beef more for my ego, and I don't need it. But what I do need is seafood and fish and stuff. I do actually need that for my body at this moment, but I'm not like attached to it. Like I'm gonna have to need this all my life or whatever. And I'm not like attached to maybe I need to be vegetarian in the future. Like, so I think like just know yourself and know what makes you feel the best. And then, everything else is kind of ego that you add in there, like Like, oh, I haven't had ice cream for a while. I should have ice cream. I want something sweet, or if you just like wait and drink water, you're probably fine. Probably not necessary. But there are some requirements that really need to be met. Yeah, so you should just know, your own level. So
And when I was in the Himalayan mountains, there were yogis that tested this. Like, they ate terrible. Like, they ate sweets, they ate everything, and they were ineffective. Like, I
yeah,
told that story of Neem Karoli Baba. Like, Ram Dass had LSD pills, and he was like, "What do you got in your hand?" He was like, "No, Baba, you can't have this. This is LSD. This will mess you up." And he was like, "Let me see it." And he took all the pills and he swallowed them all, and he just walked away unaffected. And he was like, "I just killed my Baba. Like, he's gonna die. Like, how can you take 20 LSD pills and be okay? I killed my Baba." And nothing happened. He just went back and it was unaffected by it. So there are certain yogis who have reached a certain stage of enlightenment where they're unaffected by anything. Like, like they're just in an elevated state where they could do whatever. So if you went to the Himalayan mountains and gave yogis, I don't know, a steak, they would probably eat it. But they already have that circulation. They already have that shakti, that prana is already circulating. So they're unaffected by sweets and anything. There was one yogi that loved sweets. We took him a big bag of like cakes and all kinds of stuff. He loved it. He was unaffected by it. He didn't have to go to the hospital. And that's another thing. In the Himalayan mountains, they don't have hospitals. So they basically heal themselves through these pranayama techniques, through, dhyana meditation. So they have these kriyas that they do to purify and cleanse their body. So no matter what they eat, they're good. So that's a good example. Like, you can swallow 20 LSD pills if you're on a certain vibration of enlightenment. I wouldn't recommend testing it, but if you feel you're ready, maybe take one or two and see if you need some more work. But there are certain yogis that have transcended that state where they're unaffected by
I
anything.
got a good question about that, because is that not a show of ego by him doing that, or like what was his point of doing that in front of everybody?
I mean, he didn't do it in front of everybody.
Okay.
Like, these yogis don't tell these stories. Only the disciples tell their stories. So Ram Dass told this story.
Okay.
So he didn't really do it as an ego play because it was only him and Ram Dass. And if Ram Dass didn't tell the story, no one would ever know. So it was in his book, but like, I didn't think it was an ego play with him. It was more like show you the potential. Like, if you do the inner work, you could reach a height where you can't be affected by any of this lower stuff they say can affect you. So, or maybe he just wanted to try, see what level he was on. Like, this can give me fast track to enlightenment. I want to see. Nothing, just a bunch of colored pills.
So, I don't know. The chef in me is just curious about you, Vetaguru Dev. Do you like eat hot food, or is it just like a raw food diet? Or I don't know.
A little bit of both. Like mostly raw, but like I'm not against hot food. Like, I live in Thailand, so like hot soups. With every meal they give you like a soup. Like I don't even know what you would call it, like a vegetarian kind of yellow soup, and rice.
So you eat a lot of rice and beans, or the rice and lentils?
Yeah, not too many lentils. My body doesn't agree with lentils. But when
Okay.
I went to the Himalayan mountains, they love lentils. And I was like, ugh, lentils. Pooh! Like,
Yeah. So are you able to eat milk and eggs or any kind of dairy?
Well, they say I'm lactose intolerant, but I don't know if
Oh.
I really am. They say a lot of stuff. I'm not against it. Like if you made me something with milk, I would eat it. Like I'm trying to test to see
Yeah.
if I'm above that level where I could still be affected by what they say I should be affected by. So I don't
So
know.
maybe you could like eat like a vegetable stir fry with noodles, or yeah, can you eat pasta?
Yeah, all that. I eat
Okay.
noodles like almost every day in Thailand. So that's
Okay.
impossible. Rice,
To-
noodles.
do you eat
That's like
tofu?
our
Okay.
what tofu.
Yeah, tofu.
Yeah, I do, but not too
Not too
much.
much.
Yeah, mostly vegetables and rice. But I'm not recommending that. Do what's right for your body. Like
Yeah.
no one knows how you feel in your body, so only you can integrate food that works best for you. So that's why, like in like yoga, dietary practices, Ayurveda, there's no way they can know how you feel in your body. So they're just kind of guessing. So a one size fits all approach doesn't really work, So you need to figure out what works best for you and what's the best foods that uplift you and make you feel the best and give you the best energy throughout the day. That's what I would recommend.
So, where are you getting your protein from? Since you're mainly vegetarian.
I don't know. Good question. I never really thought about it.
Dark greens you can get protein from.
He's getting enough from Babaji already.
Yeah.
So he doesn't
Yeah. Babaji gets. Yeah, I eat beans. Yeah, I eat beans.
As long as they're not. Oh yeah. No, I guess lentils are not really beans, but yeah.
Yeah, there's certain like red beans are okay. Like I mean, there's a place right in front of my house that knows what I like, so they tailor make it for me every day. So they know like. Yeah, like no lentils. Leave those lentils out. And when I was in the Himalayan mountains, they eat this thing like this curd called dal. Oh my God, that wasn't cool for me. Oh, I was like, no dal, but they ate it with every meal. So you don't want to say no dal because they give you dal and it's almost disrespectful. You're like. Ugh. I almost directly fasted because I didn't want to eat the dal. Like I was like, I know that dal's coming. Here it comes. There it is. So I kind of found ways to kind of dilute it. Like I said, I would take the roti and make like a vegetarian burrito and dap it in the dal, try to soak it up or swish it off my plate. When they weren't looking, like.
Where'd it go?
All finished.
Like a bad kid.
Pickled mango was like that for me.
Oh yeah, pickled mango. Pickled.
Turmeric.
Yeah, turmeric. Yeah, for real. Yeah, so there's certain things that work for Indians, but they don't work for you. So you kind of got to tailor make your diet what uplifts you and gets you through the day the best, right? And it's the same with your yogic practices, your sadhana. Like, what sadhana helps me get through the day and nourishes me soulfully through the day? So it's the same thing with food. Like, anybody that says who knows how you feel in your body is just lying to you. Like, only you know how you feel in your body, and only you know what uplifts you. So a one-size-fits-all, like, when you go to these ashrams, they just give the same food to everybody, and it doesn't work for everybody, like, especially somebody who's more used to a Western diet, and they're used to like a more Indian type of diet. So it's a. I mean, I guess I got it pretty much down to a science. I know what works best for me, but I won't say that works best for everybody. So
do you do like smoothies, like maybe like a mango coconut smoothie, or you've got a lot of tropical fruit where you're at?
Yeah, I have a mango tree in my yard, so
nice.
I love mangoes, coconuts for sure. Yeah, all tropical fruit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just figuring out what I'm going to have at this Annie Pernay cafe. So see what's out there.
Whatever. If you move to Thailand and you start an Annapurna cafe, then I would eat whatever you have, you know?
No,
Like it's almost like in the yogic tradition, it's like a sin if someone makes you food and you don't eat it. You know, it's like prasad, right? So you always like,
well,
okay, you know. I'm not a big tea drinker, but they always drank tea. Tea, come in here, tea. So I learned to love chai and tea and all these things because it was an overflow of
yeah.
tea. and
Do they?
and in India, it's good karma for them to help people that are walking the spiritual path. So it was hard for us to walk anywhere besides the Himalayan mountains where no one was, without people stopping us. Come in, eat, tea. You know. So we never had to
Yeah.
buy food. You know, it was always abundance of food. You know.
Yeah.
And you couldn't tell them no because they felt it was kind of disrespectful. Like, oh, my food is bad. Like, these enlightened beings don't like my food, you know. So they take it
Hard to say
personally.
no.
So, yeah. So, so I accumulated a lot of food before I got to the Himalayan mountains, and that's how I could fast for 5 days or whatever.
So Curtis, what's your profession? Are you working over there or what?
It's funny you asked that because I'm a vegetarian and we were talking about food earlier. I personally feel just a lot better being a vegetarian. I will eat eggs every now and then. They were never alive though, technically. Like chickens produce eggs just like naturally, just how cows produce milk kind of thing. So it's like they're never alive. So I don't know why that's considered meat, but I'll eat them every now and then. But I work at Waffle House because they're everywhere all over the South. You're in Florida,
Oh
I'm
man, I
sure
love Waffle
you got them
House.
down there. But I'm a cook at Waffle House, and
Oh, nice.
yeah, actually, it's my first job out of the temple when I got out, and because I had a nice job before, but I left it to go to the temple, and it was definitely worth it because I just have I make better money now, and I'm just in a better spot to where I can focus on spiritually evolving. You know, it's nice.
Cool.
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
eggs also, and so at Waffle House I'll get like 2 eggs, and I like the smothered hash browns, you know,
Mhm.
a little bit of toast, and I will like splurge and get some bacon, you know. I shouldn't be eating the pork, but as I said, every once in a while you gotta treat yourself to something you find tasty.
Yeah. That's what you. Yeah. Listen to your body.
Curtis, where do you live in Georgia?
Hiram, it's in Northwest Georgia. It's about like an hour northwest of Atlanta.
Oh, cool. My mother
Yeah.
lives in Gainesville, Georgia, which is like
Oh no,
northeast.
that
Yeah,
is so cool.
you know Gainesville, right?
Yeah.
It's like an hour and a half north of Georgia too. It's almost by South
That's
Carolina, up on that kind of tip. Yeah.
Yeah, that is so cool.
I used to, when I DJ'd, I would DJ in Atlanta, and I would always go to the Waffle House after. That's the hangout, right?
Yeah.
Wow, full circle here. Okay.
The one on
Okay.
what is it? Across from Centennial Olympic Park.
Yeah.
That one in downtown Atlanta. We went and when there was a bunch of devotees at the temple, we went when we were on Harinam, like 18 of us, and the Waffle House was so packed. And they believe that mantra is really purifying, especially for people who, the way they view people who eat meat, let's just say, is not very fond. So it's
Yeah.
they believe it benefits them to hear this purifying mantra. So we're like, we're definitely going to go in this packed Waffle House. And everyone loved us. We went in there, and it was like 2:00. But
Yeah.
we just went in there, went nuts, and everyone also went nuts. So it was really cool. We
That's
also
great,
went into
though.
the Hooters,
Wow.
which was
Oh,
equally,
yeah.
Okay.
if not more, funny. But yeah, we spread the love of God everywhere. It was really good. It's good equally to do that. If you're not a monk, everyone can do that. We talk about food. They say your consciousness transfers into the things you create, right? And with
Yeah.
food, you're consuming that. And I do get a lot of compliments on my food, so I'd like to think it's my pure consciousness getting transferred into what I'm creating.
Yes.
Yeah. A couple weeks back, we gave mantra diksha for the Babaji food mantra, and Veronica's a chef also, so she really enjoys saying the Babaji food mantra to her, purifying and giving to people. So she says it makes the food more tastier
Yeah, and
and
even
better.
people say it smells better too. It just has.
I'm gonna do that. That is
It's
so cool.
I think it's number 13 in the advanced class. Yeah, it says Babaji's food mantra. So we
I'll
always
get to
say the
that.
Babaji's food mantra. So,
Do you want to say it now, Veda Guru?
or do you want to say it over the open
If
air?
it's in advance, yeah. If it's in advance.
Oh yeah, I
All
forgot.
right, I can say it.
Yeah.
You want to say it, Veronica?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Om Cream Krum Swaha Jet Traya Jet 2 Group Traya Yamaru Traya Om Tat Sat Om Kriya Babaji Namo Om Padinam Sita Namo Om Annapurni Ye Namo. I love all the ohms in it.
So we have a classroom where it shows me, giving my food to God first, purifying it, prasad, before I eat. So yeah, it's a good class. So
So
yes.
do you say that once, or could you just say it over and over as you're cooking?
So I'll whisper it to myself over and over again, but my husband, it'll freak him out, and he's like, "What are you talking about?" So I just kind of do it to myself.
Okay.
And yeah, in the class, I think we say it 3 times before we eat our food. Then we say it after we eat our food, like kind of sealing the ritual of nourishment from the spiritual food. So yeah, and we do that with the yagna. That's why it says Om Tat Sat. Like we're starting Om Tat Sat, we're starting the holy ritual. Om Tat Sat, we're sealing the holy ritual. So we do it 3 times in the beginning and 3 times at the end. I mean, but you could modify it and do it whichever way works best for you. If you want to do one mala, by all means. If you have a time constraint, just do whatever works best for you. Just try it out. So we don't have no guidelines or rules here at the Kriya Yoga School. Do it however makes you feel the best. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
If anything, it's just good to get your intent to be in the right spot, because
right.
A lot of times we eat unconsciously, and that kind of, you're talking about how the energy is, you're consuming it, so it's changing your own energy, but also how you focus on the food when you're eating it also changes that. So like if you have like a uplifting connection with God and you're doing this mantra or whatever you want to do to focus on that intent of connecting to God, of offering the food to God in a symbolic sort of way of that energy. However you do that, if you do that, it seems like, at least in my experience, everything is digesting better. Everything is working more efficiently, because I particularly have a problem with my ego. I don't know, for whatever reason, I unconsciously eat. So if I can just say that food mantra in the beginning, or maybe a Ganesha mantra or something, it helps me to refocus my intent, and it helps me to calm down, because a lot of times when we're eating unconsciously, we're not calm. And so, all the digestive processes, they're not online like they should be. Like when you're in fight or flight, when you're in that sort of anxious sort of consciousness, you don't have any digestive power, right? So from physiology as well, that aligns. So I have noticed that as well, as probably my main benefit was saying that, or saying one of the other mantras around when I'm eating. And it just kind of like eventually when this becomes a big part of your life, you feel it all the time. You don't just feel it in meditation. It's like, I'm gonna take a I'm gonna take a trip here, and I feel this part of my meditation, or this part of God, or however you want to see it. And it's always kind of like in the back of your mind, like I have this connection with my higher self or something. So it seems like for me, like the deeper I go, the more constant is this feeling that I have of that presence with me. And then if you can carry that into eating or anything you do, like everything works better, at least in my case. So
Curtis, what you said about like going into the Waffle House and you were chanting in front of everybody, like, is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We all had
Cool.
instruments too.
Oh,
We had two people playing radungas,
oh,
and especially some of the beats they do sound super primal. A lot of them are very, very like serene and in this like very loving mood. But there's some that I like more. I'm a huge metalhead too. I play bass and guitar. I play like death metal. But some of these beats were really, really primal, really cool. And we were playing like one of those when we came in there. But yeah.
cool. But I was just thinking
was
to
thinking,
myself, like, for me, like to go with a group and like start chanting in like a public place and having people look at me funny, you know, that would be a very difficult thing for me to do. I mean, I think they enjoyed it because you had instruments and stuff, but like, you know, that's a little different. But yeah, it's just that would be
Especially when you do it with just two people, when you have less people. It's different when you have like 18 people.
yeah,
But
power
when
in
it's
numbers.
just you and someone else, y'all have to be loud. And it just lets you release. And it's just like, it kind of makes you understand, like, what are you so uptight about? Because everyone either
Yeah.
loved us or hated us. No in between, usually. But yeah, it's like the people who didn't like us, it's like, what are you so uptight about? I don't
Yeah.
get it.
And
Yeah, that's great.
when you surrender yourself to bhakti and you just let
Yeah.
it flow from your heart, how can they be mad about that? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you're really a lower frequency being. If somebody's pouring their heart out to Krishna, like Jai Krishna, right? Like,
Right.
you know, and it just shows you, like, you think you're going to the Waffle House and all these black people will be there with their cars and their rap music and all that stuff, and you go in there and say, "Hello, fellas. Y'all ready to hear some Krishna songs? Let's go. Hare Krishna," right? And it's like, and at first they're like, "What the hell is going on?" But then they're like, "Oh, this is all right. You know, I like that beat. You know, it sounds like Playboy Cardi. You know, you know, like, yeah." So, and you're like into it, and you're just going with it, right? So, I don't know how I got this bhakti CD or this superpower, but once I started getting in the bhakti, I just started going with it. And you just don't even care what other people think. You're like, we're celebrating the greatness, the divinity of Lord Krishna. You know? Sing with me, brothers, you know? So it's a beautiful thing. I wish I was there to see that. That sounds outstanding, right?
I believe in my experience, one of the reasons why we're expressing our love for God, right?
True.
Especially with instruments, you're connecting. Oops, my phone fell. You're connecting with the pure creative force of the reality itself,
True.
which is consciousness itself. You really just enter a pure flow state because you're connecting with that, and it's very that inspiration. I believe that's why sannyasis, they wear orange, because to be able to renounce your life and everything like that.
True.
In Hermeticism, you have color correspondences to the elements. So red, it would be fire, and yellow would be air. And it's intellect. Fire is the passion, whereas air is the intellect. And you have to have this knowledge to obtain this passion for devotion of God. So when you combine these two elements, you get orange. So I believe this is like, you have a lot of symbolism in the traditions and everything. I really think that, because the mood, whether you're a Vaishnava or whatever spiritual path you're on, it is a mood of inspiration. You're looking for this inspiration and creativity, where you see the beauty in everything, even in the most horrific aspects of reality. It is still the mercy of God.
True. Absolutely.
Mm.
Yeah, my guru was a sannyasi, so I understand. He's like, always orange.
Yeah.
Orange, always, you know?
Yep.
I was like, what color should I buy, Baba? He was like, you already know it's orange over here. Everything orange.
But you wore orange when you were with them?
No, I wore
I-
white because I'm more of a Sadik. But when he wore all orange because he's a Brahmacharya, Sannyasi, Swami, you know, all of the above yogi. So he wore all orange. I was more on the Sadik path, like a pure white color.
What would the Hare Krishna guys wear?
Oh, they would, if you were planning on getting married, you were white. But if you were gonna stay brahmachari, you were orange. But I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure you have to initiate before they give you saffron robes or saffron dhoti
Okay.
Yeah.
and everything. But yeah. I have a kind of out there question. This is a multi-part question. For Veda Guru Dev. Would you say the core of our consciousness, like all of these questions essentially are powered by this self-inquiry that is driving the connection to like, who am I truly, right?
Mm.
Would you say essentially Brahman consciousness itself is splitting itself into the illusion of duality and separation in order so that it can experience itself and experience all of the potentials within reality that it is? Because why would it split itself into duality? And the next part after this relates to what we were talking about with how instruments allow us to enter flow state, but I'll let you answer this first part.
Yeah, so they would say Brahma is oneness. Like, I am Brahma and Brahma is me. So it's oneness. So to say Brahma separates itself in duality to experience itself, that's an interesting concept. I never really thought about it that way. But I would say in my perception, it's more the non-dualist omnipresence approach. Like, I am one with Brahma and Brahma is one with me. Like, God is inside me as me. So it's like less of the dualist approach, more the oneness approach. Like that's the way I was taught. Like the how would they say this in yoga? The Atman, how would they say this? Jiva is becoming Shiva, which means like you're making the transition from normal person Jiva to Shiva, which is more pure consciousness, more Brahma. So more oneness than dualism. So I would say it that way. To once you achieve oneness, would you want to go back to dualism? I don't know. That's an interesting question. Like, and would Brahma want to not be one with you? He would want to experience himself from a dualist perspective.
My 2 cents is as far as like what I was explained about, and Liz, did you watch Liz's thing? She had another thing about God and like how God was created and what it did. But yes, I believe God did fraction off like a percentage of itself to full, you know, as you said, to like experience itself, because it could not, as being one, find out anything about itself. It had to have like a mirror to look back at. So that's just my take on it. But
I mean, if Brahma wants to experience himself through me, through dualism, I think he's knocking on the wrong door. But I'm sure there are a lot of people that will give him that dualism. So it could be, you know, but I mean, these are interesting concepts, but I kind of just do the inner work. Like if Brahma wants to experience dualism through me to experience himself, then come on. If he wants to experience omnipresence and oneness, then I'm okay with that too. So whatever job Brahma has for me or Shiva, I accept it wholeheartedly. So, and I don't really think about it too much or contemplate it. I just go with it.
Yeah, I'm getting nothing from that too. Like, I have no idea. I think when we try to comprehend this from an ego standpoint, it's impossible because
True.
we just cannot connect with that level. And so maybe we're not supposed to understand it. And that's what I sometimes I have to like bring myself to because I was always trying to figure out everything with my mind. And then something just told me that's not the answer. The mind's not the answer. And then I'm like, oh, okay. And then I don't know, I just feel less motivation to understand it at a mental level because I'm feeling it more, you know, and feeling and experiencing is more than philosophizing, thinking, and analyzing it, you know, and so that's kind of how I uh, how my path has gone, anyways. So like, because before I was trying to, you know, I was focused on like the soul trap sort of ideology and stuff like that, but then something was telling me like you need to actually do work. You need to do spiritual work, which is what you're doing too, Curtis. You need to do spiritual work to open up to God. And it doesn't, and so your mind's not going to have these questions anymore when you're just feeling and experiencing the love of God. You don't care, you know. It's like whatever it is, I'm feeling the grace of God. I'm like, I'm in bliss right now. Why I need to care about anything? So like that helped me let go of a lot of those things. But yeah, I have those exact same questions before. And I can say after doing those practices, I have less of an answer now, but I feel good. I feel better that I have no answer. Before, I would not accept that I didn't have an answer. I'd be like, oh, I got to figure it out. Well, how is this? How can I figure this? You know, and I wouldn't let it go. And I'm just like, I don't understand it. I accept that I don't understand it because I'm feeling the results of my progress of connecting to God, and I trust that God will take me wherever I need to go. You know, and you could say your higher self or however you want to frame that, but that's where I am with my experience. So
In yoga, they would say a God defined is a God confined. So what Brahma is thinking, who knows? You know, I can't put Brahma in a box. Like, that's too beyond my comprehension. Like, I can't even define anything. He's on a different plane of existence where I can't even comprehend. So that when my guru told me that saying, it's kind of summed it up. A God defined is a God confined. You know, so
I agree. And I feel like when we try to find answers, that is our ego blocking us. And in a way, we're really just breaking down these mental walls that are not actually there. And it's really an expansion of consciousness. But the context in which I approach this, I do try to stay out of my own way, if you will, and not look for answers. But the context is really from Shiva and Shakti, understanding they're always essentially they are one. But so why do we have the distinction? And in a way, I look at it like you cannot take the sound away from a guitar. And in a way, the instrument of what we're experiencing is veiled. So an instrument does have a form, right? But Shiva is formless, he's unmanifest, just how a guitar contains all the sounds possible within it, whereas Shakti would be the sound of the guitar, and you can't really take one away from the other. So this is kind of the context in which I have a platform of self-inquiry of like the most basic fundamental mechanics of reality and why did we have these external forms? Why do we give them these forms, sort of thing, when it is an illusion, essentially?
well, it's kind of the feminine and the masculine balancing itself. Like the alchemy is like how could I put this? The right side is Shiva, the left side, you know, Pingala is Shiva. Ida, the left side, is Shakti. So they kind of balance each other out. So it's like the alchemy of the dance of the cosmos with Shiva and Shakti kind of balancing them out. The masculine energy with the feminine energy kind of balancing the two. Like my guru used to say, like I used to have mantra diksha for all male deities, and he was like, "Where's the Devi energy? Where's the Shakti? You know, from the feminine?" And I realized like I can't have Shiva, Ganesh, and Krishna and not Vishnu, Narayana. I need to have Lakshmi. I need to have Saraswati, and I need to balance them out. So it's kind of the delicate dance, the balance of the cosmos, Shiva and Shakti. You can't have too much Shiva and not enough Shakti. They kind of got to balance each other out, you know? You got to have just the right amount of feminine energy as male energy. Too much male energy is not balanced. You need to kind of balance the two.
What helped me to understand it was to view it like polarity, like how there is a negative and a positive polarity on a battery. And
True.
both are necessary for energy to flow, like actual energy to a circuit to be created. So it is, in reality, they are one essentially to create all of this energy as the universe, what we're perceiving.
So like Shiva is how I understand it is the unexpressed potential of all consciousness. And the Shakti is the expressed form of this consciousness. So they are the same thing, basically, in the end.
Like Shiva being the
right?
canvas.
Yeah, exactly. And then the color, the painting, everything being the Shakti. Yeah. So yeah, that's how I see it. That's how I experience it. That's how I feel it, as well. And yeah, when I had my so when I was trying to figure out, because I'm not from a background of, okay, I'm going to worship deities. That was very against what I would believe before. And so to that was a big ego barrier to even do for me. And I was, authentically, genuinely like asking God, like, what is Shiva? Like, what is this? And I was having, some difficult health challenge, and in my experience, God often comes to you when you are vulnerable and when you are genuine, when you're weak, and that happened to me. Um, I was asking, like, what is Shiva? Because before that, I had a Babaji experience, and I was asking myself, but Babaji is like the avatar of Shiva, and Shiva is everything. And so, how can I be talking to the everything? Like, how is that possible? Like, my mind is like just questioning God. Like, how can I can't explain this? So, anyways, after that was kind of in the ether, of me questioning this, and then I had this health issue that I was worried about. It kind of opened me up, and it was just like a normal day, and I went to the mall, and all of a sudden, like at the mall, they have this like play area, this bouncy castle for kids, and it says Shiva, whatever. It's spelled differently, but it says Shiva. I was like, oh yeah, Shiva. I've been thinking about Shiva. Anyways, so I go past that, and I enter the mall, and once we got to the food cart, I can't explain it, but all of a sudden I felt Shiva. I felt like I was everything, and everything was me. And I saw I saw a middle-aged man, and I said, that's my son. And I saw like whatever, I saw everyone. I was like, that's my son, that I'm connected to all of this. And I felt like I was Shiva for like a moment in time, and I like couldn't handle that. Like I like went to the public bathroom and started like crying in the stall. I couldn't like compose myself. It was like too much, you know. And so like
Wow.
yeah, my answer is like, yeah, like in that experience, like Shiva is all connected, God, everything that's manifested, everything that's Shiva. So we can like separate it and say this is Shiva, and then this is the expressed form of Shiva, and that's Shakti. But ultimately, it's all Shiva, So that was like my answer. Like, don't overanalyze it. Like Shiva is the all consciousness of all things, and that's kind of for a brief moment like what I felt like. It was kind of like what you would imagine God would feel. Like, this is my son, I'm connected to you, we're all connected together. So yeah.
Yeah, and in yoga they would say what you said too, the polarity, which is the plus, the solar, which is Pingala, the right side, and the negative, the lunar, which is Ida, the left side, and they kind of balance each other. So they look at it that way too, the plus and minus of the alchemy of the left and right side, the polarity, like what you said, yeah. So I
Yeah, and
was, and they say Shiva and Shakti meet on your crown. So it's like up here, ding, you know. So they merge on the crown chakra
yeah.
or the
So like for
eyebrow
me, when
chakra.
I'm when I'm like connecting to Lakshmi, the female energy, it's like a different energy, but I feel at the very end it connects to the same thing, you know.
True.
So like, but since we're in this form, this very isolated ego form, it's very helpful to connect to different parts of God, different parts of your higher self, or how you want to see that. So I too felt like in the beginning, like Veda Guru Dev said, like I felt I needed a female deity because I needed to express that female energy more that I feel was suppressed.
Mm.
And so then I had I went to a Hindu temple where I live, and I really connected with Lakshmi and really connected with Ganesh as well. But it was like the two poles. It's like Ganesh is like for me like the really strong, grounded, compassionate, fearless male energy that was
Mm.
the ultimate support of grounding, basically. And then you had the divine feminine of Lakshmi, which is like the infinitely, abundantly understanding feminine energy, like the ultimate divine mother. And then so I had these two sides, and I was kind of like, yeah, this is what I need. This is why, I was drawn towards these particular deities. And there's no right or wrong answer with that. Um, and then, I was eventually also drawn to Durga. My sort of energy is like a fire energy, but also air energy. And I can get to a point where I'm too passive and not embracing that fire energy. And Durga is like the ultimate expression of that. Fighting evil, basically, dissolving the ego, fighting demons, or however you want to see it. And that was, a part of my energy that I needed to embrace. And so, I connected with Durga as a higher form of myself in that as well. So I feel like we connect with these different forms of God, and that can help awaken, that inside of us, what we have repressed, or what we don't want to, what our ego wants to hold back from ourselves. So, like, when Veda Guru Dev was like, yeah, here's Ganesha and Lakshmi and Babaji and Mataji and Hanuman, and it's like all these different gods, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Like, these are all parts of me, and like, for a while there, I was like doing mantras until like I couldn't speak anymore. Like my voice was hoarse because I wanted to like connect to all these different forms. And then I kind of had to calm down a bit and refine it to what I have now. But yeah, that's like how we can, or how I could like connect with those different parts of Shakti and Shiva, or however you want to frame that.
Did you already get to the second part of your question, Curtis? Or did I miss it?
Oh yeah, no,
That was a while back.
Okay.
Here's-
Yeah.
who is the player of this instrument in the example? If the instrument is being veiled, one of the things actually that relates to this, I used to write a lot of really, really intense music, and Veda Guru Dev, you might have a little bit of relation. Some DJ like EDM. Did you play like EDM stuff?
I'm more hip hop, but I have
Okay.
relationships with EDM DJs. What is his name?
That, no, I was saying that music's intense, right? So, but I was
Yeah.
writing a lot of death metal, which is like really, really fast, intense stuff. One of the things I figured out And this relates to the creative, why we enter flow state is because we're engaging with this creation, the force of creation within us. We're engaging with it, and it's pure creation, right? One of the things that actually allows you to connect even more with it, and it would create this like visceral reaction in your brain when you write things to the point where it transcends the instrument you are playing on, and the sounds that you're creating, you cannot tell what the instrument is being played on. It's literally a manifested state of your pure flow state, essentially. And a lot of this, like what Mozart wrote, the music that he wrote, I remember learning about one piece he wrote. You could flip it backwards, invert it, and completely like do it like a 360-degree, and it could be played any way, and it would still line up and harmonize with each other. So he's literally creating stuff that transcends, and in a way that Brahman, or the emanation of everything, is veiling. That's why we have the veil of Maya. That's why we give form things that have no form. If Shiva in this way is this veiled instrument of Brahman, the canvas for all the unmanifested sounds that is reality, and Shakti is the sound, who is this player really? How do we further ask ourselves this? How do we come in contact with this?
So I would say in my intuition, the player is Shiva. Shiva is more the orchestrator, and he is harmonizing and synchronizing the divine sound of the cosmos, you know? So like when you say any mantra, you always start with Om, right? Like Om kind of opens the universe, right? To the possibilities. And then once you say Om, you say Om Namah Shivaya, which would direct phone number to Shiva, or all the mantras like Om Kriya Babaji Nam Om, you're calling Babaji. So like Shiva would be the player, the symphony conductor of the universe in my perception, and he would guide the symphony of the universe with his stick, you know, his magic wand, you know. So that's why, like in our school, we have these bija mantras, these sound syllables, which basically open up your chakras. Like you're tapping into the sound of the chakra, right? Which is powerful. So like when you say mantra japa or bhakti or bhajans, you're tapping into that divine sound syllable that speaks to whichever deity you're calling. So I mean, this is an interesting question, but in my perception, I would say if there is a conductor of the symphony of the cosmos, I would say Shiva, but Brahma obviously plays a part, and you know Vishnu plays a part. So you know they have the trident, which is the three: Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, right? So they all kind of combined and do their part, right? They all have their function, and then they all kind of harmonize the universe, I would say. But this is a question beyond my comprehension. I'm trying to make the most sense of it as possible, but like, yeah. So that would be my intuition that I would say.
I think maybe the question can change from how does it work to how can I connect to it.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. You know.
Yeah.
And how you connect to it is through bhajans, bhakti, bhava, you know, mantra japa, this type of stuff.
And
So
once you connect to it, does it really matter? Understanding that if you're experiencing it. Like,
yeah, that's a higher question. It doesn't really matter. You're just enjoying the moment, you know, like you're in the present moment, just sunbathing in the grace of God. That's the way I would say. So if you're calling Krishna, you would be sunbathing in the grace of Krishna, or, you know, like sunbathing in the grace of Brahma, sunbathing in the grace of Shiva, or sunbathing in the grace of Lakshmi.
I was just thinking before, when we're young, you know, kids, they just randomly do things. It's just totally random. They just, oh, I'm gonna do this now. Like, okay, well, and like I feel like that can help us realize about God more than anything, because it's completely spontaneous. It's not pinned down by any sort of mental activity. It's just completely free. So when we ask like these deep questions, like why would the ultimate consciousness go back and be far away from itself?
Mm.
Why? Well, it doesn't matter why. It just did it. Just like a kid, he just does something, and he just has no reason why he does it. He just flows into it. Flow here, flow there, flow there. This is me, this is God. So I feel like it's just the dance of Shiva, and however Shiva dances, it's just how he dances, and there's no like explaining it away. And when we explain it away, I think it sort of diminishes it.
Right.
Like it's sort of like the ego wants to understand it, so it's trying to like frame it in some way. It's trying to like confine it in some way. But if you just say like, I can't understand it, and then I think it's more freeing. Like, I have no idea how Shiva's doing this dance, but he's doing it,
True.
and I love it, and I'm gonna I'm gonna connect myself, and I'm gonna try to do this dance too. So like that's my like intuition. Like just keep going and to connect with it, and yeah, do the work. So
Yeah, one of my favorite statues is Dancing Shiva, and he's
yeah,
just and I just think like, there he goes, he's dancing again, Shiva. I mean, you could get into it like he's stepping on the ego. The circle is the circle of life. The creation, the five functions of Shiva: the creation, the preservation, the destruction. What else is there? The obfuscation and the grace. So like, but yeah, like when you try to make too much sense of all this stuff, it's just better to sometimes say, there he goes, Shiva's dancing again. you know instead of like, I don't know, you could get lost going down these rabbit holes, but like, yeah, I just say, Brahma wants to look at himself in the mirror. Why not? He could do whatever he wants. There he goes, looking at himself in the mirror. But Brahma doesn't have to explain anything to me. So.
I'm gonna turn in, guys. It's the witching hour here in Texas.
all right.
Otherwise, I might
Good
have to
night.
pop my eyelids open
We're
with
gonna-
toothpicks.
Might have to
Okay.
get some garlic in your bed or something.
Yeah. So
All right.
nice meeting you, Curtis. Hope to see you again,
Thank
and
you.
good chatting with all of you as always.
Thanks a
And
lot,
And
Paul.
and Paul, this Saturday we're doing a Christmas Yeshua yogic special. So if you can tune in or watch it back in the classroom, it should be a good one. We'll give mantra diksha for Yeshua, and we'll have a good Christmas celebration, since this is the Christmas before the Saturday before Christmas, and then next Wednesday will be Christmas. So
Yeah.
I guess we'll have a cool Christmas Satsang on here too. So
Sounds
we look
good.
forward to seeing you. Merry Christmas, Happy New
Thank
Year,
you.
2025.
Likewise. Good night, guys.
All
Good
right.
night.
Right.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you.
I was just thinking before that, yeah, it's like just how you feel in complete presence. You don't have to ask questions because you already feel good. You already feel fulfilled. And like dancing is a good example. We just talk about
Mm.
Shiva dancing. Like if you ever
Mm.
danced before and you completely let go, it's like you're not thinking like, oh, how did I move my foot there? Like was that the right way to put my foot, or was that wrong? Or you're just like you're completely free, you're just out there and whatever. And I feel like that's like a good representation for that, so
Mm.
like when someone is even when someone's playing a sport, and they're in the zone, as we say, they're not thinking anything, they're completely present, and they're completely engaged with it. And so they're not thinking in their mind, their ego's not holding them up like, am I having a good game, or should I have done this, or they're just into it, they're just doing it. They're too busy being present to question anything,
Yeah, true.
basically.
Yeah.
So, and that's what I felt like in playing basketball and things like that. there's one particular time where, I wasn't that great of a player. I mean, it is my sport, but whatever. I was like a senior in high school, and we had it was like a really small like Christian school or whatever, and we lost like every game, but 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 for the worst team in the area, I was a starter. But so I was a starter, and then the coach just randomly decided to bench me, and I was just kind of like, this is lame, and I just kind of like let go of everything. I was like, I don't care about anything. When he puts me in, I don't care if I miss every shot. In fact, I hope I do. It's just like I don't care. So eventually, he put me in the game, and the coach benched me and another kid in my grade who also used to always start the game, and so he put both of us in at the same time, and immediately that kid passed to me. I scored. He passed to me again. I scored. It like kept happening again and
Yeah.
again, and so because I didn't care about anything, I had no questions about anything. I'm just like, whatever. We'll see what happens. This is dumb, and so I just let everything go. When I let everything go, like everything had a great flow to it. There was no pressure. There was no anything, and all of a sudden I was like, "Whoa, I'm a better player than I thought I was." So now he has to start me. So then he said, then he had to start me like after that. But yeah, it's just how like when you have expectation and when you try to frame something, it kind of like destroys the magic. But
Mm.
if you just like let it all go, whatever, we'll see what happens, see where Shiva brings me today or Babaji brings me today, then
Yeah.
it's like you feel that flow and you're just like riding the wave of your higher self or Shiva or whatever you want to think of it as. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's when I'm my happiest, when I'm in that flow state, like
Mm.
painting or cooking or even driving. And like I don't know, like mountain climbers, they're not thinking anything. They're just like in that moment when you're in that flow state. I don't know. I think
Mm.
that's when I'm happiest, when I have no thoughts. That's a good place to be. Yeah. Yeah, right now I have no thoughts.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect transition to nothing. And now nothing.
Yeah,
We
nothing.
will
I'm
have
happy.
silence for another 1 hour to get to 5 hours. Maybe that will be the
Yeah.
evolution of the satsang. Eventually, we'll just stare at each other the whole time
Yeah.
and not say anything.
Like I could see your soul.
I asked my guru one time, I was like, how will I know when I'm enlightenment? And he was like, when you have no questions and you just exist in a state of mona, which is silence. And I was like, well, there it is, you know? So that wouldn't be a bad thing if we just stayed in quiet for 5 hours, you know?
Yeah.
That would probably
I
be
don't
a
know who would watch, but yeah.
that'd probably be a profound message for anybody who does watch, you know, like,
Yeah.
you know.
I don't think there's anything like that on YouTube, so it definitely would be unique.
First, right?
I have a really funny story from the temple. And so they used to go to like KSU, the college in Kennesaw, and get people to go on like a retreat with us for like a day or two. And they'd come out to the temple, and we would take them to Kennesaw Mountain, which is this like national park. It's this huge, it's a huge mountain for like around here. But there's woods everywhere, and there's like it used to be a Civil War battlefield, but it's really pretty. And we would take them out there, and then we would eat prasad and do bhajan outside in the grass, and we would just tell them about it. And they view animals and stuff as muchi, which means like unclean. There's muchi and then suchi, right?
Mm.
Which is clean. And I remember the guy he left, he was talking about taking care of a dog, and it made me think of this story earlier because one of the guys, we're just waiting. We're at the base of the mountain, we're waiting, and we're waiting for this other guy. And he comes and he has his dog with him. And I love dogs, I love animals. So they can't pet dogs or anything like that because they're moochie. And he goes in, he's like, hey, can you all watch my dog for a second? I have to go to the bathroom. And they do because they're really nice, but they don't pet him. And the dog is just like, why aren't you all petting me? And he was a really sweet dog. He's just like looking around at us. Why aren't you petting me? So I'm like, I'm gonna pet the dog. And I pet the dog. And he's like really enjoying it. And then my friend, he's like, now you're Moochie. And they believe that you can use the elements to clean yourself. So water, earth, air, fire.
Mm.
And clean becomes Suchi. So I was like, okay, there's grass right here. There's this like little patch of grass. So I'm just like wipe my hand on it like that. Boom. And it was really funny because he's just like, that's probably where all the animals go to the bathroom. And it totally wasn't. He was just being
Can't win.
dramatic. And I
Yeah.
was just like, okay. And there was a bush right here. So I just like in the bush. I'm like, are you done? I'm Suchi now. And it was funny. But yeah, Oliver petting a dog.
Yeah. What some of these spiritual people, they get attached to that dogma, but if you're not attached to it, you're like, huh, Moochie, you know, cool,
Yeah.
you know, like it's okay, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
it was probably more important to share love with the dog than
Yes.
whether you're Moochie or Sushi.
Right.
You know, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. You have your common sense, you know? Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
Your common sense comes from God too, you know? It's like that's your way of understanding things that you don't know why you understand it, you just do. You know,
right,
and I think people can get conditioned out of their common sense, you know? Or maybe they're
Oh
not
yeah.
born with it, I don't know. But for me, I've always seen things like that. Like, why are you doing that? Yeah. So that's good that you have that, you know, natural intuition, common sense. Like, well, what's the big deal? Come on. Like,
Yeah. I was like,
the
I'm gonna
dog is
pet the
me.
dog.
yeah,
Yeah, the dog is me. I'm the dog. Like,
Yeah.
there's
Exactly.
right,
Love.
that's what you said. That's what you said before, right? You didn't connect with it because of the dogma of they see things as separate from God. Is that right?
mm,
Yeah. Yeah. They view
Yeah.
everything. Um, and mind you, like there are these pathways laid out that we call religions that are necessary for a lot of people to find God because they need that
Yeah,
structure.
exactly.
Everyone
yeah,
has their own path, so I'm not judgmental or anything. But yeah, they do believe that this reality, the reason why we incarnate, is a bit like a detention center
mm,
kind of thing. Like we're punished and we have to go through about 8 million incarnations as single-celled
whoa,
organisms, plants, other lower incarnated animals, all of that. But I
Yeah.
whoa,
understand behind it, like I understand it is a yogic process. There's all of these different processes that align your mind to the state where you want to unite with God. So I understood it.
Yeah. Even when I was younger, you know, my family's Christian, right? So I connected to the God of Christianity, right? But
Mm.
ultimately, it's the same God, and you know, when
Right.
when you cleanse yourself of the conditioning, then you can really feel God, you know, more
yeah,
than you ever could before. And I think that's the point. It's like they're holding to this conditioning, but that's actually what's limiting their connection to God, not increasing their
true,
connection to God. And so, like, if they, ironically, if they would just let that go, you know, just like you just pet the dog. What's the big deal? Why are you freaking out? You know, you just let it
yeah,
go, and you're connected to God more than they are. So, but yeah, there's different levels, right? So you respect all the different levels of, you know, of expression, of connecting to God. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. That was kind of because in like the grander like lesson you could take from that is pretty. You could just extract a lot of stuff out of that because it
mm,
was just
Yeah, yeah.
impulsive. I didn't even think like I'm gonna go against what they say. I'm gonna make this
Yeah,
yeah,
just
dog.
like a kid, you know,
He
you're not
wants a
thinking,
pet.
you're just doing.
This dog is
Yeah,
desiring this pet. This dog has convinced himself he needs to be pet, and he's gonna
yeah,
suffer if he doesn't get pet. But in reality, he doesn't need to get pet. He's gonna eventually become a human and realize that he's no different from me. And then yeah, so it's
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
funny.
So it's like you can choose two ways. You can approach that as, oh, I need to go deeper into conditioning, or I need to let go of all conditioning, right? Like
Yeah.
that could be a
Right.
realization. So I think that's where our trajectories change. You know, it's
Yeah.
like you're either getting deeper or you're just letting go more and more. You're getting lighter as you go.
Right.
So like that's been me too. Like I connected to different parts of Christianity, but some I'm just like, I'm not sure about that. I'm not comfortable with that, right? So I'm just gonna leave that in the background. We'll deal with that later. And then eventually I dealt with it, so I changed and I, connected to, different religions, connected to some things about Buddhism, now I connect to some things about Hinduism, but ultimately it's just, my spirit driving all this, and these are just labels for, your higher self. And so I think when you can have an open mind like that, it's so powerful. Even like we're gonna do this celebration about Christianity and Jesus, or Jesus, I should say, Yeshua, right, which is the founder, which is the reason for Christianity, why it's been formed. But even with that, like there's so many contradictions if you read the Bible and how people present the Bible in the churches and things like that. Even with their own reading, it doesn't agree with them
Yeah.
in many cases. Like
Yeah.
Jesus taught that basically you shouldn't go to church; it's corrupt and they're trying to steal your money. And that you're hearing that in church. They can't preach it in that way, obviously, in church, but it's like, oh, that's quite a paradox there. So I'd be, and I'd be asking questions. I went to, Christian schools, from preschool all the way through high school, other than like 1 year. So I was, asking like the religion teachers and the pastors, like, so what if you were born in India and, you followed their version of God? Like, would you be saved? Oh, I'm not sure about that. Maybe if God let you, whatever. They wouldn't give you a great
Mm.
answer. So I was always like, yeah, this is kind of sketchy, like all this. Like, no one really knows what's going on. So it just kind of taught me to like question everything. And everything was like a lesson. And that's great that you had that lesson, because it's very enlightening, like
Yeah.
of what is real, so.
Right. Yeah. One of the things that I thought was hilarious too, it's another and he was talking about a mosquito earlier too. It made
Yeah.
me think we would because this mantra that we would chant is like that, it was extremely powerful, especially if you even hear it. And we would chant it, especially if you're incarnated as a being who can't chant it, we would like do you the service of like allowing you to hear it, and then you would gain a higher state of incarnation. You would incarnate as possibly human or a higher being and save you so much time, basically. But we would always, instead of killing bugs, of course, we would catch them and we would chant to them as we take them outside. And we're like, please, I hope you have a great life, your next incarnation. It was so funny. And
I
there
do
was this
just think
bug
that
one
now.
time.
When I hit a
We
mosquito, I'm like, bless you in your life," or something. I'll say something like in my mind. I'll be like, all right, now you're liberated. Liberated, liberated, liberated. You're free, 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 free.
And it was just so funny because it was in the morning, everyone got up and everyone's like still like really tired, and we're about to do Mongol arti. We go into the bathroom and there's a dead bug on the floor, and we're like, oh man, it died before we could chant to it. And we're like all standing around it. And then the bug all of a sudden starts moving, and it's like, I'm still alive. I can hear you. And we're all just like, yes. And then we start chanting to it. We're like, thank God you're still alive. You let us know. And it's like the bug could hear us. It's like, nah, guys, I'm still alive. It was funny.
Wow.
But yeah, looking at the world like with this type, regardless of a lot of these religions do at the core of it, it does
Mm.
teach some form of God consciousness. Like these other forms of Vedanta, whether it's dual or non-dual, like it is ways that people look at the world, and they're not wrong in the way that they perceive reality. Everyone's got their
Mm.
own way. Like Ramakrishna, I saw a video. He took sadhana for Islam. Like he became a Muslim for like 3 days
Mm.
and was at a what is their temple called? I forget.
Ashram?
Mosque.
Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
Mosque.
mosque.
mosque. Yes, he spent time at a mosque and he like learned their sadhana apparently.
Mm.
But he talked about like all religions in a sense are right, because it's just at
Yeah.
the core that is God consciousness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
It's
And
like
I
an
think people from the
impulse.
past, they did need structure, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if people are more like animalistic and just trying to survive, it's not easy to get them to, hey, you need to pray to God. Like, well, I'm just trying to survive here. What are you talking about? You know, I need to kill this
Yeah.
tiger. So, you know, so I think like in the past, like the structure was even more important. But now, like with technology, we're living, you know, with more modern conveniences. And so I think that's how, you know, the consciousness has changed a little bit. And this extreme sort of, you know, beat you over the head yogi is probably not necessary in all cases. Like, you know, to kind of like get us out of our lower mind thinking. So it's, yeah, it's like a different sort of ego we're dealing with now, I think.
Yeah.
So so I think we need to adjust with the times. Veda Guru Dev, like your guru said, poop like an elephant in 2024.
Mm,
So,
yeah.
yeah, not
Yeah, I'll tell that story again to Curtis if he didn't hear. So
I
we
did.
went to an ashram in India, and there was a big elephant, and he was like, "You see that elephant?" And I was like, "Yeah, Baba, I see the elephant." He was like, "Do you want to poop like an elephant?" And I was like, "No, I don't want to poop like an elephant. Why would I want to poop like an elephant?" He's like, "Exactly. Why would you want to be like Yogananda in 1920 when we live in 2018, you know? Be a yogi in 2024. Don't be a yogi. It was a different time. That was a different area. They were on a different level. You know, they're good stories, but be the best yogi you could be in the present moment. That was basically the moral of the story. So,
Wow. That's fun. Nice.
yeah, and this Saturday's class, I wrote on the PDF how uh, Jesus's Yeshua's teachings were similar to yoga teachings, like that the parables are how yogis teach, and that kind of twilight language. You know, he emphasized union with God. He emphasized meditative practice, go off in the forest, be by yourself, inner transformation. So it should be good. But yeah, when I went to, you know, Hydrakan Baba, right? So I went to his
Yes.
ashram in Hydrakan, and we stayed there. And there's this big tree in the middle of the Ganges River. Like, there's no trees, there's rocks. I was like, why is that tree in the middle of the river? How does it survive? And my guru told me that's Jesus's tree. That's Yeshua's tree. They never call him Jesus. They call him Yeshua, right? And I was like, what do you mean? Jesus meditated under that tree? They were like, yeah, when he came to India, he meditated under that tree. The story goes. So they in yogic tradition, they consider Jesus our yogic brother. So they would say like Roma Rishi, which means like yogi from outside of India, you know. And there was another Sita, his name's Ramadevar, who was a Muslim too. So they would say it also like we have brothers outside of India also. So if they practice, as long as they practice God consciousness and oneness, they are our brother. So
Wow. Yeah, I've heard of I wish there was more literature on the missing years of Jesus when he wasn't in the Bible. Because it said he was in India for like 14 years, a lot of the stuff
mm.
that's out there. So in
Yeah, that
Gnostic Christianity, which is very different, and it's apparently a lot of earlier than a lot of the Christian texts, Jesus has a very similar like mission on earth as Babaji,
mm.
and from the view of Gnosticism.
Yeah, they
yeah.
say in a lot of these books, like let's say Sri M, that Jesus and Babaji are working together to uplift humanity. So
Hmm.
they're on the same football team.
Nice.
Yeah, I feel like the Gnostics are, and which I was in that focus before. I mean, that kind
Oh
of
yeah.
is what birthed the modern soul trap sort of ideology. but
Yeah.
they're very aware and reflective of the ego in all its forms. And
Mm.
so you can take that. I think it's hard for the average person to probably stomach that. Uh, that level of ego consideration, because a lot of people are connecting with their ego and they think it's them, they're identifying with it. So
Mm.
it's a difficult, I mean, I was in it and I could do it, to some degree. Um, but yeah, I feel there's a lot of truth in that perspective as well, because it gets you to look at yourself and in that way release everything that's not you, which is really most of the battle, right? Like
Yeah.
it's paradoxical, right? You can say I'm all that and I'm nothing at the same time, right? I am the emptiness, but yet in the emptiness I am everything. And so these different traditions, they come from perspectives that are on both of those sides. But when you can like step back and just see it in through your practice, then it's much easier to just like, yeah, I feel this wholeness. I know what they're talking about there, but I
Mm.
don't need to connect myself too much, with a certain ideology or something. But that's why I like the doing the yoga practice that really helped clear up everything for me in the meditation. Because before I was like, am I a you know, Chad, an Open Your Reality, who was here before, he would always do like interview people about the soul trap or about love and light. It's always these two sides, right? Like, which one do you believe? Is it like, well, I don't have to choose, you know?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like the ego tries to make you take a path. Like, oh, you need to believe this. You need to believe this. Like, how about I just don't believe anything and I just do the
Mm.
practice, and
Yeah.
that's gonna work out for everyone. But ultimately, that's gonna work out for me, and that's kind of what I learned. Like, you don't have to choose Coke or Pepsi. You don't even have to have soda at all. You just, you do whatever you want. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, how important is it to create like a sacred place to meditate, or can any place be sacred?
In the beginning, I would create a sacred place, like where you won't be disturbed, where there's no distractions. But you start to reach a state where everything is your meditation. So you could make a sacred place out anywhere, and you start integrating your sadhana into your yoga, into your daily life. So everything kind of becomes a meditation. So when you carry that like our last meditation, the divine mountain, when you carry that
Yeah.
unshakableness of the mountain with you, all these distractions are kind of clouds passing by your mountain. your
Yeah.
your mountain is unshakable. So you the real practice would the real test would be bringing that out into the external world, I would say. you know and that's when you really can test it.
And once you do it meditation frequently and a lot, that energy is just naturally there,
True.
in that spot. Like I'm just, I usually do it like in my son's room. Maybe sometimes I do it in my room. But I have like in my son's room, I have the Ganesha and Lakshmi to my side over here.
Yeah.
So that's just kind of like a reminder, and like um, usually like before I start my meditation or before I start my mantras, I like why and to each of the
Mm.
deities and like connect with them or something like that. But it's not, yeah. But if you already connect with them very strongly, it's not necessary. But it's just like a reminder, an external reminder, a pointer. Like this is Ganesha, I connect with Ganesha,
Yeah.
and this is Lakshmi, I connect with Lakshmi. And so, but yeah, I've done this space, done the meditation in this space a lot. But yeah, if I go to like the park too, that's also very powerful.
Mm.
I'm connecting to the earth more there.
Yeah.
And even though there's people around me, it seems, less private, but there's benefits to that as well. So yeah.
True.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
was thinking. It was something that you could just take with you. But
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was
yeah.
just recalling, yeah, before when I was in the park, I meditated for a little bit and I felt like I was out of my body. I felt like I was seeing from beyond my body, and it was distinct because I didn't have that exact experience before, and that did happen at the park. So yeah, so just it's maybe not as much about the place, but about your mindset and
Yeah.
you being present. So
Yeah.
Also, something you talked about a while ago that Guru Dev is like, it's what was it? It's disrespectful to like, or it's a sin to disrespect a guru. But what if like another guru disrespected you? It seems like that would be really bad.
I mean, they would say that in India. That's like Indian traditional, like, it's a sin. That's what, like, Indian families would say. Like, it's a sin to disrespect the guru. Me, I don't really take it personally. Like, if another guru said I wasn't teaching the proper way, I wouldn't pay it no mind. I would
Yeah.
just help the people I'm helping, and I don't want to fit in their box. How do they say this? I saw a bumper sticker. My karma ran over your dogma. So
yeah,
that's the way I look at it. Like, whatever you believe, good for you. I'm doing my inner work over here. Like, I got my Kavachum Shield mantra up. I'm good.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't agree with it, that's good.
Yeah.
Help out your people. I'll help out mine, and that's the way we'll keep it. So
and I
yeah,
think the ideology of sin is guilt
Yeah.
based. You
yeah,
Yeah.
know,
true.
it feels ugly to me. Like, how dare
Yeah.
you? You're so sinful. You're born in the
Another
Christian sense.
judgment.
You're born with original sin, right? Okay, and even if there is some truth to that. It's just a guilt-based system, in my opinion, and
True.
that's why I kind of drifted away from that ideology a long time ago. Because I'm like, this isn't uplifting me. Like, if you have your spirituality should be uplifting if you're connecting to God. It shouldn't be like you're a horrible person, you're nothing without God. Well, wait a second, I'm
Yeah.
connecting to God, right? You know, so it doesn't make much sense. So I feel like that's maybe some of these traditional beliefs, they're too connected to guilt,
Yeah. Yeah.
because and you wouldn't be like that if you're connected to God. Like if you're in samadhi, what do you have to be guilty for? You're
Yeah.
experiencing God, so it's but it's just I believe it's like an ego form trying to express itself in this different way. So yeah.
My guru used to say guilt is a direct attack on the soul. So he was like,
Yeah.
you can do whatever you want, just don't be guilty because you're killing
Yeah,
your soul with that. Like,
right.
leave that guilt out. Like, don't ever feel guilty about anything because you're hurting your soul. So that's the way he would always say. Like, I think I asked him, what's the worst emotion to have? He was like, guilt, attacking your soul. So
Mm,
yeah, don't ever feel guilty about anything. Just, it happens the way it should happen. No snowflake falls untouched. Like, that's
mm,
the way it happened. That's the way it happened. So I try to never feel guilty about anything. It just happened the way it should have happened. So if something doesn't go right in our school, I say, that's the
Yeah.
way it went. Moving on. Uh, okay. Maybe you could have pushed the button 20 seconds earlier. Maybe you never could have pushed the button. It happened the way it should have happened. Let's keep moving. Going.
yeah,
So you should never feel guilty about anything. Just,
Yeah.
it happened the way it happened, and that's the way it happened. Moving on. Short term memory.
yeah, yeah, for
Uh,
sure.
when I used to play football, my coach used to say, "Short time memory. Oh, you dropped the ball. Who cares? Next play. Who cares? Next play. Next
Yeah.
play.
Keep
Next play.
going.
Keep going. Like, short term memory. We forgot about that already. That was the last play.
Right.
It's finished. So keep moving. So same thing. Whatever happened, happened. Keep focusing, moving forward. Don't worry about it. It's water under the bridge. Clouds passing in the sky around your mountain.
Yeah, that's the irony is you're connecting yourself to karma when you're building on your karma, when you're thinking about sin and how sinful you are, how
Mm,
guilty you are, and the whole point of thinking about sin is so you get beyond it. You're saved from your sinful self, right? And so
right.
that's the irony of the system, is actually doing the opposite for you of what it should be. Like, actually you want to let go of all of that and don't worry about it at all. You don't even need to speak about sin. I've
True.
felt no desire to ever even mention the word sin,
Mm,
since like not going to church. Like, what is that? Like, whatever.
mm.
Everyone makes mistakes and we learn from them
Yeah.
and we do our best to get better. That's all it is. So, yeah.
And in our Kriya Yoga School, we burn all our karma. So we're not trying to
Yeah.
get more karma. We're burning all the karma from all
Yeah.
these so-called millions of lives. Man, there's too much junk in my trash mountain, Burn, 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 So all our sadhana we do, we're burning all this karma. Like, we definitely don't want sin. Man, my mountain is too high of karma. I definitely don't want to stack some more sin on it. Burn, burn, burn. What is sin? Like Brian said, what sin where?
Yeah.
I never heard of sin. Where is it? It doesn't exist in my life. I'm burning all this old karma, not put a new karma on top of here,
Yeah.
And
I
when
did feel better. Yeah. When I started thinking about that, like, oh, what about sin? I don't know anything about that. I'm like, oh, I'm free. Oh, what is
yeah,
this?
way
Oh,
moksha, right? Liberation,
yeah.
moksha, right? Like what's sin? Never heard of it. Guilt? What is that? Anger? Never heard of it. Fear? Where? Never heard of it. Don't exist in my life, Right? You're just burning all this lower emotions in the fire. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Don't serve me, don't serve me, don't serve me. Burn. Free. I'm a free bird. I fly high, No cage, Some of these people like the cage that enslaves them, They
Hmm.
like it. Even if you open the door, they don't want to fly. Not
Yeah.
me. I want to fly. My guru always said, I like you, Ved Guru Dev. You don't care about nothing. You're a free bird. Fly high. So like all this dogma and all this tradition and parampara and all this stuff, he was like, you don't care nothing about that. I envy you. I want to be out the caves like you. So yeah,
So
ne-
I don't know. This is another judgment thing, but I was reading the autobiography of a yogi the other night. I just read like a couple pages, and somebody was smoking by Yogananda's guru, and he was saying that it was a sin to smoke cigarettes in front of the guru. But that sounds like another judgment.
Yeah, well, I mean, in traditional aspect, you would it's like a sign of respect. Like prasad is like a sign of respect. Like you're giving to God before you eat. Like God's not going to eat it. It's just kind of a traditional sign of respect. Like I give it to God before I eat it as a show of respect. So like hypothetically, you wouldn't smoke in front of your guru, but these are rule sets that really don't apply to us. Like like I've seen sadhu smoke and everything. It didn't really affect me. That like some of these people are trying to test their spirituality. Am I affected by this? Am I a slave to this? No, it doesn't affect
Yeah.
me. So I mean that's more their karma to work out than us judging them from the outside, Like I wouldn't recommend doing that, but that's your path to figure out in due time, Like
Yeah.
I'm not judging you. I wouldn't even say nothing. I would just
Yeah.
be like, that's not the path I choose to take right now, but I hope you find your way,
Yeah.
similar
It's
to similar
Yeah.
to the bug.
Yeah, it's a lower energy, whether we judge it if it's right or whether we judge it if it's wrong,
True.
right? Like, you absolutely should not do that. That's horrible. How could you? That's the like
Mm.
sinful thing. That's a sin. Or yeah,
Right.
what's the big or like yeah, you should do that. It's a good test for the yogi. But if you don't hold to either, then you're free.
Right.
it's the same thing. You just don't hold yourself to any sort of ideology,
Yeah, you
So
don't have no judgment.
yeah. And it's so much, it's just so freeing. It's like, oh, what is my principle about this? What do I believe? Okay, now you have to filter everything through that,
Mm.
like, oh, this new situation. What are my principles again? Okay, let's look at them.
Yeah.
Okay. Nope, I don't agree. That's wrong. Oh, this one. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
this is
filter
good.
again.
This
Now
is
this one's
bad.
right. This one's good. Okay. You have these two lists, and it's like these lists just fill up your ego with all kinds of triggers. And I was like that when I was younger too, like, nope, wrong,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
wrong, right. Oh, very wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very good. It's like it's so exhausting to
Yeah.
keep these
True.
lists, of what's right and wrong. So
True.
yeah.
Yeah. It seems like everybody's got an opinion.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
How did you find your guru originally?
Well, that is an interesting story, which I'll tell you, Curtis. So on that song, so my guru found me. I didn't find him. I would say it that way. So to make a long story short, I was at the second level initiation. My roommate was this guy from Brazil. His name was Ved Mooney. And about 6 months later, I came back to Thailand from India, and I got this darshan, which is basically like, you need to come home, my child. And I was like, where, let's say this inner Babaji voice, it's like, where is home? And he said Satupan Lake, which is, they call it the ashram of Babaji, the abode of Babaji, which is a lake like in the Himalayan mountains. And so I was like, I don't know how to get to the Himalayan mountains. How would that happen? And this inner voice said, contact Ved Mooney, your roommate from second level initiation. Him and his guru would take you up the mountain. And I was like, there's no way that's going to happen. That ain't never going to happen. So anyway, I called him. He to make a long story short, he said, how do you know? And I was like, how do I know what? I was like, Babaji told me to call you. And he was like, man, I don't believe this. So he's like, give me an hour, I'll call you back. Let me talk to my guru. So he talked to his guru, and he said, we had a darshan that we were supposed to wait for somebody to go up the Himalayan mountains, and we know that's you. So get all your stuff together and see you in India in 2 weeks, right? And so I went to the Himalayan mountains. My friend, my roommate, who was staying with my guru at his ashram, I went there, and as soon as I got to the ashram, he like scanned me up and down for like 5 minutes, closed his eyes. He said, you're good. And I was like, what did he just do? He's like, he scanned me. And I was like, why did he scan me? He wanted to make sure you're a true devotee of Babaji, because we can't travel with non-lovers of Babaji or something like that. And so basically, after he saw my inner love or surrender for Babaji, he basically said, I would like to be your guru. But I never asked him, or not. I never was seeking it. It just kind of indirectly kind of happened. And then later I got named Diksha in the Himalayan mountains. But even then, he said that is from Babaji, it's not from me. So all these initiations and all these name Diksha, he always said, like, I'm just delivering the message from Babaji. So that's the way I like to say it too. Like, I'm nobody special. I'm just delivering Babaji's mail. I'm Babaji's mailman, The real message is from Babaji. I'm just delivering the letter into your mailbox, So that's the way I kind of said it. So it kind of happened indirectly. I wasn't kind of seeking it. I was more seeking, listening to Babaji's kind of commands. So that's kind of how I found my guru. So all this stuff happened to me on the Kriya Yoga path I wasn't seeking it. You know, when I became a Kriya yogi, I was initiated into Kriya yoga. It was like I didn't want to be there. I wanted to be back DJing. I wanted to. I was in love with my Maya delusional life. So I don't know how any of this kind of happened. It's kind of, I say Babaji is 2 years ahead of me. I'm just catching up to Babaji. So it's like the plan has already been laid. I'm just kind of catching up to him. So my guru, all this stuff, I don't know how, I don't even know how this Kriya Yoga school happened. You know, it's just kind of, one day it wasn't there. Next day it was there, you know? So all these things kind of happen indirectly, you know? So I can't explain it, nor that I take no credit for it. Like when I would give credit to my guru, he would give credit to his guru. So I call it the Kriya Yoga hot potato. Like, I don't want to hold that hot potato, give it to him. And then eventually it gets to Babaji, and then if you go further than Babaji, it gets to Shiva. So I always give credit to everybody. I don't know how any of this stuff happens. I don't take no credit for any of it. So even in the beginning of the Kriya Yoga school, I said, if I could do it, you could do it. So I'm no yogic superhero. I'm just a regular guy who did some inner work. I'm sure all our Kriya Yoga school members can be better yogis than me. I'm just a regular dude trying to stay humble.
So the last song you talked about your timeline, I was just curious about that Mooney. Did he get named Diksha before or after you?
Before. He was already Ved Mooney when I got, I think actually in second level initiation he probably was Ved Mooney.
And is he a householder like you? Was he like told that he couldn't stay there at the ashram or?
I think my guru wanted him to stay longer, but he had obligations in Brazil.
Oh.
So it was different from him. I think my guru thought he needed a more guru-disciple tradition than me. He was more like, give me some insights, but he's like, Babaji is more your guru than I am. I'm just delivering Babaji's mail, and now I'm delivering Babaji's mail like he delivered to me. So that's kind of how it happened, you know.
And
but even like name diksha and all that, I don't really take like, you know, there are yogis who are really like get mad, like, you call me by my spiritual name diksha. I'm like, you know, no rules and obligations here, you know, like, call me whatever you want. I don't take any of it personally, you know.
So are there people that just spend the rest of their lives with their guru, or were there people that have been with your guru for years, or? Yeah,
there are people that's their aspiration, to stay with their guru forever and wander the Himalayan mountains with their guru and just live in the ashram and do their bhakti and their practices, their sadhana every day. And so that's the way that's what they aspire for. You know, I actually aspired for that.
Yeah.
My guru told me, you're not helping anybody here in the Himalayan mountains. You know, we're good. You need to go back in the real world and get on the front lines and go back to the war zone and help those people. They really need the help. So
yeah.
And for a while I was like, how am I going to help people? I don't know how to help people. Like, no one ever sees me do yogic practice, and that's as out of thin air. I don't know how it happened. The Kriya Yoga School came about, and here I am helping people on their path, answering questions, talking with an open heart. So
yeah,
I can't explain it.
How do you?
Yeah,
get,
I imagine it. Go ahead.
Sorry, you can go.
Oh, I was just thinking. I can imagine it was hard to leave. It must have felt like home to be there for so long.
Yeah, it did feel like home. It was, but he kind of knew, like, if I don't force Ved Guru Dev to leave, he's going to stay here forever. So I was, I was disappointed for a while, but I understood that my place was in the world, but not of the world. So that's the best way I put it. What were you gonna say, Curtis?
So how do you get first level initiation? Like, can anyone do that? Like, how did you? I think I remember when you first had the first live stream with Chad. You talked about your boss who owned a nightclub. He knew
Yeah.
where to get this initiation from in India, or
Yeah, so I first got initiated in Sri Lanka. So
oh yeah,
he was initiated in Sri Lanka also, so he knew the people to initiate. But like I said in the last Satsang, it's not really necessary. I mean, if you need it, I guess, but I wouldn't say it's necessary. I would say the techniques we have in the Kriya Yoga School are probably 100 times more than you would learn in initiation. It's kind of basic, and it's more, how could I put this? Less techniques, more kind of history or the ideology behind it. So I would say, like, in this Kriya Yoga School, we're more action yogis. We do the inner work, right? A lot of Kriya Yoga traditions are more storytelling. Like, if you read autobiography of a yogi, there's not any techniques in there. There's a bunch of stories. So we're actually doing the sadhana. We're actually doing the techniques. So if I had to do it again and there was an opportunity like the Kriya Yoga School, I would definitely do the Kriya Yoga School off of more than initiation. And they kind of they don't follow up. They 1 or 2 days initiate you and then don't answer no questions. It's over, So, but it's more of a badge of honor than it is a necessary thing, right? Like, and you begin to realize, like, who am I going to tell I'm initiated into Kriya Yoga anyway, So it's more about doing the inner work and doing the practices that resonate with you than having that badge of being initiated in the Kriya Yoga. I don't think, in my opinion, it's not really necessary in this day and age. Like, with the internet, maybe Yogananda's time, that was probably, like the in-person transmission of energy. That's why they do it, initiation in person. But like Brian said before, the transmission of energy, he feels the same over the internet than he feels in person. So I don't know if it would be totally necessary. But I mean, that's my opinion. Some people it would be necessary, I guess, if they wanted to.
That's interesting. Thank you for answering that.
Yeah, no problem. My pleasure. Ask whatever question you want.
Yeah.
I'm an open book.
I never heard him say, no, I'm not answering that. So
Yeah, he always answers.
I try my best. Sometimes I don't have a really super profound answer, but
I mean,
even
if you say, I don't know, it's an answer, right? So honestly,
yeah, I do say I don't know sometimes, Some of these questions are profound and need some contemplation,
Tell me the secret of the universe now. Let's go. You got
Give her my
5
best
minutes.
shot.
All right. Wow, the secrets of
can
go ahead.
Is it true that he shows up? Basically, what I'm asking is, have you ever seen him like this? As like where he's just completely made of light? Is that true?
True. I have seen that. When I first seen Babaji as a light.
Oh.
So like, so when I was first initiated into Kriya Yoga, I basically went to Sri Lanka. Like, the owner of the nightclub was like, if you don't go, you can't work here no more. So I was like, come on, I don't want to go to Sri Lanka. What are you, crazy? Like, where am I going to stay? Like, I'm used to sleeping in the Four Seasons or whatever. I don't sleep on the floor in the ashram. But like, so my ego was always blocking me. So I went to Sri Lanka to get initiated because I didn't want to lose my job, not because I wanted to be on the spiritual path, put it to that way. So I was going through this one technique. It's called Babaji Sanyama, which is basically calling Babaji into you as you, right? So I was even going through the technique like, detach, let go, detach, let go, detach, let go. Come on, hurry up. I want to go eat dinner. Like, not like I wasn't into it at all, let's say, right? So, in the middle of the technique, this voice comes in my mind. It says, "You are one with Shiva," and I was like, "What is this?" Detach, let go. Then it came back. You are one with Shiva, and I was like, detach, let go. Come on, what is this monkey mind? Detach, let go. So like the fourth time, I said, detach, let go, and then there was a pause, and it was like, my child, I can't be detached, and I was like, and then this big golden bright divine sun was in my face, like, what's going on here? Like, and then I started crying like a baby, like my shirt was drenched, and I was like sweating, and I was like, what's going on? Like, and it was like, I felt like I was getting struck by lightning. It was like, what happened? And then the voice said, my child, I am, Shiva is me, and I am Shiva. And then I said something I thought was profound, but it looks silly now. I said, I didn't come here to see Shiva. I came here to see Babaji. And then it was almost like a pause and like a laugh, kind of like, Babaji is Shiva and Shiva is Babaji. And I was like, oh no, I'm in here with Babaji. And my teacher in initiation was like, if you see Babaji, don't open your eyes. So I'm like, come on, what's the message, And it was like this stream of energy on the crown of my head, like, oh, yeah. I felt like I was getting electrocuted. I was like, and it was like, and it was this stream of Kriya Yoga energy, like I was kind of waking up to the progress I had on a past life, and it was like, my child, what took you so long? I've been waiting for you. And I was like, I was having too much fun as a DJ, Babaji. And he was like, that doesn't matter now. We're on the path of Kriya Yoga. So all this information started streaming down. Like, you need this book, you need this picture, and this and that. I was like, what am I going to do with all this stuff? You'll know soon enough. So it was like, you're fine. Like, you were having too much fun in the Maya world. I need to strike you with lightning, so wake you up to back on the path. Like, if I didn't do this at this second, you might be lost forever, and we might have to start again. So that's when I saw the divine light, and it's happened to me two or three times, but I never really call it. It kind of just happens indirectly. Like none of this, I've never really invoked it or tried to make it happen. It just happened. So, yeah, I would say in my case, Babaji has never come to me in a physical form. Like he's standing right in front of me. I could touch him. It's more like a divine glow or a divine light in front of me. So that's been my Babaji experience. Or it's more like a inner Babaji voice, like a calm, soothing, kind of fatherly kind of voice inside my head, Like, that's the way I would say Babaji has expressed himself to me. And a lot of times I'm like, no need for you to come, Babaji. I'm good. Like, I'm doing the work. We're helping people. You got more important things to do than come see me. One time I was at initiation and they were like, what do you want to see the most? And almost everybody said Babaji. And I was like, I don't need to see Babaji. Babaji has too much work to do. He's doing a great job. Carry on, Babaji. So when Babaji one of the people, it's this Indian girl in the initiation, said, "You know why you don't want to see Babaji? Because you've seen Babaji too much." So I don't know. I have this some kind of connection. In one of the classes, like if you look at the Satsang highlights, you'll see in the voice of Babaji and page 525, I show a picture where it looks like it's me in the picture. I think it's on the Kriya Yoga School community.
Yeah, it is.
That's the picture. Yeah, so I don't know how any of this stuff happened, Curtis. It's a crazy journey out here. Like, how can you explain any of this? Like, yeah, I went in the Waffle House and we were singing and all the brothers were dancing and singing with us. I can't explain it, If I would have went in there and started singing, they probably would have pulled out their guns on me before. But
Right.
I don't know how can you explain this? I can't explain any of this journey. I just say I wake up every morning surprised to see how Babaji's going to surprise me today. Like, okay, Babaji, what's it going to be today? All right. That's interesting, It's a crazy journey.
So what was the method called that they had you do that gave you that awakening?
It's called
said-
Babaji Sanyama, which is basically
Did you work up to that? Like, what did you do prerequisite wise? Like when you got there to work up to doing that?
I mean, first level initiation is kind of basic. They show you some asanas. They show you some basic pranayama techniques, some basic meditation. So nothing really, and like I said, I didn't do these practices wholeheartedly. Like I was kind of trying to hurry up my time and get back to my DJ life in Thailand, So I didn't really warm up to anything. Even that practice, I didn't even want to do. I was like, hurry up and get through this so I can go to eat or go back to the hotel or something, So yeah, there was no real warm up to any of it.
Is that on the class? That method?
The what?
The one
that one isn't in the class, but in the class we have way more profound. Like we have this one mantra that we'll say after we end this live stream. It's called Babaji Invocation Mantra, and that to me is really powerful, way more than the Sanyama. So like it's basically invoking Babaji into you as you. So a lot of our Kriya Yoga School members have had profound benefits with that one. So if you wanted to invoke Babaji, I would suggest that one. That one's in the class. I forget which number it is, but it's in the advanced class. We'll say it at the end of this. And the class 39, we celebrated Babaji's birthday, Uttasav. So we say the 108 names of Babaji in there. We say the Babaji Invocation Mantra in there. So basically we say all the Babaji, everything, all the mantras and the bhajans and everything in there. So I would just go through that and see which one really resonates with you, but they're all great. So yeah, we have great, profound mantras to Babaji, especially in this Kriya Yoga School. So if you love Babaji, I love you.
Awesome.
So we're definitely connecting to Babaji over here. So, but we connect to all deities too, Shiva, Ganesha, all, Gayatri, so Krishna, all that. So yeah, we respect it all. So we're not against any of it. So once we end this live stream, I would love to hear your Krishna mantras. That would be excellent.
Yeah.
I love Krishna too, so he's the greatest.
Oh yeah, we just did like the only mantras we were given was the Hare Krishna Maha mantra, which was I believe given by Lord Chaitanya. And that's when Gadaya Vaishnavism started, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. But he gave that, and Chaitanya, they believe that he was actually incarnated. He was Radha and Krishna in a single form incarnated, and he's like
Mm.
the most. He's like the definition of like effulgence and attraction. Basically, like you can't not be attracted to his, because he just preached like pure love for God, basically
Mm.
bhakti above all, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, which is Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Mm.
So we would say that 16,000 something times a day.
Per day?
Yeah,
How many malas? You do it
it's
mala,
16
right?
malas. Yeah, it's
16
16
malas.
malas.
Oh wow.
Yeah. How long did that take? Took like 2 hours, right?
2 hours. Like when
Yeah.
you get good. But it really teaches you the importance of attention.
Mm.
And this is the difference between like silent meditation and japa, because they taught you really focus hard on what you're saying, and you are speaking to Krishna. And it actually means, oh Lord, oh energy of the Lord, please engage me in your devotional service. That
Mm.
is what it means. And so you say this like with very strong conviction, and it puts you in the state of just a real direct connection with, because he's given you this experience. He's allowing you to have these words to speak. He's allowing you to understand them. So it's a very like strong thing to recognize.
Did
But
you
yeah,
ever get
that's the
to a
main
point where you
one.
couldn't speak?
Um,
Like you felt the spiritual connection and you couldn't
you
speak?
just get in this like ecstasy where you're almost hyper aware, and you're just like so thankful for it, and you're just like, one could interpret in their subconscious mind like what this devotional service is, like what it means to truly serve in like all of these aspects of our life. And one of the things is like being aware of all of its beauty was like the most inspiring thing for me, is like
Mm.
finding out about him was part of the service, and all of his beauty is like him in this personification of Krishna. There's all of these different forms that are in different traditions, like in Shaivism, they view Shiva as like the all, essentially. So
So, yeah, I've told quite a few times that when I am doing the Mula mantras, like especially for Lakshmi, if I'm doing them in private, uh, I'm stopped from doing like I'm stopped because I'm in meditation where I can't think.
mm,
Um, and so I could not do a mala of Lakshmi because I would be stopped before I could even finish one.
Mm.
wow,
I just chant Lakshmi like even like 16 times, and I'm like, bing, you know? So I
yeah.
don't know, Veda Gurudev, maybe you can tell me, am I doing something wrong? Because I can't, I could not literally do a mala of that because I'm just like, I can't think, and I can't even get the words out. So I don't know.
Yeah, when I would ask my guru, that's happened to me too. And they say in yoga you feel a click where you can't do it no more. But that's perfectly good because those raksha beads get you to the point that you want to be, and you kind of let go of the mantra when you get to that point. So when you feel that point where you can't talk no more, that's a beautiful thing, and that's a good click to stop talking, right? Like you don't need this mala no more. You can let it go, and you just exist and be in this state, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah, maybe it's my ego, like thinking like, oh, you're doing something wrong again. Here we go. You need to get better, something like that. But yeah, that's like when I first started going to the Hindu temple and praying to Ganesha and Lakshmi and then later Durga. That's what happened almost instantly. I was
Mm.
doing the mantras in my head, and then I maybe got, I don't know how many I did, maybe 10 or 15, and then Ganesh was just like, enough with the mantras, just feel the energy,
True.
like and I was just being, oh, okay, I get it. So it's like Ganesha is like teaching me, you know? And like we have Vedic Dev to be our guru, but God is also your guru when you connect to it,
Mm,
you
true.
know? And he was just telling me like, what's the point of all this? You're already connected to me. So you can stop, don't just save your voice, you know? Like you're already in meditation. What's the point, you know? So I guess that's true. Like we do the mantras to get to that point. So focus on that point. Don't necessarily focus on the mantras. So like I don't think I could be doing saying Krishna that many times, but but it does show your devotion, and yeah. So that is great from another perspective, but I don't think I could literally do it. So
I mean, maybe you could do it. You surprise yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I understand. Like, you get to a point where you just can't say it no more. Like, even if you wanted to say the Krishna mantra, you couldn't because those words aren't going to come out. So it's almost like stopping you from yourself. Like, get out your own way. You're already to the point you need to be, and we can let this mantra go at this point right now. You know, so that's the way I look at it. So when I get to that point where I feel that click, where I can't say it no more, I just kind of let it go and just exist in that state of samadhi.
So I had a question about Babaji with you. Like he's asked you, like, do you need anything? And you're like, no, Babaji, I don't need anything. But does he just give you some things that he knows that you need without you even asking?
I mean, he probably gave me all this stuff,
Yeah.
like this Kriya Yoga School and everything. So I give all the glory to Babaji for any of this stuff. Like, I don't take no credit for any of it. I don't know how any of this stuff happened.
Oh, we got
yeah, but
somebody new.
as your higher self, you don't need anything. So that's perfect, and that's
Yeah,
probably
right.
why you're connected with Babaji in the first place. You know, that's your energy already, so that should be your response, right? I'm already my higher self. I'm connected with God. So here's Babaji as God. So I am you as God. You are me as God. So there's nothing to need. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. So yeah, that is perfect. Like, I'm good. I'm existing in this present moment. I have everything I need inside me as me. So, and when I do bhakti to Babaji or mantra japa, I thank Babaji for the job he's doing, because he's doing the greatest job of all of us. So, if Babaji don't come to work, I'm in big trouble. So, Babaji, I'm good over here. Keep coming to work. Keep doing. You're doing an excellent job. Tell Mataji she's doing a good job too. All the Sitas, everybody, every deity, they're doing an excellent job. What I need, I'm satisfied. I'm content. I'm good over here. You know. If you want to give me the lottery, I take it, but I'm probably gonna give it back to you anyway. So, you know. But if you don't, I don't need anything. I'm good. I got roof over my head. I got food in my stomach. I'm good. You know. So what do I need?
Yeah.
I don't nothing. I'm good. You know. So all the glory to Babaji. I take no credit. Just delivered Babaji's mail.
So we got a new comment from somebody named Blue Pac-Man 13, who wants to know what causes the Mandela effect.
Well, first of all, I thought Pac-Man was yellow.
Not
When
this
I
one,
was
he's blue.
when I was young, I used to play Pac-Man. I remember him as being yellow. But okay, you're a special blue Pac-Man. What causes the Mandela effect? I mean, this would be a better question suited for Chad, but who knows? Like, this is a question I really can't answer. Like, it's beyond my comprehension how these things happen, and I have too much work doing my inner work. So like outside things or why this happened or why it doesn't happen, I can't even explain why the Mandela effects. Like, I don't have enough information on the Mandela effect or how it happens or why it happens, or I mostly focus my energy on my Kriya yoga practice, my sadhana. So
I just got the thought that it impinges on like the collective consciousness and where it's at, and that's always at a different place every moment. And it's always and especially if you can compare, 20 years ago to now, the consciousness is different. And for whatever reason, there may be different manifestations that come down the line of that consciousness. So I don't know, that's just the thought that I just got with the Mandela effect. And I used to think about that a lot, but I don't think about it anymore, which is probably a good sign. Um, but I would say it's reflective of consciousness changes. Yeah. But I wouldn't like focus on it too much. So
Yeah, when you reach a higher state of consciousness, you really don't focus on this stuff too much anymore. You're like, look at that. Flintstones? Flintstones. Who knew? Going back to my sad now, or whatever Mandela effect, like, oh, that guy looks like Jay-Z. I don't know. Maybe. Could be. I don't know. But what you kind of come to the realizing, like, what am I going to do with this information anyway, So it doesn't really affect you or serve you in the present moment, so you just kind of keep moving past it. You're like, I don't know, what am I going to do? Even if it's right or wrong, what difference does it make? It doesn't help me be a better person in the present moment. So in Kriya Yogi, we're more action yogis. We take action to uplift each other, like uplift. We do practices to techniques to help us get out of this kind of mindset or stop attaching ourselves to these kind of narratives. So yeah, so if you want to learn some techniques, join the Kriya Yoga School. Maybe they'll help you, but we don't have any answers to what I have learned, that change is inevitable. Yeah, the world is constantly changing. You can't really control anything outside you. You just control what you can. Try to be the best person. Try to uplift your vibration. Try to let your soul shine. Try to wake up with a smile on your face. And whatever's happened in the external Maya delusional world, you just get your popcorn and kind of watch it. Same way you watch a movie. Like, oh, look at that. That's interesting. I thought Flintstones was spelled this way, or I thought I don't really have too many examples of Mandela effect. So you just kind of step back from the TV and detach and watch the show as interesting. Like when you watch a movie, what do they call it? Suspension of disbelief. You're not trying to change the outcome of the movie or understand why the movie happened the way it happened. You just watch the movie. Like, okay, that's interesting. Like, huh. Is the earth round or is it flat? What difference does it make? I'm living in the present moment. I'm trying to be the best yogi I could be right now. So that's kind of how I look at it. Like, it's good candy, it's good popcorn for the movie, but the real movie is uplifting your higher self, being the best person you could be, raising your vibrations, and yeah, just kind of detaching from these rabbit holes, these narratives. So if you want some techniques to help you detach from the Maya external world, www.kriyayogamasterclass.com. Free trial. Try it out. Maybe it'll help you. Maybe it won't. If it resonates with you, try it out. You got nothing to lose. Free 7-day trial. But yeah, I don't really have a profound answer for that question because I don't have too much information on the Mandela
well,
effect.
when you focus on change, you're focused on isolation, you're focused on ego, you're focused on separation, you're focused on individual experience. And so when you come from that vantage point, yes, there'll always be change. Everything will also be evolving or devolving or moving in some way. But that's not reality, at least if you um, believe how most spiritual traditions believe, or about spirituality, whether you think it's a Maya illusion, um, or we're in the Matrix, or whatever you feel. This is not a reality. It's helping us learn reality, but it itself, when we focus in on each thing in isolation, is not reality. The only reality that you can embrace is unchanging, and that unchanging static reality is the ultimate reality of source energy, of God, of the universe, of however you want to phrase that. So that's what I would say, because when I feel that when Veda Gurudev and his guru say go back to zero, that's when I feel I'm with God. That's when I feel I'm in peace. That's when I feel I'm my true self. And then in that space, nothing is changing. It's all, you embrace the all, and there's no fluctuation with that, you know. So that's how I would answer that. Did Vanessa say something?
She just said she's coming on for a few minutes, but I think she's just watching from YouTube.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm trying to get my sister to join.
Oh, your sister is more than welcome to join. We're trying to help as many people as we can. We got full Kriya Yoga cups. We're looking for empty Kriya Yoga cups. So we have a free 7-day trial. I think you took the trial, right? So
Yeah.
you can kind of see what the Kriya Yoga School is about. If it resonates with you, join. That'd be great. If it doesn't, it's okay too. You know, no pressure. So we're trying to fill up those Kriya Yoga cups and help as many people as we can with Kriya Yoga. So if your sister wants to join, that'd be excellent. We would love to have your sister anytime.
Yeah, I'm trying to get her. She's totally not like in the type of person that would be into this kind of thing, but neither were you, and you are a
For sure.
guru.
Before you got struck by lightning.
So everyone can change.
All right.
So-
I said it since the beginning. If I could do it, anybody could do it. Like, I'm no yogic superhero, no yogic background. So these Kriya Yoga techniques and the way the school is, it's for everybody. So if there's certain techniques you can't do, you could go to the next technique. It's for everybody. So I personally think it could help everybody. So I'm trying to play it forward and give Kriya Yoga back to the people and help them the way my guru helped me and the way Kriya Yoga and Babaji helped me on the path. So I do have a question. What did she say? Oh, you can't.
We can't hear you, Veronica. Are you muted?
Yeah, Veronica, you're muted. Oh, hold on now.
Question about
Okay, go ahead.
I do have a question about opening up a space where everyone's welcome and allowing different types of practices. Do you feel it's okay to have a studio where you accept all Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. I accept all Buddhists. When we were in the Himalayan mountains, we loved all people on the spiritual path. Sadhus, yamas, Buddhists, Christians, wherever you are. Like whatever spiritual path you are on, you are always welcome. And my guru said we're like the Pied Piper. We would just collect all these people. They would just walk with us. So we loved them all. And they all had good insights, no matter what spiritual tradition they had. I had no judgment of them. I liked them all. They were all my brothers. So long as you're carrying God energy and divinity, it's all good. So if you have a space where everybody can come together and uplift each other, that's a beautiful thing. Or if they want, we welcome all Buddhists, Christians, any spiritual tradition here at our weekly satsang. So feel free to come and share any of your thoughts on the YouTube chat. We welcome it.
People are more than labels. So you can't say, "Oh, I'm Buddhist," and then I just have a
Right.
confined perception of you. Oh, okay, then you're this. Or, oh, I'm Muslim. Oh, okay, you're this. If you have a confined stereotype or perception of that, then you're missing the point. You know, it's like people are more than labels. Labels are just words. And if you just focus on the labels, then you're missing the point. You got to look deeper, you know, and really like connect with people. Like what Paul was saying about just staring in someone's eyes. You're not thinking like, oh, this is a Buddhist person I'm staring in their
Yeah.
eyes. Oh, this is a Muslim. Like we're all connected. It doesn't matter what label you want to put on it. We're all connected to the same God, you know? And I
Yeah,
think if
true.
people realize that, if they truly embrace that, everything would be much more seamless and peaceful. But we can't control externally, so just in yourself, you know, try to come to that realization to, you know, stop getting focused on ego isolation so much. You know?
And I always bring it back to the story my guru told me. Like, I told him, Baba, we're in the thin tent in the Himalayan mountains. What if the Himalayan Yeti, the abominable snowman, comes and attacks us, or a tiger? He says, no matter how hairy or big the abominable snowman is, the Yeti, if he's carrying God power, he is our brother. So I look at it the same way. Anybody who's carrying inner divinity, God consciousness within them, as them, they are our brother. I don't care what title they have. My door is open to all people of all spiritual traditions. Long as you're carrying positive, God-loving energy, it's all good. Even the abominable snowman, the Himalayan Yeti.
So, Blue Pac-Man 13, his question is, what are your thoughts on eternal recurrence?
Brian,
Sure
you know, yeah, I'm not sure what that is either. Do you know what eternal reoccurrence is?
I
I
don't.
think he could be referring to like the cycles, the yugas, how they just keep repeating. And then we talked about Nataraja earlier, Shiva's form, where he's
Mm,
dancing in this
right.
circle, um, symbolizing like it's eternally keeps going on. You know, there's just more and more cycles of
maybe in like
destruction and
samsara.
creation. Um, he could be talking about that, but
I
yeah,
mean,
I think
even if it is reoccurrence, just be the best person you could be. I mean, you can't control if it reincarnates or not. Just do your inner work, be the best person you could be. I like when they say in yoga, no matter if it's the end of the world, nothing shakes your samadhi. So no matter how many reincarnates it is, whatever kind of chaos is going in the world, just stay in a blissful, happy place.
Oh
So,
yeah, yeah. He's talking about samsara. Yeah. Oh, living the same life over and over. Yeah, it's a form of samsara. Yeah.
yeah, so I would say if you're living the same life over and over, just pivot, change directions, be the best person you could be. And then the most important thing is this life you're aware of the circle, the hamster wheel, the circle life, whatever you want to call it. So once you're aware, pivot, change course, and try to be the best person you could be and make as much spiritual progress on this path as you can. I realized when I got on the path of Kriya Yoga, I wasted 40 years of my life in this Maya world, like attaching to these narratives or whatever. Now I pivoted, I changed course, and now I'm going to try to be the best person, yogi, whatever spiritual tradition you believe in, and go as far as you can. That's what I would suggest. And if what they say in the yoga book's true, the progress you make in this life, you pick up where you left off in the next life. So go as far as you can. Realize that these material things really don't serve you in the present moment. Just connect with your inner divinity and your inner God. And if you don't know the techniques, try the free trial. No pressure, you know? If you need some structure or some guidance, if you don't, that's fine too. You know, see you next week on the Satsang, you know, and we'll answer more questions. So so that's what I would suggest. Does Veronica have a question?
Vanessa did. It was to
Vanessa,
piggyback
sorry.
on her. Let me see. Where was it? My daughter was concerned it would be not proper culture appropriation. I disagree. And then her other comment after that, I have symbolism around the spaces that are from different religions because they're beautiful, and I want to open it up to everyone, not out of disrespect. She feels it may insult people.
That's both
Yeah,
true. It may insult people, but that doesn't mean it's right or wrong, you know? Like, if it insults people, that means it's their ego getting in the way. So, but
true.
if you have something open to all religions, you would expect that people come there will have enough tolerance of other religions, of people that are going to be represented by other religions that are also going to be there. So I feel that if someone was really overly concerned about their particular dogma, they probably wouldn't even go to that. But yeah, that's just my opinion, but who knows?
Yeah, I would say helping people, you can never go wrong. So if you're trying to make a sacred space for people where of all religions they can uplift each other, you can never go wrong. Like, who cares if it fits in the box of cultural appropriation? It doesn't matter. Those people, if it doesn't resonate with you, don't go. But you don't want to not have a space where you could help people because what other people think, you know? Like,
Yeah.
what'd my father say? If you don't like it, the TV show, turn the channel. You know, don't come.
Yeah.
You know, it's so you always want to do it with a pure heart and help people. You can never go wrong. So if you're helping people, it don't matter what anybody says. Like, if I cared what other people said about Kriya Yoga School online, I would have never started this school. And now it's a beautiful blessing. We're connecting and helping people all around the world.
So Vanessa says that's my hope too, to bring a safe space of community to be together and have other facilitators rent the area to teach their classes.
Sounds great to me. Thank you,
Vedgar.
Vedgar. Thank you, Vanessa. I wish you all the best with your sacred space, and I would love to see it one day. Sounds outstanding.
I know I had a question. Can you hear me? I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Okay.
can hear you.
So we're almost done with the 18 asanas. I'm just wondering if, like, when you're doing them all, do you do like mantras between each one? And does it matter in what order you do them?
The 18 asanas, they do pose and counter pose. So I would do 1 and 2 together, 3 and 4 together, 5 and 6 together, you know, like that.
Okay.
Like pose, counter pose. In between, I would do shavasana, like relaxing, or I would do zero relax. It depends on the pose, like standing relaxation, belly relaxation, you know, shavasana on your back relaxation. So I mean, you could do them out of order. Like,
Okay.
I mean, it's recommended to do pose and counter pose. So if you do number 5, I would do number 6 to kind of relax. But it depends which one works best for you. There's no real rule set here at the Kriya Yoga School. Just do what works best for you and uplifts you. You know.
Sounds good.
And yeah, if you want to add a mantra in there, you can. But some of these asanas, it's hard to get the mantra out. Like the full wheel pose, you don't want to
Yeah.
save your breath. it, it won't be the most effective mantra. So, I mean, it just depends. But like I said, I would just do what works best for you. Once you start going through these asanas, you start seeing like, oh, you know what really makes me feel good? I'll add K-Cherry Mudra to this, and or I'll do spinal breathing through this. So you start stacking these practices on top of each other. Same like the Bija mantra for the chakra. You would say, oh, now I got the Bija mantra. Now I'm going to add the element. Now I'm going to add the deity, and it expands the chakra even more, and it opens it up even more. So same with the asana. I would see what practices you could add to it to enhance your asana practice.
Sounds good.
But I like that video you posted of the 18 asanas, pretty much. So that gives you a little preview of where we're going.
Yeah,
This
it looked like at the beginning he was doing like mantras before and after, but then he stopped. But I was just curious.
Yeah, so it's pretty much the same. This week we will do the 15th asana, Vajroli Mudra Ajasana, supine pose of firmness in life. I think her earpods went out. I think
It's all good.
this week's class, I think we're gonna break the record again.
I know, I can't believe it.
Every week we break it over and over and over. But it's good. We had a great, profound conversation on here.
Well, I don't see any more comments on YouTube.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions before we wrap it up? I mean, we'll do our mantra japa at the end, off stream, because we need a private sacred space to say our mantras. If you want to hear the mantras, join the Kriya Yoga School. We say them every week. Brian, you have anything?
Nope, absolutely nothing.
Okay, that's the best way. Curtis, you have anything you want to say before we get out of here?
No, I'm good. Thank you. You answered everything I had.
Okay, no problem. My pleasure anytime. This Saturday, we will be doing a Christmas class at the Kriya Yoga School, celebrating our Kriya Yogic brother, Yeshua, otherwise known as Jesus. So we'll be given mantra diksha, Shakti mantra for Jesus. And we have a Yeshua pranayama technique we'll be doing in this week's class. So if you could join us, it's 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But if you have to work, the replay will be on the class. And this will be the 42nd class. So
I'll be there for like the first 2 hours first 2 hours, and then I have to go to work.
Oh, our class only goes for 2 hours, let's say. So you should be there.
Cool. Great.
Yeah, you should.
It's not like the Satsang.
Yeah, it's not like the Satsang. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's 1 hour of techniques and another hour of talking and answering questions and stuff. So, so yeah. So it should be good. So yeah. So anybody out there in YouTube land watching this, if you want to learn some techniques to help you evolve yourself spiritually, try this free 7-day trial. And we do this satsang every Wednesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As you see, we go for we're going for over 5 hours. So we'll be on here. If you have any questions, drop them in the YouTube chat. And everybody out there in YouTube land, have a blessed day. And all my Kriya Yogis from the Kriya Yoga School backstage, once we end the stream, we'll get into our mantra japa and sing our bhajans and our songs. So if you need help, email me, vedgurudev@gmail.com. Helping people out there through the practices of Kriya Yoga. Make sure you subscribe. Free Healing with Kriya Yoga YouTube channel. We need 34 more subscribers to get over 50. Once we get over 50, we'll be streaming over there also. So, thank you for everybody on YouTube. See you next week, or see you in the Kriya Yoga School. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
And then Vanessa says, "Sweet dreams." She's going to bed.
Sweet dreams to everybody out there.
All right. you want me to end the live stream?
Yeah, you could end it now,
Okay.
and we'll say our mantra.